1, 2.
Good morning colleagues, and morning everyone. We're gonna get this session started. Before I forget to introduce myself, my name is Ngobile Gumete. I am responsible for the Innovation Office here at Nelson Mandela. That's the office that is responsible for knowledge transfer on behalf of the university. So it is my duty today to welcome you to this session on day 4 of the Research Week. So this track is focused on innovation and its contribution to the Sustainable Development Goals. I think we can all agree that the SDGs are a very ambitious program. They're very ambitious goals that are aimed at transforming society. And I think it's also self-evident that while policy will enable them, research and innovation is the thing that will breathe life to them. So for today's program, I'm just gonna give a summary of what to expect on the day on this track. So we have various speakers that are experts in their field. For the morning session, we have a keynote speaker, Ms. Chetani Chasley from NIPMO, who will set up the day in terms of how innovation and innovation support in the country is structured to support the SDGs. We also have speakers from other institutions that are gonna present this morning. We have a speaker from the MRC, from the Technology Innovation Agency, and a colleague from UJ who also manages a national program there. And after tea, if you join us after tea, please join us after tea. We have discussions on 2 SDGs, particularly SDG 7 on energy, and we have speakers also from the CSRR who are gonna give us the research that's been done there on the Energy Research Center, the speakers from our own university, UILO program, which is a national program on e-mobility, as well as a speaker from our own spin-out company, which is contributing to that sector. And we'll also shift to SDG 3, which is on health, led by Prof. Ngoti, who's just walked in. And that discussion is going to have some of the researchers from our own institution. We're going to talk about the localization of manufacturing for pharmaceuticals. We also have a vaccine researcher from the University of KwaZulu-Natal who's going to be part of that panel, as well as our director for the medical school, and they're going to talk about how their programs or research is contributing to SDG 3. And to close the day after lunch, it's going to be fun times. We run every year a PG innovation pitch competition for postgraduate students, and postgraduate students are going to pitch the research they're doing that is innovative for a prize of 100,000 Rand seed funding to enable their commercialization of their project, and that will be this afternoon. We have a panel of experts that are going to sit and judge those competitions. And to be part of this competition, you actually go through training, you are workshopped, so it's a very useful program for postgraduate students who want to commercialize the research that they're doing. So that is the day. So if you stay with us, it will be fun times. I just would like to encourage everyone to engage on the day and engage our speakers. Without wasting much time, I would like to introduce our first speaker. Our first speaker is Ms. Chetani Chasley, as I mentioned. She is the head of the National Intellectual Property Management Office, which is a specialized service delivery unit of the Department of Science and Innovation. NIPMO is an implementing office of the IPR Act, which is the act that governs how publicly financed IP is managed. She started her career at NIPMO in 2012, and she's been with NIPMO for several years. She's been appointed as the head of NIPMO from 2022. She holds the qualifications in pharmacy and LLB. She is a registered pharmacist and a registered patent attorney, and also she's an admitted attorney of the South African High Court. Most importantly, and I have to say most importantly because I'm also a new mom, she's a mom to 2 toddlers, so that's a tough job. And she also loves coffee, and she genuinely has a passion for IP advocacy and ensuring that IP outputs are commercialized and they find their place in the marketplace. NIPMO really supports offices nationwide to do this. So Ms. Charlesley will deliver a keynote address for us this morning, and she will talk to the role of publicly financed research in higher education and how it contributes to the achievement of SDGs. I'd like to welcome you, Ms. Charlesley, and I'll hand over to you now.
Nkobile, thank you so much for that introduction. And Nkobile, just before you leave that stage, can you just confirm to me that you are seeing my presentation in presentation mode? And while we are getting that confirmation, I maybe want to just, sorry, yes.
Well, we're seeing your presentation, but it's not on presentation mode yet. It is? We're seeing the notes.
Okay, let me just.
Or you can
Is that
the
better?
view. Yeah. Now it's perfect. Thanks.
Awesomeness. Thank you so much. And maybe can I start off by saying good luck to all those postgraduates that's going to do their pitching competition. I hope that you and your company will be part of my presentation in the next year or 2. And thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I'm sorry I can't be there in person, but it's still super exciting to share what we've been doing and what we are doing. I'm going to start off. I know that the whole week we have been talking about SDGs, and it will just be important for us to make sure that we start on a level playing field. And we've heard that these are an overarching development framework to move the entire world forward. If we look, just a brief overview, these SDGs aim to end poverty, all forms of hunger, ensure healthy lives, promote well-being. It goes on to talk about the importance of inclusive and equitable quality education, aim to address inequalities related to gender, as well as inequalities within and among certain countries. We are also have very ambitious goals to improve the environment that we're living in with sustainable water, affordable, reliable, sustainable energy for all. And I think most of us can relate very well to SDG 7 for reliable, sustainable energy. And also we want to make our cities inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. We also want to encourage more sustainable consumption and production, as well as reduce the effects of climate change. The SDGs further have the ambition to create a sustained economic growth through high levels of productivity and technological innovation. It also talks about investment in infrastructure and innovation. And colleagues, my presentation today will mainly focus on these 2 Sustainable Development Goals, which are crucial drivers for economic growth and development, in which all of you are contributing to. But the SDGs doesn't stop there. It also calls upon everyone to look after our oceans, not only the sea and marine below the water, but also for life on land. And then it ends off with an aim to promote just, peaceful and inclusive societies, and to strengthen global partnerships and sustainable development. So that was a brief overview of these SDGs. But what does it mean for us? So if we look at exploring the evolution of our South African innovation system and policies, we see that intellectual property, or IP, and intellectual property rights serves as a powerful incentive for innovation and contributes to all, or even most, of those SDGs. we see that publicly funded research represents a significant investment in society and to generate that knowledge, but not just to generate it, to use that knowledge, to identify that knowledge, and to protect that knowledge for future generations, for economic development, for poverty alleviation, and job creation. Without effective mechanisms for technology transfer and intellectual property management, the potential of these fantastic investments will remain untapped. The link, therefore, between intellectual property and sustainable development has a lot of potential. And by investing in technology transfer, which Nelson Mandela University is doing, and which all our universities aim to do, we can increase our IP management, we can increase our technology transfer, and we can unleash a wave of innovation that transcends borders and transforms lives. But let us look more into the South African innovation policy evolution. This is a policy evolution where we started with the Science and Technology White Paper in 1996. It went through various strategies, policies, plans, and you will see that in 2010, the NIPMO Act, the IPR Act, which is the Intellectual Property Rights from Publicly Financed Research and Development Act, was promulgated. Including with that was also our Technology and Innovation Act, or TIA Act, which I'm sure Tsembani will talk furthermore later today. We also have the National Development Plan, as well as the White Paper on Science, Innovation, Science, Technology, Innovation. We have seen, and you'll see it in my next slides, that we are also talking about the Decadal Plan. But before we get there, let's just maybe talk a little bit about NIPMO. NIPMO is the National Intellectual Property Management Office and the implementing office of a specific piece of legislation. This legislation says and provides for more effective utilization of our intellectual property, so that when we are spending taxpayers' money on research and development, that outputs are identified, yes, in publications, but also identified for further development. If we can protect it and should protect it, we can use that innovations and protect it by a patent, trademark, a design, maybe copyright, and then we can utilize and commercialize that for the benefit of the people of the Republic. It also says in the Act that human ingenuity and creativity must be rewarded, and therefore, whether you are a student or a researcher at a university, the university policy states that if you contribute to an innovation that ultimately is going to make revenues, that you are entitled to a portion of that revenue. And it also says that we have to look after our SMMEs and our BBBEE entities so that we can have homegrown innovations and support homegrown economic growth. This legislation, I will not go into too much detail, but this legislation is very specific in scope. It has to be as a result of a research and development activity. It has to be from publicly funded, from public funds that this IP has been created. You'll see the first block says that it has to be created after 2010. Why, you might ask? That's when that legislation came into force. And then this legislation applies. If we look towards the National Development Plan, we see it states that innovation is the primary driver for technological growth and driving higher standards. So we have various definitions of what innovation is, but innovation in the simplest form, in my opinion, is when we take that idea and we transform it into a product, process, or service, and then we apply it or implement it in a society, in a marketplace, so that it can make a difference. And therefore, I think you'll agree with me that intellectual property and all the associated rights are one of the critical aspects for innovation and economic growth. If we look towards the white paper that was published in 2019, It talks about that we can do much more. And I think you all agree with me. Innovation is a fast-moving strive to be better. And in that, our policy documents also identify the need to be better. In the white paper, we see that we need to harmonize institutional mandates, funding instruments, incentives. We have to support our SMMEs and foster this inclusive innovation ecosystem. We have to use publicly funded IP to empower our females, our Black entrepreneurs, and instill an innovative mindset. We cannot arrive as students in our first year and then only think about entrepreneurship, about innovation. It starts small. And I think if anyone has a child, we see that we have market days. That market day, your name is IP, is a trademark. And so from early on, if we create this innovative mindset, we will create an environment to prosper. We also see that this white paper is our long-term policy direction with the decadal plan building and being the implementation document or plan for this white paper. It talks about continued support for basic sciences and research. It talks about inclusion of humanities and social sciences in this innovation journey, and to focus on institutional progress, innovation, and getting it out there. If we can maybe just look to what NIPMO does and how we, as one key to this innovation process, we will hear that from Grace, the MRC contributes to this innovation process, TIA contributes, and so each of us have a mandate that tries to make this whole ecosystem work. So for the IPR Act, it is this more effective utilization. But NIPMO cannot do it on its own. That's why we all have to have a Nkobile heading up a technology transfer office. The Act mandates each university and Science Council to have this technology transfer office, to take over the baton from the researcher, to get those connections, to engage with TIA and all other funding agencies so that we can get seed funding, we can get technology development funding, and ultimately spin out or license the ideas that were created by our researchers. So NIPMO is an enabler in the system. We provide, support. We hopefully contribute some towards job creation, as you will see a bit later. We have to financially support our universities' science councils, and we provide capacity building and guidance and support. But what does this mean? So if we look at SDG 9, that talks about creating this innovative infrastructure and looking towards building this ecosystem, we can see that our universities and science councils have reported what we call an innovation or invention disclosure to NIPMO. Over the past 11 years or so, we've seen that over 3,000 invention or innovation disclosures were received by NIPMO. We can see that 91% of our institutions have reported something that they want to take forward. Now you might want to ask, but why not 100%? The reason for that is we still have some universities that was recently established. They are still setting up their technology transfer offices and so building on those pipelines. I've provided a breakdown of where the invention disclosures are coming from. And if you look at that snapshot pie chart, we can see that 48% of these disclosures are still under evaluation, which is expected because we get about, on average, 200 to 250 reported invention disclosures to our office. About 40% of them have been disclosed and protected, meaning they've got a granted right, which takes time. But what was super exciting for me is to see that of these invention disclosures, about 13% have entered into a successful license or have been commercialized, If you want to know what the difference is between those two, licensed is pre-revenue, while commercialized is actually post-revenue. And we can see that we are not lagging very far behind other international entities when it comes to this licensing and commercialization. We see on average that about 15 to 20% of portfolios, if we are lucky, is licensed or commercialized. South Africa is doing actually very well. Patent portfolios, 81% of our institutions reported in 2018 that they have an active patent portfolio. We saw an increase in these disclosures that I was talking about. 78% of our institutions reported that they have at least one patent application. However, we saw a downward trend. Now we can ponder about why this must be, but it can be that the capacity at our technology transfer offices have increased. So they won't just willy-nilly file something. They do market assessments. They do novelty searches. They really interrogate whether we should spend the money to protect it because we have a dream, a market potential for this. And when I mean market, colleagues, it is not just for rands and cents. There is a very big social benefit that can come from these as well. But this downward trend can also be because of reduced budgets. We all are struggling, and it might be that we just don't have the money to patent all these fantastic ideas, something that us as NIPMO should look at, and our universities to see what is our goal, what is our policy, and where do we want to put our best investments. We also saw that the total number of patents granted by our universities and through our Universities and Science Council more than doubled over the period 2014 to 2018. I know these are very old stats, but I've got some news for you a bit later as well. If we look at the support that's provided by NIPMO, you can see that we as NIPMO support through our Offices of Technology Transfer, OTT Support Fund, universities and science councils, to put the warm bodies in those offices. Over the period, we have created over 217 contract positions, and I'm super excited to say that a lot of our universities have understood the importance of these technology transfer offices and permanently employed them and growing these offices. We are providing support for all of these offices and on an ongoing basis. But we don't stop there. We fund warm bodies to sit in these offices and assist the institutions, the researchers. But we also realize that, it's one thing to have someone and to pay for skilling them up, but what then? So since 2019, we have provided for 18 institutions funding for technology transfer activities, be it contract drafting, providing an IP audit, market assessments, maybe some showcasing that you need to do. And so as NIPMO, we will continue to provide this support as much as we can. We were super excited to also see that if you're a technology transfer officer, chances are very good that you'll be a female, with 64% of our technology transfer staff being female, 82% being Black, of our higher education institutions, 68% of our technology transfer professionals at science councils being Black, and 40% of our technology transfer professionals being appointed on a contract basis. We want to reduce that number because if I know I have security, job security, I can do more. If I'm on a contract, sometimes we'll get a bit nervous. In terms of the IP fund, we have a legislative mandate to provide funding for IP prosecution and maintenance costs, but this is on a rebate system. So this means you pay, you claim back, and we will pay up to 50% of costs incurred. Here you can see the amount of money being claimed from NIPMO. On average, we see about 40 million rands worth of claims coming in, actually a bit more. And NIPMO aims with our funding to pay up to 50%, sometimes less, but our track record is looking not too bad. I thought this was quite an interesting slide to share. In terms of the legislation, researchers, publicly funded intellectual property cannot just be transferred without NIPMO approval. In this approval, the university has to show us why it is to the benefit of the country. Why does it make sense for the university to lose ownership of that intellectual property and transfer it to someone else? You can see here that in this is local as well as offshore assignments that was approved by NIPMO. And when we did an analysis, we were elated to see that almost 50% of these local assignment requests were to university startup and spin-out companies, empowering them to take the baton forward and move with it. We also saw that 9% of our assignments were to SMMEs, which is a fantastic thing, how we transfer our university knowledge to our communities to take it further. We also did tracking to see, of these disclosures, how many were licensed for the first time? And over the period that we reviewed, we can say that 46 disclosures were licensed for the first time by 27% of our institutions. Again, it was very exciting to see that our universities of technology, our science councils, are coming on board and contributing to this innovation drive. I hope there's a few postgraduates in the audience, because this is what is coming from our publicly funded research institutions. The universities and science councils are spinning out companies, are selling products coming from our tax money and making a huge contribution in space, in medical, in any facet that we can think about. You will be very happy. This is a small sample, but we also have Rabanano here from Nelson Mandela University that has been spun out and making huge impact. But it's not just about the spin-out companies. We have seen products on the market. I'm not affiliated, as you know, with any university, but if you look there in the bottom corner from CUT, they've got a brew spoon, a coffee brewing spoon that you take on your camp. This is being sold now at every major camping outlet. We have products from the ARC, apples, grapes, that is sold and bought by us, coming from our tax money. But it doesn't just stop locally. Our publicly funded research has gained significant international recognition as well as made impact. We see in the top left corner that last year, Lexi Hearing, which was a spin-out company from University of Pretoria, was named Time's 100 most influential companies. Homegrown Makosa was a student at Nelson Mandela University. The technology transfer office bought his first sewing machine. And he is now an internationally acclaimed designer, where even Michelle Obama is wearing his attires. But it is, as you can see, coming from various fields. We are talking about hearing aids, designing designer clothes, oceans, where we are protecting our oceans through shark-safe barriers, Airbus elemental numerics, which is talking about flight physics. We have satellites. We have SmartSpot from WITS, which is a testing kit that has now been globally recognized to replace the testing kits. And we have grapes from that is being cultivated for export market as well as for us. All of this making a huge contribution. We can see that our universities are forming these startup companies through the help of legislative frameworks and through entities such as TIA and other. We see that the licenses are being concluded. Yes, the statistics that you will see here, that 5 institutions accounted for 80% of the licenses concluded. But I hope you would remember my slide that the recent statistics that we are seeing is that this is not just 5 institutions anymore. And we have seen that there is this increase reported in IP transaction revenue. Colleagues, a technology transfer office is not there to make money, in my opinion. It is there to be the conduit between the academics and the marketplace and to get out that innovations into the marketplace, into the communities, so that we can make that impact. If they make money, great, because as you've heard, from that revenue that is accruing to the university, it has to be paid to our IP creators and enablers. And in terms of this survey, we saw that over 23 million rand was given to IP creators and enablers. But we can always do more. And we saw in this survey that support from executive management is regarded as extremely important. Very important. 92% of our institutions said it's very important. However, only about 40% says that it's functioning effectively. Empowering the technology transfer office to make decisions, to enter into negotiations with IP transactions was deemed very important. However, not always functioning as effectively as we want to. As government, we have various policy legislations that talks about spinning out companies, creating an opportunity, job creation, all of that. However, we've seen in our survey that our technology transfer offices are not empowered to set up these spin-out companies, establish incubators, or have access to incubation space to unleash that innovation. We hope this will change over time through interventions from the Department of Science and Innovation, Department of Trade and Industry and Corporation, looking at this, as well as the Department of Small Business Development, working all together to see how we can empower our universities and science councils, and most importantly, our technology transfer offices, to do what they're supposed to do and get maximum impact for our technologies. I will end off here with saying that you will see that I've noted stats from our second survey, and happy to report that the third national survey has been launched last week by our DDG, Dr. Mbuneni, and hopefully next year this time when I speak again, Nkobile, I hope I get invited again, we will be able to present you with more stats and hopefully see the change in policy that the policy interventions have made. We are always available on emails, not so good on the phone, but great on emails. Please email us with anything. Note that I will be CCing in Nkobile in everything because she is our main contact point. And if you have not visited the Innovation Bridge, please do so. Various innovations and opportunities available for everyone to take on. And Nkobile, I'm finished. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Jatani, for that insightful presentation. I never know where to look with the online, whether I should look at the screen or look at the back, but I hope you can see me. And thank you for highlighting the activity nationally on commercialization and some of the success stories. I think we're all truly inspired by that. In order to manage time, Jatani, I'm not sure if you'll be able to stay with us towards the end. We'll just take the questions at the end of the session. So we will just go on to the next speaker right now.
I'm super happy to stay on until the end with all the questions.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Jatani. So our next speaker is from the Medical Research Council. It's Ms. Grace Baloyi. She is the manager for the Global Health Innovation Accelerator and the Medical Device and Diagnostic Innovation Cluster at the MRC. She's also responsible for the Technology Transfer Office there. Just a brief bio on Ms. Baloyi. Her full bio is shown there, but she is a 2017 Mandela Washington Young African Leaders Initiative Fellow. She has an MBA from the Gordon Institute and an honors degree from the University of Witwatersrand. She has 21 years experience in the NSI, working on project sourcing, funding, and management. And one of the businesses she worked on is the Citro Gold, which is the Clement Gold at Woolies. I think we all know that product. So she's done a lot of good deals for the NSI. She's currently the senior program manager, as I've mentioned, and she will share insights of how the two programs she's managing are contributing to achieving the SDGs. Thank you, Grace.
Thank you, Ngobile. Molweni. Ninjani. Ngiyaphila, and I'm Happy Heritage Month to everyone. Ndiyabulela. Thank you. And hi, Jatani online. Hi, Jatani. Just before we start, I think Jatani did a nice background of what the SDGs are. I just have a question to, I think, the young students here, not my colleagues. Do we all know how we got to the SDGs? What came before the SDGs? Students only, not people my age, not people I work with, you know? Are you a student? Okay, cool. Give it a shot. Let's hear.
Good morning. Thank you so much. If I'm not mistaken, it was the Millennial Developmental Goals.
Yes.
Yes, and then not all of the countries, just in a nutshell, not all of the countries were involved, but as time went on, more countries joined, including South Africa, and now they called the Sustainable Development Goals, or rather Agenda 2030, basically, because the indicators or the targets are for 2030, basically, with every work that is being done towards the SDGs. Thank you. I love them so much.
So thank you very much. So there we go. Let's give a. That's awesome. I think you probably did a much better job than me, so she is correct. Initially, when they started, there were 8 Millennium Development Goals. If anyone is interested, there is a report that's available. Just Google MeDDICs, as they're called. Then you'll find it on the net. But I think to simplify it, it's like for most of you, you probably have set yourself a target to say, I want to get to a master's level, right? When you get to a master's level, the biggest question then is what happens thereafter? How do you sustain yourself? So essentially, there were 8 Millennium Development Goals focusing on HIV/AIDS. I guess the biggest burdens of what the world was facing, poverty as well, and lack of access to education. I just remember 3. I don't remember the 8. So those were not met, and like she said, at the United Nations, I think around 2015-16, after the MeDDIC's report was published, a whole lot of countries agreed to say, how can we sustain the momentum of what we had achieved from that time up until 2030? So that's how we ended up with the 17 SDGs. So what I'll do today, and I think, so thank you, Jatani, for giving us that nice background of what all the 17 SDGs are. I'll just talk about the Medical Research Council, which is where I currently work. And I thought I'll give you guys a background because last year when I was at a conference called Africa Bio, I actually came across 3 students from NMU and they didn't know what the SMRC was. So do we have students here that know what is the SMRC? It can't be you again. No, you're not taking. Okay, cool. So I wasn't wrong. So I'll tell you a little bit about what I do and then proceed to tell you, I guess, what Jatani had mentioned. So, is it moving? Okay, let me just click on the screen then. Okay. So like Ngobile mentioned, and Ngobile must be your friend. You must remember her face. If you have anything new, any new idea, concept, please go visit her. Her role is to help you protect it and make money, hopefully like Ulatum, Makos, hopefully. So please go to their office and visit them. So I work for the South African Medical Research Council. And the vision for that organization is to build a healthy nation through research, innovation, and transformation. And as luck would have it, I think we do speak to SDG number 3, which is to ensure healthy lives and promote the well-being for all ages. And our mission essentially is to do research that affects the quality of, I guess, everyone's life in this room and outside, inequity, and address all issues related to being a responsible and responsive health research unit, to build capacity, to innovate, and to do research. And how we do this, essentially, maybe I must go back. So if you go into the various SDGs, you'll see that each one of them actually has sub-goals. So if you look at that picture, it speaks to some of the things that the SMRC does. So all the research that we do at Works addresses almost every single thing in that subcategory, because we look at research that affects the quadruple burden of disease in South Africa, that is HIV, AIDS, child health, non-communicable diseases, interpersonal violence, GBV. So anything that has to do with your wellness as a South African, the Medical Research Council does research for that. And the organization was established back in 1969, and it's still active to date. So I think, in essence, I've tried to highlight some of the SDGs that we contribute to indirectly with the dotted lines in that picture. So our main one is SDG 3, but you'll see that through some of the research or the work that we do, we also speak to addressing poverty, the quality of education, cleaner water and sanitation, as well as reducing inequalities. What I mean by that is, if you guys were paying attention and looking at TV during COVID times, you might have realized that there would be a report that says there's a spike in, I think it was mostly in Mpumalanga, because they'd collected the wastewater works, and all those tests were done by the SMRC. So to some extent, we do address that as well. Just an overview of the organization. I did mention that we do research, we facilitate innovation, we fund research, and we also develop research capacity. We've got about 680 employees, but I don't think you guys care that much about that. What you might care about if you're a master's or PhD student is we actually have a grant that's open for you to learn lab skills. So visit our website. Look for the Chan Sung Shin Family Foundation Scholarship. If you're a master's level PhD student, please apply for that. And then this is just essentially how we drive health through innovation. And it just sort of, I think, speaks to some of the processes that Jatani highlighted, in that we identify where there is a need, then select a project or technology to work on. And then, for example, in my space, because I deal with, well, you'll see later, I'm in the grants innovation product development. We then assist entrepreneurs and businesses with funding to develop those products, and then they can test them in some of the facilities that Jatani mentioned. And I'm not sure if Tabani will touch on those facilities as well. We test those products, and then they get prepared for the market, and then they're commercialized in a nutshell. So I work in one of the green units called Grants, Innovation, and Project Management, where essentially we try and get money from different funders, private sector, public sector, to grow the innovation pool, not necessarily doing basic research like, I hope somebody will go into it, but not what we call technology readiness level 3. So your basic R&D, in my unit, we don't do that. We fund things from like TRL 4 and above, and I'm hoping Tabani will explain, so I don't need to explain that because my explanation might not be that good. But where I work, which is, I think, the function of today's session, is a program called the Global Health Innovation Accelerator, which was established back in 2014, and it was essentially a partnership between the South African Medical Research Council and an organization called PATH. So this organization was actually set up to leverage the strengths of both entities, SMRC and PATH. And essentially, there's about, I think, 18 projects that were funded in that pool of projects. But essentially to try and address, challenges that exist in low middle income countries. I think one of the most successful technologies that came out of that GEAR program is what's called AmbiFlow. And what that technology does is essentially when women are pregnant, sometimes the fetus heart rate is not that great. And you might find in, say, low resource settings or rural areas, they might not have the equipment to test that. And what happens if that's not dealt with, a lot of the women then end up giving birth to stillborn children. So we've developed something that's low cost, so that's a lot cheaper, that can be used in those low resource settings, and that can also be exported in other countries that have similar challenges as South Africa. So that's one of the examples that has come out of there. There's about 16 more technologies that we need to try and commercialize. But what that led to was a partnership called MeDDIC, which is essentially being used as a vehicle to extend the involvement of other role players. And that's where we get funding from my colleague Tembani from the Technology Innovation Agency. So one of the other programs embedded in GEAR that I work on is called MeDDIC, which stands for the Medical Devices and Diagnostics Innovation Cluster. And essentially what we want to do is we want to stimulate technology innovation and encourage an integrated ecosystem. So what normally happens, or I think in a lot of areas, is that the private sector work by themselves, government works by themselves. What we're trying to do is we're trying to bring all stakeholders together to address the challenges that exist with medical devices and diagnostics. And we hope that we will have a positive impact, health impact, both locally and in the rest of Africa. And we also want to ensure that we address the skills challenge that exists, because what normally happens is we find, I'm not sure, I hope you guys won't experience that, but you do find sometimes that when you come out of a university with your degree, you don't necessarily have the skills that a company needs. I think NMU has one of the best setups for chemical processing technologies, if anybody's doing that. So if you're doing that degree, they've got a simulation where you're actually working on what you would actually do in a real job. So half the time, most of the qualifications don't have that. This is something that we also want to address to make sure that as and when students come out of university, we try and equip them with skills to make sure that their qualification is something that industry needs. So that is still, I'll call it an aim at the moment, because that is an aspect of the program that we have not really developed compared to the other two facets of the program. So that is our vision. I won't read it, but essentially we want to bridge the gap and make sure that everyone that's in the medical devices and diagnostic sector in South Africa work together to make sure that there's no shortage of equipment. Because you do find, and I think this is also a challenge that exists in the rest of Africa, that back in the day, luckily in South Africa, I'm hoping it does not happen, people would donate equipment, but you find there's nobody to fix that equipment. Sometimes you find, there's no training manual, or it's a donation from China. Who can read Chinese here? No one. So they've given you an expensive machine, but nobody can use it. So we're trying to make sure that the system works such that we increase the local content of the medical devices that are used in our hospitals. So if you have let me stop, let me not go there, not now. But so what we did was that during COVID, we all realized that South Africa was one of the last countries to get vaccines, right? And this is not just a challenge that's unique in medicines. It's also the same thing with medical devices and everything else. So there was a study that was done that actually, so the numbers might be outdated because the study is actually from, I think, 2019-20. But we are, as a country, we're one of the largest medical device markets in the world. But we actually import a lot of our medical devices. So what that means is that we've missed an opportunity, right? We can actually increase or have more people manufacture locally. So MeDDIC was actually set up to make sure that, we increase local consumption of medical devices, we make them here at home, and where possible, we export them to other African countries. Okay, there are other challenges, but if there's time, we'll go into those. If not, I will leave that for another day. So in trying to do this, like I mentioned, I think in the vision or the mission, we are trying to contribute to making sure that there's decent work and economic growth for the country. So if you go into this particular SDG, it might not be the exact targets that the world has set, but at least we know for our context, this is what we want to do. So I mentioned before that, half the time private sector works on its own, government wants to work on its own. What we're doing in the cluster, and it's not just this one, TIA actually funds many more clusters. Here at NMU, we've got a cluster called, I don't work for them anymore. There's a cluster called Uyilo, so that's looking at electric vehicles and, setting up the infrastructure. So it's a similar model to MeDDIC. So what that does is it's also trying to visit them. They are, this campus confuses me, but if you see funny looking cars, the Leaf and stuff, that's that program. So essentially in that space, what they are doing is, I'm not sure, if you have a BMW has its own charging point for electricity. If you have a Nissan, it has its own charging, So what they're trying to say is, how can we make sure that it does not matter which car, it's a simple thing, doesn't matter which car you drive, but we all use one charger. But over and above that, if you have an electric car, you can't drive from here to, where are we, PE? You can't drive from PE to Limpopo. Where are you gonna charge? You see, there's a station here. So that, and also the capability of, the storage capability of the batteries. So they're trying to set that up, and that thing is called Uyilo. And our one is called MeDDIC for medical devices, but we're trying to solve all those challenges to say, how do we make sure the medical devices and diagnostic sector works? So TIA set up this thing that they call a hub and cluster model. So it looks like a wheel, what do you call it? That thing in a wheel, a rim of a wheel. But essentially, the idea is that with all these programs that exist, you want to make sure that the environment is good, the environment works. So who do you need in the environment? You need government. And for us, some of the stakeholders will be the same for all the other clusters, like the Department of Trade and Industry, IDC, where you can get your money if you want to grow your company some more, Department of Science and Innovation, SABS, all those people, the industry bodies as well, the regulators as well, the people that make the laws, the people that fund Department of Health, because it's a key stakeholder. And we also try and bring the universities together to say, let's not just work with one university, let's work with all the universities. So that's why we're bringing higher education institutions, we're bringing government, and then you'll also see, I don't think SAMED, which is, on the right-hand side, which is an industry body. So we're also bringing in companies or voices from industry to say, how do we make sure that the industry works? So making sure the industry works is one of our core objectives. And the second one is increasing human capability. And the third one is making sure that we localize products. And Ngobile says I've got 2 minutes. I don't believe it's 2 minutes. I still had a lot of slides, but essentially, I think in a nutshell, if you have a medical device or a diagnostic that you want funded, please reach out to us. Jatani mentioned the Innovation Bridge. Visit the Innovation Bridge portal. We do have a link there called MeDDIC. You will find some of the companies that are developing technologies in South Africa. And yeah, I think that's it. That's how we are contributing to the SDGs, mostly SDG number 3. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Grace, for that presentation. I know she had a few more slides. We will share the slides after the session, if she allows us. We haven't got permission yet. I would like to also encourage everyone in the room to actually go look at the program on the medical devices. It's a great program, and they also really support entrepreneurs and encourage participation in the program. I'll move on to our next speaker, Ms. Tembani Kupane from the Technology Innovation Agency. The Technology Innovation Agency supports a lot of our program. They really support the early stage research commercialization in terms of developing prototypes, the SID Fund program. Just a little bit on Ms. Tembani. She is responsible for managing the SID Fund project, which has over 200 innovation projects, and she oversees a portfolio of 35 implementing partners in the country. She has over 12 years experience in managing and supporting innovation related to these projects and investment with experience in technology transfer, fund management, and program management. She has worked with universities, science council, and incubators across the continent. And today she will delve into the role of innovation in advancing the SDGs, focusing on how TIA SID Fund supports early stage innovation projects. Please welcome Tembani.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you guys, getting excited and learning a lot about innovation and how innovation is contributing to the SDGs. What I will talk about is mostly the Technology Innovation Agency. Jetani mentioned it, Grace mentioned it. I'm not going to limit the conversation just on SID Fund. I'm also going to talk about the other programs within TIA and how they contribute to the SDGs. I'll try to be quick because I have lots and lots of slides. But I'm going to try to be quick, so I'm going to go a bit quicker. So just a bit of introduction in terms of how innovation plays a role in SDGs. We all know that innovation contributes to, that's where new solutions come from, for sustainable products and services, to improve quality of lives, efficient ways of using resources, creation of new industries, jobs and opportunities, and driving economic growth, as well as discovering efficient ways to solve, various challenges that we may be facing. So in essence, innovation is more like a key driver in contributing to the SDGs. So just by the namesake Technology Innovation Agency, you can tell that we are actually at the heart of the SDGs in driving the achievement of those specific goals. And in essence, we actually contribute to all of them. So it's not necessarily a specific one that I would single out. We contribute to all of them. In terms of TIA, for those that don't know what the Technology Innovation Agency is, we are a public agency, a Schedule 3A entity of government. We've been actually established by, it's called the TIA Act, Diatani mentioned it, 2008. So essentially, we started working around 2009. We are around 12 years, 13 years old organization. And we have been given a mandate to support and promote development and exploitation of discoveries, inventions, innovations and improvements for the public interest. So any discoveries or any innovations, inventions, or improvements are for the public interest. We support and stimulate technology innovation to improve economic growth and the quality of life of all South Africans. And I bolded those two because that's essentially what the SDGs are all about. So that's why I said that we mostly contribute to all of them. Maybe just before I move, we report to the Department of Science and Innovation, and yeah, it's our shareholder. In terms of roles, we have 4 roles as TIA. So we stimulate technology innovation by being an active funder. So we are a risk funder to support innovations and ensure commercialization of those products and services. We connect, so that's where we catalyze relationships between SMMEs, industry, government, through the clusters that Grace talked about. So that's the connection role that we do. We facilitate, within the technology innovation value chain, we don't necessarily play across that innovation value chain. So for those things that we can't do, because we can't do everything, we facilitate introductions and connections to ensure that these new innovations actually get to market. We are also an enabler. Here, the enabling role that we play is through provision of high-end skills and equipments. This is through our technology stations and technology platforms programs. Think NMU hosts 2 of those tech stations, so that's the work that we do. So those are the 4 roles of TIA. And how do we contribute to the SDGs, as I said? So as I say, we focus on accelerating development and localization of technologies to solve South African challenges. We support grassroots innovations and ensure that it's not just about the development of these technologies, but there has to be a diffusion, making sure that the technologies that we are supporting that are being developed are transferred and diffused in necessary areas, more especially in vulnerable and marginalized communities. We also play a part in alleviating poverty and inequality and unemployment by providing science, engineering, and technology skills and enterprise development support to SMMEs and innovators in general. And essentially in ensuring that we increase inclusivity to encourage participation of women, youth, and people living with disabilities. And you can tell that all these actually sort of talk to all the SDG goals in general. So what are the sectors that we fund, going now into what we do? So we actually fund all sectors across the spectrum. We're not necessarily sector agnostic. So we would fund technologies in advanced manufacturing to support manufacturing capability in South Africa. We support agriculture, so any agri-biotech technologies from smart agriculture, breeding, whether animal or plant, animal health and plant health, as well as post-harvest technologies. We would support them in the agri-biotech sector. We support energy or any energy-related technologies, but mostly prioritizing renewable energy and hydrogen energy. We also support health sector, more especially focusing on diagnostics, prevention, and treatment. So mostly we normally prioritize medical devices, APIs, a little bit on drugs, but because it's a very expensive process, we do, but we try to stay away unless otherwise we have capable partners with enough money. ICT, so anything in ICT or digital, natural resources that includes minerals, mining, water resources, environmental and waste management. We have actually a new unit, Indigenous Knowledge Systems, that's actually fairly new, it's around 3 to 4 years old, looking at African traditional medicine, IK-based cosmeceuticals and nutraceuticals, as well as industrial biotech. So if there are any sector that is maybe cross-cutting across these sectors, we still actually welcome them. We are able to actually place them where they may be able to be serviced. Who we fund? Universities. So universities, we would fund university researchers and students. But from the student perspective, we will only fund a student if you are working on a university IP. not necessarily from your own ideas. So, but if you're working on a university project where the IP will belong to the university, we'll definitely fund you. But we also do have other programs that fund students that are not necessarily working on university IP, but I'm just talking from the perspective from the seed fund. Science councils and research institutions, we fund SMMEs and industry, we also fund grassroots innovators. So, funding instruments. TIA has about 4 key funding instruments that we have internally. They span across the innovation funding value chain. Before I talk about the funding instruments we have, it's important to note that, as I said, we don't fund everything across the funding value chain. Funding value chain talks about ideation, proof of concept, technology development, demonstration, and commercialization. So TIA doesn't fund basic R&D. So basic R&D until proof of concept. We only start funding from a proof of concept. So this is the stage where you've done, it's not basic research, it's not applied research. You at least have a proof of concept, meaning that you understand that the research that you are working on, you've actually come across something new or novel that has not been done before, or is an improvement or has been done, but it's still new. It means that you understand that the components that are required to build this technology, you understand all the different components, and you know scientifically it would actually work. You understand that you're actually solving a specific need in the market or closing a specific gap, because obviously we don't fund things that are not solving a specific challenge, or there won't be any end user, So that's what we look for before we fund. So at least you must actually at least have reached that particular stage before TI can actually be interested in funding. From our, what we normally call them technology readiness levels, but yeah, they complicate things. But the first instruments that you can actually come into TIA, the first very, very early stage funding instruments that you can use to get into TIA, we have the Grassroots Innovation Program that normally focuses on community-based innovators that are not necessarily in a formal institution, so not necessarily the university or an incubator, but they are based at a specific community and then coming up with a solution that solves a challenge in their specific communities. For these particular instruments, TIA will provide up to 260,000 rands, with 200,000 for prototype development and 60,000 as a stipend to assist that particular innovator in facilitating the technology development. The second one, that's where I'm from, is called the Seed Fund program. The Seed Fund program has been set up after TIA realized that there was a gap. So most of the applications for funding that TIA received, more especially from universities, could not qualify for TIA funding. It was too early. And they realized that actually there is a gap that TIA has to close. So it was designed to assist innovators, whether researchers or SMMEs, be able to actually build a stronger business case for technology development and funding. So here we assist you in developing prototypes, understanding markets, understanding your IP strategy, and testing assumptions regarding your technology to say whether, do I need to actually continue and put energy in developing these technologies, their value in it or not? And the idea is that at the end of the seed fund, you would have like good understanding to say whether you want to pursue continuing developing this technology, or maybe you realize that actually it's not worth it. So it's actually supposed to assist in creating a pipeline of investable ideas, where TIA can now put enough money for further technology development, or where you can actually go out, because now you have a very good business case, you can actually go out to another funder to raise more funding. For these particular instruments, we would provide up to 1 million rand to assist you do those prototyping, market research, IP, and certification if need be, if you are at that stage. For this one, we don't take applications directly at TIA. We work through the technology transfer offices. So we have partnerships across all universities in South Africa through their technology transfer offices. They are the one who actually manages the seed fund process. They would be the one sending calls, pre-screening, and then managing projects once funded. And then we also have the SMME Seed Fund, where we work through incubators and regional development agencies to actually fund and support innovators. We also have one of the biggest funds within TIA called the Technology Development Fund. For this particular fund, TIA will fund you up to 30 million rand. Hardly that TIA will approve 30 million rand up front. They will give you in different phases, depending on how much you need, depending on the stage of development and what you need to do. But they will fund you up to 30 million rand should you need, or should there be need, to develop the technology. For this particular fund, they would at least want you to have a prototype, a working prototype. They would want you to actually have a very, very good understanding in terms of what is your market, who's supposed to use this technology, how big is this market, what are the gaps, what are your competing products, what's your value proposition, how are you planning to take this technology to market, do you have expertise to actually drive this technology development and commercialization. So they will actually want a very proper application form. That's why there's the Grassroots and Seed Fund, which then helps you and prepares you to actually then apply for the Technology Development Fund. And then we have the Commercialization Support Fund. So if the funding that you provided in the Technology Development Fund was not enough, and now there's another funder who's actually interested to take this technology to market, or a commercial partner that's interested, but then they are saying, you know what, produce maybe 10 of this product or 100 of these products, let's see how they do in the market. TIA can actually assist you with that. Then we have the Industry Matching Fund, where we partner with venture capitals, angel investors to accelerate commercialization, because TIA doesn't fund commercialization, or we actually don't have enough money to fund commercialization. So therefore, we partner with other institutions like VCs and DFIs to actually enable that commercialization. Then we have the Technology Acquisition and Deployment Fund. It's a program of the DSI, where they look at technologies that solve service delivery challenges. So any service delivery challenges or government service delivery challenges, that's what they will actually focus on and assist you to demonstrate in a municipality or in a government department that particular technology. So those are the different funding instruments that we have within TIA. I'm just going to skip through because I don't have much time. I wanted to talk specifically to the transformation programs that we have within TIA that talks directly to SDG number 5, gender equality and reduced inequalities. TIA will be launching these new programs. The first one is Women in Technology Innovation Program for women empowerment through innovation. They will want to support women innovators and also support any technologies that are addressing women's needs. And then the second one is the Youth Technology and Innovation Program, which TIA has actually issued a call, but looking for partners, not necessarily for projects. And then the last one is an innovation program for people living with disabilities. So this talks specifically about ensuring that we transform in terms of the people that we fund. And then there's other programs as well that normally talks to other SDGs. And then maybe quickly to talk about some of the projects. I think Jetani has done a good job in talking to some of the examples of projects funded that are doing well in addressing some of the South African challenges. So these are just a few of them, especially from Seed Fund and GIP projects. One is called Smart Route, actually based in Makanda, yes, because I could not remember the name. Makanda, and he has actually developed a fertilizer, or organic fertilizer, for small-scale farmers. The other one that actually talks to ensuring inclusivity, especially from the township perspective, it's an ICT platform called Ginger that actually helps township businesses connect with suppliers and actually ensure that they are able to source their products and supplies, cheap. But I'm not going to go through all of them, but there is a lot of examples which shows that there are capabilities in South Africa. We are coming with innovations that are really contributing towards improving the quality of life and also contributing to achieving the SDG goals. And I hope that obviously tomorrow or next year, we will also be using some of your examples as one of the successful innovations that will be solving, South African challenges and the world and the worldwide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sambani, and I do apologize on the time, but most of the information is on the TIA website, and in the case that you don't find the information, you can ask us at the Innovation Office, where we can keep you in touch with, get you in touch with the TIA colleagues, innovation@mandela.ac.za. So I'll move on to our final speaker, who will be joining us online. And our final speaker is Ms. Nikki Janse van Rensburg. She heads up the University of Johannesburg's Process, Energy, and Environmental Technology Station, supporting emerging enterprises, driving technology innovation and knowledge transfer in the green economy. The Technology Station program is an initiative of the DSI, and it's implemented via the Technology Innovation Agency and provides access to expertise and facilities. And Ms. van Rensburg will discuss how the Technology Station program support the SDGs through technology transfer, innovation support, and process improvement in the energy and environmental sectors. I will hand over to the online presentation. Welcome, and it's over to you. You can share your presentation when you're ready.
Thank you. Let me see if I can get the technology to work with me today. Share. No, that's the wrong one. Not great when you're talking about technology innovation and your screen doesn't want to play. There we go.
Okay, great.
Thank you, colleagues. I'm also aware of your time limits, so I'll try to move on quickly. But this little diagram at the top right corner is something that I think is quite significant when we're talking about the national system of innovation, and when we are considering our position as higher education institutions and how we fit into society. I think universities have a unique role to play in that quadruple helix collaboration ecosystem that we create, where we have this interaction between government, society, community, and academia. And when I started as an academic now about almost 20 years ago, the focus was very much on the researcher-led research. So we did work that was of interest to us in the institution, and we went out and tried to create value, but it was really led by the initiatives of the university itself and the academics and the researchers in the institution. So my career started building solar cars as a young academic. I think NMU also had a car, and we had a lot of fun, and the students would go into communities with these vehicles. And it was in this time when it dawned to me that the work that we are doing, although it added immense value to the students participating and a lot of excitement in the communities when we went on our African solar drive and drove up to Namibia and everywhere. But we realized that looking at Maslow's needs, people are less interested in spaceship-looking solar cars when they don't have access to water and energy, education, and all those basic needs. And that is where my shift in my career actually started, around appropriate technology development and looking at how we can leverage the resources and the skills and the expertise that we have in our institutions and the energy that students bring to direct it to the needs of society. And I think one of the biggest lessons that I've learned is that we have to be intentional about creating societal impact and working towards sustainability within the broad themes of how we create that. And there's wonderful opportunities for this to happen in an institution. And just imagine if every student, every academic, every researcher involved in their research are working towards solving societal problems. And luckily, being based at UJ, that is integrated into the mandate, and we've always had a lot of support for the work that we do. And enabled through the program, the Technology Station program that TIA funds at several higher education institutions, it creates that legal framework for us to do that work and work with emerging enterprises, specifically providing support to SMMEs, but being that connector between the small businesses and the expertise and the skills within the university. And we have a wonderful mandate at PEATS to work within the green economy, so that takes us everywhere, and we could talk about sustainability. And we soon realized that it's not just about the technology itself. So technology only has power if it's in the hands of someone. So if your smartphone has dropped in the middle of the field, it has no purpose, but only when someone picks it up and uses it, it really, the value of that technology comes to light. And that's where the sense of a sustainable socio-technical system fits in. But the TSP creates that opportunity for us to do this collaboration. And we do it as a project-based approach, but really we have to do it within this broader ecosystem. And when we talk about access to energy, access to water, our local municipalities, district municipalities, provincial government and national government plays a big role in creating an enabling environment for these innovations to be brought into. And I think the role of the university is really to be that connector and coordinator between the various partners to look at what is our social responsibility, how environmentally sustainable are the things that we are doing? Do we have policy and regulation that is enabling it? How is community and industry responding? And are we doing that then to create socio-economic impact? So at PEATS, we see ourselves as a catalyst to support industry in creating opportunities for them to improve their competitiveness. But really, if we look at the impacts of climate change, instability that we saw with COVID, how vulnerable our small businesses really are, and assisting them in their pursuit to create value and employ people. So ultimately, our strategic focus cuts across several of the Sustainable Development Goals. Most apparent would be your access to clean water, energy, and responsible consumption. If we look at our vision and mission and the focus area that we work in water, air quality and the environment and energy, and how these are always interconnected and part of a bigger program. So the problems that we are trying to solve is really the things that affect all of us, and helping industry and small businesses to provide solutions through technology innovation, but also to use their resources more efficiently and to ensure that we can resolve some of these problems. But as emerging businesses, I think some of the biggest problems that they have is that they have limited access to advanced engineering solutions. They don't have R&D departments. They don't have the necessary skills and knowledge that they need to even if they want to be green and do these things, they lack the skills, and they're busy running this business. And there's all sorts of barriers to innovation and adopting green technologies, from cost and skills and availability and equipment and highly regulated environments that makes it difficult for them to enter in. And there's also often fragmented collaboration within our institutions. So you would find engineering working in their own silo, and the guys in science working in a silo, and maybe the colleagues at humanities. And through these projects, we've brought them together and found new ways to also create that collaboration within our institutions, and then also outward, so that we are engaging with industry and academia, and very importantly with communities. And community can be anything from the community of businesses with a similar focus, or rural community that we work in, and we work across the country, and we go into very interesting environments. We often find that our higher education institutions can be not as responsive as we want to have them, and that's why it's so wonderful to participate in this engagement. When we talk about technology innovation and the Sustainable Development Goals, because the Sustainable Development Goals are really responding to the needs of society in a massive way. So there's also a lack of knowledge transfer. There's a disconnect between what we are trying to do and finding those right clients, so fixing that problem, and then ensuring that we can have this just transition, that we're not just greenwashing, and that we are aware of the fact that if we are moving from coal-based power to renewables, that there's a whole sector that's being left behind, and that it's a more complicated thing than just going green. So as I've mentioned, we work across almost all of the Sustainable Development Goals. We're a bit far from the ocean, so we don't have a lot of projects linked to oceans technology But in general, the core goals are has a wider impact on things like poverty, hunger, health, and everything that we do within our space. And when we look at a sustainable, circular, regenerative economy, you see that you have these interactions. And everything is enabled through partnerships. So a lot of what we do is based on the network that we get to do it in. So what we do is we work in air quality, energy, waste management, water, and how technology drives that. Imagine this as a 3D sphere that everything is interconnected and overlapping. And we provide engineering services that helps these companies to be future fit. So we provide custom technical support. We try and understand the environment that they're working in. We go back and we look at the expertise within our institution, and we put together communities of practice that can really build relationships. And apart from doing projects, that we have this continuous engagement, and also demonstrating new innovations and technologies to government. If we have smart leak detection, new microgrid solutions, batteries, you name it, lots of innovations that's coming from industry. We need to bring this into our local and provincial government so that we can apply it and find solutions, and that's a lot of what we do is in that space. We do a lot of capacity development and also working with other institutions to help them upskill their lecturers at the TVETs, for instance, so that they can implement new programs and new curriculum. So being part of that innovation ecosystem is a big part of what we do. And then a lot of R&D support, financial support. We do a lot of funding applications. We try and engage as broadly as we can to attract funding to support the SMMEs and also help them to apply for funding in the same way. We look at sustainability and compliance services. So we have lots of beautiful regulation. Our environment is protected in the Constitution. So how do we get our small businesses to be compliant? Digital transformation, using technology in that space so that they can be more efficient and competitive, and creating lots of opportunities for networking and collaboration, and ensuring that resource efficiency is front and center in how our businesses are operating and how they are using their resources from an environmental perspective, but also for them to save money and to make their business more competitive in that way. At PEATS, I think as researchers and young researchers, we need to be aware of the fact that there's a continuum or a spectrum that our research can fit in, and it can be investigator-driven, where your own interests and skills and expertise are applied. Or on the other side of the spectrum, it can be community-driven, and we sit in between these stages of research. And not all research can be community-driven, but I think there's a massive opportunity for innovation when we are creating these helixes of collaboration between government, industry, community, and academia. And we allow community to share knowledge and to also inform us. So it's not just us imparting information, but that we really try and respond to the needs of society and look at how to resolve those issues. So the way that we do it is to align the KPIs of the Technology Station program with that of the institution. We ensure that we're creating an opportunity for learning for our students, that we are integrating what we are doing in the curriculum and also in the research agenda. So on our side, we have the operational requirements to provide enterprise support and industry collaboration. We use the university facilities and we employ the students, which is a wonderful opportunity for them as a first employer to test those new skills and to be in the innovation space. And then we have specific outputs around attracting funding and ensuring that there's research output that brings that together. But it's really, I think the secret is in combining these three pillars of higher education institution around teaching, research, and our community engagement. And at the center are the projects that we do. So we follow a project-based approach, and essentially the Technology Station program is only activated when we have an entrepreneur or an inventor or a small business that approach us with their specific problem. So we are engaged through our clients. We see it as a client. It's not a beneficiary model, but working with our clients to solve their problems. And we bring that back into our curriculum and our research environment. And at PEATS, what we do is we manage the project. We ensure that it's not following an academic cycle, but that we are following the project cycle with the project deliverables and that we get that out. And a lot of what we do is to draw in the resources that we need to implement these projects. Because higher education institutions exist ultimately to teach and to do research, and community engagements tend to fall behind. And what the Technology Station program does, it gives us a structured approach to look at how do we integrate this into that day-to-day activity at the institution, and really finding those links between the curriculum and the research that we do. And we find that in our R&D and innovation projects that can lead to commercialization. It enhances our teaching. It's a more engaged environment for students if they are participating in real life projects, that they can see the impact of the work that they're doing. And for the entrepreneurs, it really engages them, and having a university as part of their team often gives them that support that they need to push on and to cross that valley of death to get to the other side. So the one thing that's quite significant is that this is not something you do on your own as a unit on the side. And I think we often suffer because of the silos that are created, and our departments like the TTOs are sitting on the side and it's not part of the faculty and integrated. But really, you can only have this kind of collaboration if you have really good stakeholder engagement. And around the themes that we work in, we have within the university a network of reliable academics that like this kind of work and that can lift their heads from the test tubes and participate. We've got a wide network of community and civil society NGOs that we work with, obviously industry and small businesses. Government is a massive partner. So around each theme, we have this community of practice. I always joke and say that's why I have about 12 meetings a day, because we have all these partners that we have to collaborate with and engage with, and it takes a lot of effort to keep everyone together and to work towards a common goal. But you can't do it without the network. So we are only as strong as our network. And a big part of what we do at the technology stations is to be that connector between ourselves and the players within the innovation ecosystem. So we would like to leverage technology innovation as a catalytic driver for social change in the global south. It aligns perfectly with UJ's mandate. And all of that we do, we try and structure big programs. So in terms of supporting energy strategy development, looking at your 30-year plan, whether it's a small business or a district municipality, local municipalities, we've done a lot of work, and also attracting additional funding to do this work, capacitating, linking to our master's program in sustainable energy so that we can upskill the next generation of consultants and experts in this space. We're all aware of the energy crisis. And then on the other spectrum, we work with the TVET colleges to help them implement the new solar PV technician curriculum, which is only starting now, which is quite shocking. We only have about 5 or 6 TVET colleges that can train candidates in this space. So you can see how all of that comes together as a program. And then within that space, we've got entrepreneurs that have new solutions and technologies around battery management, life cycle assessment, recycling of solar panels, and bringing all of that together is one of the examples.
Sorry,
this was a lovely...
Sorry, Nikki, we just have 1 minute left. Thank you.
I've got about 2 slides left, so I'm almost there. This was a lovely project in the Eastern Cape where we're extracting moisture from air, going into rural villages and providing access to water. International collaboration, technology demonstration, bringing in the local and district municipality to understand the technology and the solution. And we've provided water at homes and at schools. So really bringing in new innovations and technologies into communities to provide access to water. And then one of my pet projects within UJ is with the African Reclaimers Organization, where we're looking at integration of the formal and informal sector. And really, this is a university-wide engagement with local and provincial governments supporting it, working in the townships, understanding the circular economy of township enterprises, and helping at that level to come up with industrial symbiosis solutions and how everything comes together. And all of this is enabled through the Technology Station program. If I was an academic with a normal teaching load and research load, it's very difficult to implement these projects. But creating these nodes like the TTO, like the Tech Station programs, It enables us as universities to respond to the needs of society and also our sustainable development goals. And I think I will end there. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Nikki, for that presentation and sharing with us what your technology station is contributing. And I think it's been mentioned, Nelson Mandela also hosts 2 technology stations, one that's hosted at ENSA and another one that's hosted at Innoventin. Innoventin one is on chemical downstream processing and the ENSA one is on engineering innovations. Unfortunately, colleagues, we have run out of time, so we won't have time for Q&A unless there's really 2 really burning questions. Okay, we'll take one. Going, gone. We'll just take that one.
Morning, everyone. My name is Ritumet Malafani, and my question is to Ms. Charsley regarding when one determines an RP for student or research, what's the basis or formula used to determine the equitable or fair RP for that invention that's taken to the marketplace? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Ms. Charleston.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the question. I think it is not a straightforward question. What we will determine when your technology transfer office receives your invention disclosure, they will look at it in broad terms. They will evaluate, first of all, can it get protection? So is it new? Is it inventive? Does it, should we protect it? Should we keep it a secret? Then we will look at where is the reach? Where is the market? Where do we want to make that impact? Interestingly, one of my greatest examples I have seen was one where a university came up with a revolutionary way to encapsulate the medication. However, it was revolutionary. They patented it. It's a game changer. However, when they had to go to market, they realized that the pharmaceutical companies had to almost rebuild their whole factory to accommodate for this invention. And so although all of those previous steps were done, it was great. It deserved protection. It was actually patented. It still didn't succeed in the market. And so I don't think there is a clear-cut answer for what you need. But that is why we have the technology transfer offices. That is why, as Grace has said, Gobile and her team is your best friends. We encourage you to, even if you just have an idea, send it to the office. They can do the reviews. They have the necessary skills to guide you through this, to help you through this process, and to say to you, maybe not now, let us go back, work a little bit more. Or, absolutely fantastic, you want to go present somewhere, let's secure a pending IP right so that you can work further with it. And so I think my advice would be, and I know that your policy within the university has these invention disclosure templates, and that guides you through some of the questions that you need to answer to determine whether it should be submitted. But I think the best advice I can give is go knock on that door, go have coffee with them, because they will be able to guide you through it. And as you have heard today, they are the conduit for going to TIA. So if your project is, needs further development, they will put you in contact with TIA. They will put you in contact with any person that you need, because they are your conduit. So I'm not sure if I answered your question, but Kobile, I'm sure you've got much more to add.
I will not add it at this time, but we do have tea. You can engage me after the session if you'd like to know. And there's also colleagues from the Innovation Office. I'll take the opportunity to just say, there's Dr. Adati Jogweni, who's the Tech Transfer Manager, so please corner her at tea as well. And we also have another colleague who works with the disclosures, Pumela, I don't see her. There's also her, so she can also help you with that process. So we'll come to the end, and I'd like to thank our speakers.
Just one.
The bell went, but okay, one. Quick.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Chair and the Speaker. You mentioned that most of these partners in the triple helix work in silos, and that is observable because some of the innovations might be successful at the TTC level, but maybe in the market they don't, as what she answered. So how can we bridge the gap to reduce failure, but particularly bring universities to work closer with innovation hubs? Because innovation hubs normally have a good way of perfecting the route to market. Thank you.
Is there a particular speaker you would like to address the question to? Mr. Manning.
No, thank you. I mean, you are actually right that universities do struggle, more especially, to translate or translate those ideas into products and services successfully into the market. And what is the biggest missing link is that when they are busy developing the technology, they are not necessarily involving industry or involving markets a lot. And right now it has become very important that when you are busy developing your technology, you start involving customers or markets early on. So have an industry advisor, somebody you actually bring in close. You can actually start talking to them from ideation, sort of like, to say, this is what I'm working on. Is this solving some of your challenges? Is this relevant? Because we have seen it also within the seed fund for over the 12 years that we've been working. Most of the technologies that go to market are mostly from SMMEs, and the university ones are actually lagging behind a bit. And some of the reasons is because there isn't a lot of industry engagements from when they are busy developing the technology. But I think from our end, we are also trying to make sure that we foster bringing in industry advisors or bringing in markets early on. Sometimes it's just a phone call away. Sometimes it's just doing a quick survey with what you deem as your markets to actually get feedback. But I think going forward, what we are also going to be doing in the seed fund is try to actually enforce that, to say that at this stage you at least need a report from an industry expert or an opinion from the market that informs whether this technology is relevant or not. Because we've seen it, that the technology, as Yatania said, the technology is developed when it's time, and you realize that we've spent a lot of money by the time we actually realize that actually it's not necessarily.
Can I just thank you very much for the conversation. But since Mr. Van is here, can I encourage you to continue the conversation during tea? Thank you very much. I'd like to thank all our speakers for participating this morning. And I'd also like to thank the audience for being a good audience, very quiet during presentations and engaging at the end. And this is the end of this session. With the next session, we'll start at 11 o'clock. We're going to have very insightful discussions on SDG 7 on energy and SDG 3 on health. So please come and join us. We'll start promptly at 11 o'clock. Thank you.
Colleagues, can I ask you to please take your seats? We are heading for 11 on the dot so that we can start. Mobile, I think we need to play some music to get the audience to come in. You want to come and join?
Hello, how are you? Hi, Tom, nice to meet you. My name is Dylan. I'm Jackie. Nice to meet you, Jackie. Your face looks familiar. Are you from TV Inside? Yeah. I work at Keynote Inside. Very busy, but I always say it's better to have this one.
I'm just going to give it 1 more minute before we start, since we were running late in the previous session, so that we just afford people the time to bring their coffee, etc., with them, so that we can have an audience at least as well. Okay, very good morning to you all, and welcome to this session on the SDGs. This particular session will focus on SDG 7. We're getting a bit of a feedback on the mic here. My name is Darrell van Greunen. I am a Distinguished Professor of Information Technology in the Faculty of Engineering, the Built Environment and Technology, and also the Director of the Center for Community Technologies. So it's very pleasant for me to be standing here this morning and talking about this particular topic that we are looking at. We know that SDG 7 deals with affordable and clean energy, And as such, we've invited a few of our esteemed colleagues to speak to us about this. And we all know that this is a topic that we should be paying close attention to. So I would like to introduce our panelists to you. The first colleague is Dr. Thabo Hlalele, who's from the Energy Research Center at the CSIR, or the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. Dr. Hlalele will provide insights into the CSIR's energy research initiatives and the role of innovation in advancing clean energy solutions for the region. Our second participant, panelist, is Dr. Jackie McClelland, who's the Operations Manager for PV Insight. PV Insight, for those who do not know, is a spin-out company of Mandela University. Dr. McClelland will discuss the contributions to photovoltaic technology, focusing on how solar energy advancements contribute to affordable clean energy. So we look forward to that. And then our third speaker in this panelist is Ms. Edem Foley, who's the project manager for Uyilo E-Mobility Technology Innovation Program. In the previous session, you heard lots about technology innovations, so now you will see some of that in practice. Edem will share with us her expertise on the integration of e-mobility technologies in the clean energy landscape and the impact of such innovations on achieving sustainability goals. So let us extend a warm welcome to our three panelists, please. Without any further ado, I'm going to call upon the first one, and that is Dr. Hlalele, to please share with us some insights on this very topic. Over to you, Thabo. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Thabo Hlalele. I am from the CSIR. I see that my slides are already starting to move, but nonetheless. So I will be giving an overview of the work that we are doing at the CSIR, in particular, the Energy Research Center. No worries, no worries. Yeah, I'll try to be as brief as possible, given the fact that we are time constrained and we'd like to sort of also make it a bit of a practical session, given the fact that the first part of the session in the morning was sort of an overview. And from where I'm coming from, I will be providing a energy perspective and the work that we're doing in the CSIR. And that is divided into about 4 portions in terms of the presentation. Number 1 is just to give you an overall landscape of the energy landscape in the country. What does that mean from the electricity and energy as a whole? And thereafter focusing on the different research, development, and innovation flagship programs, and some of which the CSR is a part of, and in particular the Energy Center. Thereafter, some of the contributions that we're doing in that space, and obviously the final takeaways. Now, just to give you a brief of an overview in terms of the work that the CSR does, and in particular the Energy Center, the work focuses across the entire energy value chain, essentially from the supply side all the way to the demand side, with particular areas such as your energy supply, looking at different renewable energy resources that are available in the country, particularly the renewable energy resources, and also some of the clean energy alternative that we can sort of take into account. And then from the energy electrochemical point of view, development of batteries, the batteries such as the LMO type of batteries, both for stationary as well as mobility application. And then moving into the hydrogen space, where we're also focusing on not the electrolyzer, but particularly the fuel cell technologies that we've sort of been working, and that is also part of the flagship programs that we're also part of in terms of the HISA infrastructure. We've got another area that really focuses on the systems perspective. And what do I mean by that? Essentially, when you think about energy, you also have to think about, from a systematic point of view, how do you transition a country from a high carbon economy to a low carbon economy, and that sort of looks at the different pathways that you can ultimately achieve, and from that perspective, ultimately reaching the net zero objectives. And from there, you're able to take that high-level pathway into something that is much more operational, in a sense that you are looking at the impact of power systems once you sort of have this overall big plan. So I will be going into a bit of a detailed type of presentation, and I hope I'm not going to lose most of the audience, but I'll try and sort of keep it very high level in a sense that understanding that I'm working with different audiences. So where are we at the moment? South Africa really grapples with a number of challenges that really affects how we sort of address our social and economic development. In the main, they're essentially about, everyone is aware of the 3 targets that we're sort of trying to achieve. Number 1 being the decarbonization. And from a decarbonization point of view, we are looking at how can South Africa achieve its NDC, nationally determined contributions. And you all know that the NDCs are targeted to be in the range of 350 to about 420 by 2030. So that essentially means how do we accelerate access to energy, right, in the most clean way? And how do we achieve that by adding more renewable resources into the grid from the electricity perspective? From the transport point of view, how do we transition to other low carbon fuels? Can we use hydrogen as one of the alternatives, given the fact that it's one of the clean energy carriers, right? And there are all these other variants that we sort of look into in terms of trying to achieve that. On the other part, how do we achieve decentralization? And what does that mean in the most simplistic way? I'm sure from the electricity perspective, you've sort of heard of renewable energy coming on board. Now the question then becomes, how do you integrate renewable energy and ensure that you accelerate energy access to rural communities? And that essentially speaks to the microgrids, and I'm sure some of you might have heard of microgrids. Essentially, it's a combination of different energy technologies, ultimately supplying a rural community, be it intergrid connected or non-grid connected, that ultimately affords the reliability as well as resiliency of your system as you're trying to transition from that perspective. Obviously, the other part is the technology or digitalization. How do we utilize technology to sort of accelerate the digitalization in terms of this transition that we have? And of course, quite recently, we've also heard of what comes to mind as democratization, which essentially is in trying to achieve your targets in terms of the NDCs. How do you ensure that there's equitable and access to electricity? And what you also see on the slide here is sort of it's sort of slightly backdated in terms of the data, but it gives you the electricity access in the SADC region, right? And what do I mean by that? And you can see South Africa sort of has a significantly high energy access compared to the other countries. And I think at the moment, the latest data was sort of showing roughly about 95%. We're almost at 100%, right? And to get to that other 5%, whatever the case is, we probably need technologies such as microgrids to sort of enable us to actually get to that point. So this sort of gives you that sort of high-level view of the challenge that we're sort of trying to address, and how technology and how research and innovation can sort of tap into that to ultimately unlock that. But I'd like to take a step further and sort of focus on the energy aspect or the electricity part of the energy. And if you look at South Africa as a whole, and I'm sure you guys might have seen this, this is South Africa in terms of the electricity point of view. We've got a nominal installed capacity of about 55 gigawatts, of which most of it is coming from coal-fired. And we are seeing a slightly improvement in terms of the renewable energy that has been installed to date, which is roughly about 6.2 gigawatt. Obviously, this is purely based on the REAP program, right? It's excluding all these embedded generation that has come on board, and I think that is in the range of 4 to 5 gigawatt of electricity that we've sort of seen. And that in turn has also helped to improve the current situation that we've all known and we are sort of seeing. Now, South Africa being highly dominated by coal and fossil fuel in that regard, the question still remains, how do we transition to that, and how do we start increasing the share of variable renewable energy sources? And you can see not much installation has been done in terms of the REAP program, but you can see the different contributions of different technologies from coal all the way to, in any case, the imports that we're sort of getting from the country between 2023 to 2024. And you can see that we're not doing so much in terms of the renewable, according to the plan that we have in terms of IRP. Most of the plants that will be coming online would be around 2026 because some of them are currently in construction. And I'm sure being in the region such as PE, you have seen some of these wind turbines coming on board, and we are likely to see more, and that is likely to increase as we move forward. And in essence, what are those challenges that we are facing? For the most part, I think round about last year, we were experiencing a number of challenges around the electricity energy availability factor, which essentially decreased or declined to the lowest point around, in terms of the average, about 55%. And round about this year, we're starting to see a sort of an improvement in terms of the EAF, which essentially has been one of the reasons that we have experienced less load shedding, or whatever the case may be. But generally, what is it that we're trying to achieve? Decarbonizing our electricity system, while also ensuring that we're trying to achieve our NDC requirements in the range of 420 to 350. But one of the key things that we are also seeing in this space is that South Africa is an import of technology, particularly solar panels, as well as lithium-ion batteries, and it's in the range of billions, right? And it keeps on increasing. So the work that we do really try to address those critical challenges. How do we become active participant, either in localization or in the actually development of those technologies? And this then speaks to the programs that have been put in place in the country, and I think spearheaded by DSI. And I think earlier this morning you heard about the decadal plan. But I've just taken the energy aspect of the decadal plan. And I'd like to focus our attention largely on number 2 and number 3, because the CSIR has been involved in 2 and 3. What is 2 and 3? Hydrogen South Africa and energy storage RDI. So in the Hydrogen South Africa, there's about 3: hydrogen infrastructure, hydrogen systems, and the other one. So we have been involved in hydrogen infrastructure, where we've developed a number of fuel cells, right, in collaboration with other institutions, and some of the storage component that is related to that. And why is hydrogen important? Obviously, it's one of the low carbon energy carriers that the future is sort of moving towards. And the work that we've been doing there has largely been supported by the DSI, and we continue to be relevant in that space, right? Because hydrogen is likely to play a significant role in the country, not just for the local consumption, but also for the export market that we are sort of targeting to get the hydrogen out there. But of particular importance, especially in the space where we're trying to accelerate renewable energy penetration in the system, energy storage will play a pivotal role. What do I mean by that? If you look at the overall energy system, as I already highlighted earlier on, with about 6 to 7% penetration in terms of renewable energy sources from solar and wind, you realize that you can sort of get more the moment you couple renewable energy with storage. And that's exactly the type of work that we're doing through this consortium that the DSI established, where it's a number of institutions, CSIR, a number of other councils such as ANEXA, University of Limpopo, and private companies that are also sort of working together towards developing this battery that the local economy sort of requires to actually enable the hydrogen as well as the renewable energy space, because that speaks hand in hand. And obviously there's also other programs such as your renewable energy hubs and spokes, as well as the carbon capture and storage, which we are not involved, but essentially speaks to the decadal plan in terms of trying to accelerate these points. I would like to also sort of give you an overview of some of the work that we've done, which continues to be very instrumental. What you see on the picture here, it's 2 maps. The first one is the Wind Atlas of South Africa. Now, why is this important? Wind Atlas of South Africa has literally been a spearhead of unlocking the wind energy in the country, because this was back in 2008 when we actually did not have any wind farms in the country. And you can see from that, we have done a lot of measurement campaigns to sort of taking the numerical analysis and putting the actual measurements to come up with this Wind Atlas of South Africa, right? South Africa is one of few countries that has its Wind Atlas of South Africa, and this is the work that we do. And currently, where we are right now, we are looking into phase 4 of this program, where we'll be more focused on the inland. And what do I mean by that? Inland, the Mpumalanga regions and all that, to understand the type of wind profiles that we have, largely to actually enable the energy transition that is currently ongoing in that place. On the right-hand side, you also see another map there, which is the offshore wind atlas, basically trying to ascertain and understand the type of wind that is available offshore, right? It sort of gives you a picture there, and it's a project that we're sort of busy with at the moment, and it's coupled with some of the work that our colleagues from the environment have already done in terms of identifying renewable energy development zones. And all that is what you can see here. And that's the work that CSR continues to do and continues to pioneer and in unlocking these nascent industries, particularly to support renewables, as well as the hydrogen space. A typical tool that we've also been working together with our colleagues from the mining clusters is what we call digital twinning, right? And digital twinning essentially helps you to understand how you can, on the one hand, is taking into account the probabilistic analysis and using that to understand how a specific technology will play out, right? Be it in the initial phase or in the operational phase. And what we are also seeing is that if you can utilize this tool, you can potentially reduce the production cost by up to 15%. And that is a significant part, largely because in the hydrogen space, you are essentially talking about the cost of producing that hydrogen. And if this tool can reduce that cost by up to 15%, you can also already start to understand that the impact is quite significant in unlocking this hydrogen economy. And of course, there are different other aspects that you can get from that. This sort of maps out different activities this sort of maps out different activities that the CSR is involved. And again, I said energy center, but this gives you the CSR perspective. It's across the entire value chain of the hydrogen economy, starting with water, starting with basically renewable or water, all the way to different derivatives that you can get from hydrogen. And this is basically us helping to unlock the hydrogen economy in the country, utilizing the existing skills that we have in that space. So in summary, what am I saying? I'm saying that the CSR is already involved in this innovation space. Number one, to support with decision making, right, so that proper decisions can be made. But more importantly, to ensure that as we make those decisions, we de-risk those investments, and in so doing, also develop those technologies beyond just the piloting point, and ultimately ensure that those technologies are also incorporated in this new economy that we are sort of moving towards. And lastly, we are pioneering in terms of standardization of these technologies as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for sticking to the time as well. Our next presenter will be Jackie McClelland, and we just need to find her presentation. There we go, Dr. Crozia McClelland. It's at the end of this session. So over to you, Jackie.
Awesome, thank you very much. Yes, so today I'm going to be speaking about innovation in the changing energy landscape, looking specifically from the work that we've been doing at PV Insight. So PV Insight is a spin-out company from the Nelson Mandela University, specifically doing PV module testing and PV plant inspections. So my knowledge of the PV industry and the energy industry in South Africa is very specialized in this very special section of lab quality. So when I'm asked to do talks like this, I have to try my best to try to be like a generalist in the topic. But what I wanted to just start with is just an overview of PV in South Africa over the last 10 years or so. So the PV industry was very much dependent on the utility scale installations that were part of the REAP project. These started in 2014, and there were a couple bid windows, bid window 1, 2, and 3, up until about 2016, and then there were significant delays in the program, which meant that the utility scale PV installations, which is obviously a big PV plant, the growth of those sort of has stalled over the years. There are bid windows that are now in construction and financial close. But what took over from that is the embedded generation side. So that's all the shopping centers and mines and commercial entities and residential and farming where large PV plants are being installed. So PV is photovoltaics, which is solar panels. So it's that specific part of the solar energy. which again, a few years ago, you had to be really very specific about what part of solar energy it is, but now PV has surpassed as being the dominant form of of solar energy and renewable energy in South Africa. So that embedded generation, that portion of the installed capacity in South Africa, is made up by different projects, and there is also quite a fair amount of debate about the actual size of this portion and how much installed PV exists in that segment, because not all these projects are registered. So especially in a smaller scale, residential installations are very likely to not be registered. So the other graph that I find very interesting, coming from a PV module quality side, is this is a graph of the PV module imports into South Africa since, I think it's 2010. So very far into 2010, and that massive peak is quarter to 2023. So in 2023, everyone said we're installing PV because of load shedding. So that peak is directly related to the bad levels of load shedding that were occurring in 2023. And this meant an enormous amount of PV modules were imported into the country in a very short period of time. So as you can see from the tail end of the graph, that the more recent import values are much more usual and have gone back to their normal levels. There is obviously a lot of modules that have been imported into the country at that point. And not all of them would have been installed, so they are presumably in the market at the moment for installation. So that graph speaks to locally what happened in the PV industry with the imports indicating the demand, because obviously what I didn't say is those other peaks that happened at earlier years, those are related to the utility scale projects that occurred at certain points. But globally, the cost of PV modules has come down quite significantly. So from 2010, which is the start of the graph, to now, you can see quite a significant drop in the cost of PV modules. So it has become the most cost-effective renewable energy solution. And tied to that, again, I don't want to get in the technical sides too much, but there's been significant changes in the PV modules themselves. So in 2014, your standard PV module would be about 280 watts, and it would be about 1.8 meters tall. So really a normal size. Now you're getting up to modules that are 720 watts, like this one was at an exhibition earlier in the month, and that is 2.4 meters tall. So these are being used in the utility scale. There are advantages to the bigger modules because it does reduce some of the costs of the system. But there are disadvantages, and they're more difficult to handle, and they're heavier, and so. But the point being that over this period of time, there's been significant changes in the technology as well. So to speak specifically from the PV Insights side, how we've evolved in this changing market and worked within the university and spun out from it. This is just a brief timeline. The research that was done at in the physics department at Nelson Mandela University started quite a while ago, and various research groups were formed. There was a Center for Energy Research in 2006. And then in 2014, there was a need for the commercial testing of PV modules. So that, again, tying with that utility scale development of utility scale projects, then the photovoltaics testing lab was set up, and that operated within the university. And that developed, and we were accredited with SANOS for our laboratory testing in 2016. Sorry, I should practice all my dates before they get me confused. Okay, and then 2017, the PV Insight spun out as a company, and then these changing requirements from the PV modules has meant that with time we've had to change our services, we've had to buy new equipment, and continually grow. We've tested majority of the projects in the utility scale projects in South Africa. We've had some testing presence there, and the company continues to add new services. So just briefly, this is the laboratory, the first mobile lab that was purchased. So it is a fully mobile test center that can do power measurements and electroluminescence measurements. So the basic performance and quality tests that are needed on a PV module, it can go on site and do that. So the module is loaded, and then the tests are all done within the container. The challenge with this was, as the modules got bigger, this no longer suited the purpose, because once the module gets more than 2 meters tall, it can't fit in that tray system anymore. So in 2022, we had to purchase a new piece of equipment that allows for that larger size of modules. So that change in those industry standards has had the direct implication of meaning that our laboratory, majority of the laboratories in the world, have had to buy brand new equipment or upgrade their equipment just to meet that changing technology. But now we have the new mobile lab, which is based in a trailer. It's probably the only one of these units that is in a trailer. They are all over the world, but they normally put them into like a sprinter van. So we have it in a trailer, and it's working very well. And the idea would be that this goes onto a PV plant, and we can test the modules there without them being removed from the plant. We also are ramping up our on-site testing. These are pictures of projects that we've done both commercially and also as part of a research project that we did with the students from the PV research group at Nelson Mandela University. So the idea is to gather data, get real-time information about the degradation of the PV modules, identify safety risks, and working on a working commercial PV plant, which is a very good experience for the students and also very good for the company PV Insight to learn how to improve their services and to develop new options. Yeah, so the main services that have been developed will all look at the quality and performance of PV modules. So these are things like visual inspection, determining the power output of a module, and then electroluminescence imaging, which allows defects and things to be identified. Yeah, so in summary, there's a lot of changes in the PV industry, and I think things have happened very quickly in the last few years of how quickly the embedded generation side and how quickly things have been installed. And there's a lot of influence by both international factors that affect this industry and the demand, as well as local things like the load shedding coming and going has had a significant effect on the demand and the rate at which things are installed, as well as other benefits like just the general cost benefits of PV in a business. So there's a lot of potential for PV in South Africa, and I think that the road ahead will be hopefully a smooth and sunny road. Thanks. Let me just get out of this for you. Thanks.
Thank you very much for those insights, and those of you who are from Gqeberha will know that of late we really need these inputs since we've had some interesting times. I recently said to someone In days gone by, we've gone from Port Elizabeth to Gqeberha, and people used to say the friendly city and the windy city. I think we're now known as the city without electricity. But anyway, be that as it may. So our final speaker is our colleague from Uyelo. So we look forward to hearing more about what is happening in your space. Please.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Adam Foley. I'm the program manager for the Uyelo e-mobility program. Our program, it was initiated by the Technology Innovation Agency about 10.5 years ago, and its primary goal is to enable, facilitate, and mobilize the e-mobility ecosystem in South Africa, and to ensure that once the technology arrives and it's widely accepted, we have the skills to support the technology, and that our local communities do not get left behind. So I decided today to look at or to share our activities in terms of a case study. We are currently part of a 51-member consortium known as the Smart Energy Solutions for Africa project, which is funded by the EU Horizon Europe. So the CESA project, or Smart Energy Solutions for Africa project, is a collaborative project between 9 African countries and the European Union, and its primary goal is to provide energy access to technologies and business models that can easily be replicated across Africa and also generate local opportunities and economic development and social cohesion on the continent. The mission of the project is to boost the accessibility of innovative, affordable, and efficient renewable energy solutions in Africa, to facilitate exchange and have partnerships between Europe and Africa on sustainable energy innovation, to enable innovators in African urban and rural areas and communities to leapfrog into sustainable energy, to also co-develop, innovate, and replicate innovative energy solutions tailored to urban and rural contexts across Africa, and also to foster long-term partnerships, primarily public-private partnerships, and exchange innovative, sustainable energy solutions. So the project involves living labs, and there's a living lab that Uyelo has set up in the community of Alistair. And the whole purpose of the living labs is to validate and test the innovations and see how they can be replicated across Africa and how we can use the lessons learned to optimize the solutions going forward. So the aim of the living lab, which is on the main road in Alistair, is to test, validate, and evaluate the performance of a containerized off-grid solar energy system. And our local enterprise partner is Green Solar Academy, and they are developing a build, operate, share business model to ensure self-sufficient rural solar energy hubs, and also try and analyze how these hubs have replication potential. And Uyelo's role is to develop a business model with a productive use case of electric mobility using renewable energy for the transportation of goods and services. So I'll go through a number of the technologies being tested in the living lab. First technology is an off-grid containerized solar energy system, and the benefits of that is that it can supply energy in remote locations and areas where either there is no electricity available, there's a problem with electrical infrastructure, or the electricity grid is constrained. And also using solar PV to convert sunlight into electricity using PV cells. The second technology being tested is second life electric vehicle batteries. So these are retired EV batteries that are used or taken out of the car when they're no longer useful for the car. So when the battery reaches 80% capacity, it's no longer useful for the car, but can be repurposed for energy storage. And the benefits for this repurposing is that surplus solar energy can be stored in the batteries and used when energy from the sun is low, for example, during the evenings. We're also testing productive use cases for microelectric vehicles. These are typically vehicles that operate at a speed of about 25 kilometers to 45 kilometers per hour, and these are ideally used for short distance trips. And the benefits of that is that you have lower maintenance costs because it's cheaper to maintain than a petrol or diesel vehicle, and then it's also charged using renewable energy. The final technology being tested is an information spot. So the information spot basically is an extender for providing internet access and Wi-Fi for the community. So the community is able to, for example, type up CVs, look for business opportunities or advertise their services, or put up notices on the community social pages. For example, when it's time for the community members to collect their SASSA grants, they can put that onto, they can use that facility to advertise that to the community. So some of the activities of the Living Lab include offering transportation services using microelectric vehicles. The good thing about that is that at the moment there's no public transport service in Ellisdale, and the public transport service in Ellisdale is minimal, and because of that it becomes unaffordable in a way for the community to get transport. So for 5 kilometers, the private transport services ask for as much as 50 to 100 rand for them to travel. But because we have introduced the use of microelectric vehicles, we can charge them as little as 10 rand per trip, and they're quite grateful for that. There's also the Internet Cafe, and Green Solar Academy is also involved in solar PV training and installation so that the community has a skill and they could use that to start their own business on solar PV installation. And then what is also very important is that we have a good relationship with community leaders, such as the Care Ellisdale Community Center and also Shamari Game Reserve. And these relationships are very important because they help us get community buy-in. Because without community buy-in, when you put your assets there, they will be taken away. So the main thing is, before you ever implement a project in any community, you need to get community buy-in so that they can support your activities and support the technology that you want to demonstrate and validate. What was also very important in this project is bringing together multiple disciplines. So we've got scientists, engineers, people who specialize in business and economic sciences, social sciences, and humanities, which is all needed to make this project a success. And the outcomes of the project are productive energy use cases, which can be replicated across Africa. So a solar off-grid containerized hub for productive use, such as lighting, charging, and supporting services, and e-mobility, which is affordable local transportation of goods and passengers, and Second Life lithium-ion batteries for stationary energy storage. And just a little bit of who we are and what we do. Our facilities are housed at North Campus in the Faculty of Engineering, the Built Environment and Technology, and we support the entire e-mobility ecosystem, from energy generation, smart grids, charging infrastructure, standards. We also do training, and we also look at battery recycling and battery second life activities. We have an accredited battery testing and materials characterization facility. We also have an electric vehicle systems facility, which we use a lot for skills development and training, and assisting with creating a skills development pipeline. Then we also have a smart grid ecosystem, which we normally call a live testing environment, which really allows OEMs and small, medium enterprises to come and test their e-mobility solutions, products, and services within our facilities. Thank you very much. I'm happy to take questions afterwards.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all the speakers, and also for honouring the time, which means that we have some time for questions from the audience. So I would like to ask that if you pose a question, just to introduce yourself and then also say at which panelist the question is directed, please. There's Professor Cherry, Janet Cherry over there.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks very much for the interesting presentations. I've got two comments, questions. The one is around e-mobility and green hydrogen as well. So it's to two of the panelists. And that is, can you envisage in Nelson Mandela Bay, as a city of 1.2 million people, a completely transformed transport system, public transport system, where you have the main arteries of the IPTS at the moment, which is buses, diesel buses, being fueled by green hydrogen fuel cells, and that then feeds into small nodes where there are little taxis which are electric vehicles, like Uyilo is using, which I think is a fantastic model. I mean, that Uyilo, little vehicles for short distances, instead of the jikelezas, you know, which go around, short distances using a solar panel or battery. Is that viable? I think this has to be looked at in the context of the auto industry, the transformation of the auto industry, which is going to be pushed by global factors, including the CBAM in Europe, which is going to force us to have vehicles which are produced with lower carbon content. And at the moment, the auto industry here is resisting that. So they're saying, no, we're going to carry on with ICEs because we've got an African market and it's not cost effective to change our entire production system. But there is a real thing hanging over this, because, you know, if in the north, in the global north, if all vehicles transform into electric vehicles or hydrogen vehicles, hypothetically in the next 15 years, 20 years even, which is what is required, in fact, if we're going to have a proper decarbonization of the system, then our whole industry is going to have to transform, the entire industrial base. My second point is just in response to the Uyilo Alisdale project, which is very interesting to me. I realized none of the speakers referred to the just energy transition. What is the economic impact? How is this affecting people? How do ordinary people benefit from this? What jobs are lost, etc. And I like the containerized hub with an internet cafe and so on. I don't know if you're aware that we do have a project like that in KwaZulu, where we've got a PV solar hub with a neighborhood cooperative where people are using that electricity. But the question is, what is the economic benefit to that local population in Alisdale? I mean, what do they get from it? Is somebody running that internet cafe as a business? And is it a community business, or is it just somebody who's got got the luck to be running it? Or is it a free service for community, which is a nice thing? But, I mean, we're looking at going beyond a sort of charity or experiment, but to something which actually transforms people's lives, so that people actually contribute by producing renewable energy and selling it to the grid, even undercutting Eskom. Sorry if Eskom's represented here, but, you know, we can produce electricity locally with PV solar. I mean, that is the whole benefit of PV solar. It can be decentralized. It can be controlled by local cooperatives, communities. It can serve the off-grid function, as you so correctly pointed out, where in the rural areas there's another experiment here near Fort Beaufort, where they've got a mini grid, etc. So these things are not unknown, but I'm arguing these are at far, far, far too small a level. This tiny little experiment in Alice, having a container with some solar panels. I mean, it's great, but really, after, you know, is this how far we've got? We really struggled in KwaZulu to get, and it's not a problem with community buy-in. So I'm coming from the social sciences. I'm not coming from the technology space. The technology exists. We love this technology. It's going to work for us. But we need buy-in at the economic level, at the policy level, at the municipal regulation level. It's got to transform the whole system. Sorry, I'm making a bit of a speech here, but this is my thing at the moment. Thanks.
Thank you very much for those comments, Janet. And yes, obviously some food for thought in that. Let me go to the panelists and ask, let me maybe start with Edom, if you would like to respond to some of the comments relating to the setup in Alice, etc., and then we'll take it from there.
Thank you very much for your comments. They were extremely insightful. So the main purpose of the project in Alicedale, we're working with countries across the continent. So the aim is to prove that the technology works, that the solution works, that it can uplift the community so that it can be replicated across the continent. So that's the one thing. And then the second thing, in terms of the just energy transition, what we are doing in the Alicedale community, the person who does run the solar center is an NGO. So Green Solar Academy, which was got selected as part of an entrepreneur's call, they assisted in setting up the solar perspective of the hub. And what we're aiming to do is, when the project ends on the 30th of September 2025, we are working quite closely with this NGO to hand over the assets to the NGO so they can carry on with the business activities. So what we do now is we work closely with the NGO, looking at business models, testing the business models, doing financial projections to see what we can do to make the business sustainable. And then we also have peer exchanges between various African countries like Ghana, Kenya, Rwanda, Malawi, who are also implementing similar projects. And we have peer exchanges with them all the time, sometimes in person in a specific country, or sometimes online, where we look at the challenges and how to resolve the challenges. So yes, I agree with you, technology is fantastic, but there are the business aspects and the social science aspects that have to be taken into account when looking at such a project. Like, for example, simple things. How do you insure the vehicles? How do you protect the passengers of the vehicles? How much can you charge for the solar PV training? If the community can't afford it, can we get a subsidy from government? So really, this is a living lab. So taking the solution off a campus, for example, and putting it in the community and seeing how that solution works in the community. But I thoroughly agree with your comments that more needs to be done in order to make sure that the communities don't get left behind during this just energy transition.
Thank you for that, Edom. Thabo, do you want to come in?
Yeah, thanks once again, Prof, for that comment that you provided. Indeed, 100% correct. Not much has been done in the just energy transition perspective. Perhaps we did not even touch to that point, but it does not necessarily mean that we're not working in that space. In particular, the CSIR, together with EWCTA, is working on developing entrepreneurs in this energy space, particularly the solar PV and batteries, which is some of the facilities that we have, to train the SMME so that they can partake in this green economy, right? And that essentially is to actually enable this ongoing economy, because we are going to transition, and nonetheless. And to your other point around the ecosystem of transitioning to a low carbon pathway, particularly in the transport sector, yes, it's a very, very pertinent point. And I do know that the Just Energy Transition Investment Plan really does talk to the new energy vehicle component of it, right, which essentially tries to streamline and unlock that whole sector. And we do know that there's wide policy paper around that in terms of how the auto sector can start integrating EVs into that space, and also opening up opportunities in the research facilities, right? And the work that we are particularly doing in that space seeks to also position South Africa as a potential partner to localize and substitute some of those critical minerals that will be required for those EVs. And we continue to remain relevant through this DSI Energy Storage Consortium.
Thank you very much. Jackie, would you like to add something, or are you good? Let me see if there's one last question. Yes, we've got one more, and then we will wrap up. Thank you.
Okay. I don't know if it's okay. It's still afternoon or evening. My name is Lutano Paulo. I'm from the Department of Chemistry. My question is based on the PVs. Might be a question-based question or comment you might see. Okay, my thing is that I think I'm going to be speaking as well as to the speaker, I think Prof there, talking about how we implement these things in the communities that we are in currently. For example, here in the university, we have a PV station here, but as students inside the university, we don't have any information on where those PVs feeds, who installed them, how efficient are they. For example, we just had an energy crisis right now with 4 transformers fell down. We had to go to places, and the university as well had problems with diesel, buying diesel. So I'm trying to understand, like, if you have any insight on the PVs that are based here on campus, and where is there any battery source that it's feeding, or what's happening around that? Because I think they'll be really helpful in terms of lighting if there would be a load shedding, especially for the residents around campus. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. I think that's a question that many people on campus have. So, Jackie, I sincerely hope you have an answer to it.
Yeah, I mean, some of those are obviously university issues. But yes, we have, are you referring to the big PV plant that's there in South Campus? Yes, so we have actually, as the NIPMO PV research group, as well as PV Insight, we have worked with them in the past to do some of our tests there, you know, like just to practice the process, you know, closer to home. And we have in the past also looked at some of the data that comes out of that. Again, the problem with PV is if there's no storage, then if there's load shedding or grid disconnections or anything like that, the PV doesn't help, if that makes sense. So that is the problem. I do think there are at higher levels plans to mitigate that. But yes, at the moment that's a 1 megawatt PV plant that's then feeding into the university. And I'm sure the university's bill is way more than that, but it takes it down a little bit. We also on campus have a research facility that's out towards the new science buildings, and that is then completely self-sufficient because there's more PV than there are students working there. So that is also, and you can see it works quite well in the localized, like there's a installation up by the gates. You know, I think it works quite well deployed even in smaller systems.
Thank you very much. So on that note, I think, and thank you for raising that question. I think it's something that the university community needs to perhaps interrogate a little bit more so that we all understand better what the implication is of having, this entire PV farm and why we at times do not have electricity in some spaces. So your point is well noted. I would like to thank all 3 our panelists, as well as our audience and our online audience, who has been watching diligently throughout the week. So with that, I would like to close, but in closing, asking you to please thank our panelists again for their presentations. And then there's a small token of appreciation for each of the panelists.
No, they'll come only during the Q&A session.
Oh, only then, all right.
Yes.
I was wondering if you will need this slide where you would be introducing them.
Yes, most definitely.
I don't think you'll be introducing them.
No, I will. Thanks.
Okay. Just want to know, the first one is Dr. Koza, right?
Yes, the first one is Dr. Koza, yes.
Thank you. All right, I just have it ready.
Is it fine?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
All right, thank you. Greetings, colleagues. We are now changing gears a little bit. I think we've had a lot about the energy and everything, but at the end of the day, we need to be in good health to be doing all this innovation, and we need to be, in the right spaces. Our wellness is equally important. So this SDG 3 is just to remind ourselves that it is about good health and well-being. That's fine. Yes, and it's really I would say not so new space, but I'm not an expert in the health sciences. I think the closest I've been is in the making of condoms. In one of the M projects. But I took time to really go through the SDG 3 and why it was established and why it's so important. And it's really depressing going through the challenges, especially for the sub-Saharan Africa and the recent upsurge, on the Mpox. It was really worrying that the DRC had to wait for, a donation from the US for the vaccines. We were at the mercy, we saw also during COVID, the whole continent, especially sub-Saharan Africa, was at the mercy of the West and Asian countries for, donations on vaccines we couldn't produce. So it was really, really bad. We tried to, pull the African card, to say, we are victims, you guys don't like us. They said, no, we just love our people more. We just wait, it will come. But I think from this morning's sessions, I think they really gave me, hope that, government and its relevant entities are really doing a lot in that space in getting us to be able to make our own, drugs. I'm very happy, and hopefully we'll be able to
meet what Prof. Janet was also asking, that all this innovation needs to eventually be seen on the ground. But this is me over there. I'm an associate professor in the chemistry department, but I also head the Center for Rubber Science and Technology. But to talk on the health space, I have experts, and I asked them to remain where they are, and then they will come give a talk. They'll only come sit here during the Q&A session, and I hope that is okay with you. So our first speaker, who also gave me hope when I read through the various bios. Oh yes, thank you. Is Dr. Thandeka Khoza. She is a trained structural biologist, as you can see over there, and she has qualifications from various universities, including UCT, and a PhD from VETS. And she has worked as a researcher at the CSIR, and she's currently a lecturer at the University of KwaZulu, UKZN, and she completed a master's in vaccinology with the University of Lausanne, which inspired her, I think, to broaden her knowledge on how vaccines are designed, developed, manufactured, and implemented through public health programs. So this has positioned her to advance her research interests under priority diseases for pandemic preparedness. So over to you, Dr. Khoza.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think we're just 7 minutes after 12, so I can say good afternoon. But before I begin, Prof, I'm going to take your disclaimer as well and declare that I'm no health expert because I find that very comforting, and perhaps it will settle my nerves down a little bit. For today's engagement, I would like to speak to the importance of academia-industry partnership to strengthen vaccine R&D and manufacturing. Just to paint the picture and give a little bit of context, I would like to speak a little bit about my first engagement or exposure in the importance of public-private partnership in addressing various global challenges. This was back in the days when I was much younger. We were engulfed with the HIV pandemic, and things were bad for South Africa as a whole. And we got a various of stakeholders coming together to try to unpack this health challenge. So we had NICD, CAPRISA, UKZN, NIH, good grant funding institutions that had pulled together a team that looked at the interplay between HIV infection and immunological response. But what was very important was in one of those studies, we found out that there was a participant in South Africa that elicited antibodies that could neutralize different clades of clinical HIV isolates. And that was very, very important. And the structure of these antibodies was crystallized. And that was quite exciting for me as a structural biologist. But what was puzzling for me, and perhaps for a lot of other people, was how this information, which is very critical, could be translated into a product that can offer a solution into the pandemic that we were facing. I didn't understand, right? So in me not understanding, I took advantage of SAMRC and their vision, which was unpacked this morning, and I embarked on the course that tells people how vaccines are designed, made, and developed and implemented in through health programs. It was an eye-opener. So fast forward, COVID came. It was a rude awakening for all. Everyone has a story to tell. But there is one common story that exists, was that COVID disrupted the supply chain around the world. and it tested the resilience of global healthcare system, and it exposed the weakness in public procurement processes. For South Africa, it was very, very sad, in a sense that at the height of COVID, we did not have a vaccine candidate, despite having the world-class university institution in the continent and our expertise in fill and finish capacity for vaccine, as well as our very well-established vaccine EPI program, which we know that has played a significant role in protecting our kids. Now the question was, why? And I think this question will be, it does not have a one clear answer. It will take a lot of engagement. As more we engage, we dive deeper and it paints a bigger and a better picture. But what I can perhaps make a comment in this, as much as we have that very good EPI program, one thing I want to point out is that these vaccines, most of them are not produced locally. And two, they use old technologies. And we know how the development of new technologies changed the landscape of vaccine development, particularly for COVID. And another sad part is that we lost our capability to manufacture vaccine in South Africa. And that was due to a number of reasons. One was the required investment into the infrastructure that is required to make vaccines, and two was a trend that we saw in globalization where vaccine manufacturing was centered around few multinationals, and that made economic sense. But the question that I will ask now, you having gone through COVID, what is the price for going forward with that economic decision? I'm no politician, I'm just speaking my mind, okay? I need to make that disclaimer. So, and a beautiful story about COVID as well is that it dismantled the barriers in vaccine development. As a scientist, we were locked in our homes. We read more than we usually read, out of frustration, out of finding answers, out of pivoting our roles, whatever the reason was, but we read. And one came across some very nice, exciting stories that you don't usually come across, which spoke to the importance, again, of industry university partnership and how this time they were providing a solution. And another one was how scientists were coming up and talking and telling people about the exciting research that they do. And we usually don't hear about scientists on TV and radio, and that was very, very nice. But again, another beautiful story, there are many beautiful stories about COVID, but I'm just gonna pick on this one to highlight again the importance of academic industry partnership, is the story of AstraZeneca, the COVID vaccine. I said I'll focus on the beautiful part. The not so beautiful part, read, and I will not engage. But then what is important is that Oxford University was working on a new vaccine, relatively new vaccine technology, the viral vector, for another disease that was happening, for another disease, MERS. And they had developed a candidate vaccine using that technology. Fast forward, they had a clinical data to show that the vaccine was safe and efficacious. And then COVID happened. Now, when COVID happened, the sequence became available. There were this group of scientists with the right expertise sitting in a university, and I think they had a dash of wisdom in them as well, in a sense that they teamed up with a vaccine manufacturing research hub here's here's the sequence of events. At first, they asked themselves, now that we know the sequence of COVID, can we, using their word, copy and paste the sequence into the technology that we are doing for the development of MERS? And the answer is, oh yes, it's working and it's beautiful. Let's see then how we use this knowledge to solve the current situation. And at that point in time, they came up with their A-team, which was collaborates with the Vaccine Manufacturing Research Hub, because vaccine manufacturing research is also equally important as development as well. And then they also teamed up with AstraZeneca because it had the knowledge, the expertise, and the infrastructure for large-scale manufacturing. Again, I'll hide under the being a scientist because I cannot imagine the conversation that were taking place around IP sharing, technology transfer, and data sharing, IP agreements. It must have been hectic, but the take-home message, they got through it, and it worked because there was a product, okay? And I think the take-home message here is that COVID was somehow, there was a win-win situation for both academia and industry. That is the massive take-home, okay? And now, change gears again, we ask ourselves this question. We know COVID came, it was a catalyst for vaccine development, vaccine research. So where are we now in terms of pandemic preparedness? We know that the government for the continent, AU, DSI, World Health Organization, Africa CDC came with wonderful initiatives which are aimed at improving our manufacturing capabilities, improve the regulation framework, increase access to vaccine, and so that we improve our health security. And all of these things are very nice in paper. And boom, yesterday we got a reminder, mpox. Are we ready? So are we really implementing the lessons that we learned from COVID? So in my personal opinion is that mpox is a brutal reminder of our vulnerability to emerging infectious disease. And knowing that over 75% of these infectious diseases are zoonotic in nature, and Africa is identified as a breeding ground for these zoonotic diseases because of various factors which include urbanization, deforestation, climate change, social behavior. Where does that put us? But the take-home message is that we need to have a strong solution for driven research activities to identify these early zoonotic diseases and work towards a state of readiness in an event of a pandemic. Right. So what can we as people in academia do? Again, my opinion is that we need to sort of have a strategic approach in establishing this industry partnership against the entire vaccine development and manufacturing value chain. Because the goal is clear. We want to have capability from bench to bed so that we can be in a position to protect our people. So to this end, in my little corner, I have entered into a partnership with Jazz Institution. It's in China. And it has very good expertise in veterinary vaccine development. And why is that? Because we know very well that veterinary vaccine development is a backbone of vaccine development in terms of research. And this is something that can always be pivoted to human vaccine development owing to the similarity in terms of skill, capability, and remodeling our infrastructure to accommodate the regulatory bodies when it comes to vaccine manufacturing. And it gives an exposure, again, in various facets of vaccine development. And these engagement are key in terms of establishing the trust between the different parties and allowing that process of skill transfer under normal circumstances. And I'm proud to that to mention that through this engagement, I've been able to get exposure into addressing key elements which are problematic to us when it comes to vaccine in general. One is the innovative ways to deal with the dependence of cold chain system for vaccines, because that is a serious issue, and one of the ways is to look at alternative technology to create a more stable vaccine. And another one is tailor-made solutions to come up with protocols that can be used during vaccine production to test whether is your process producing a vaccine that are efficacious or meeting the sort of the requirements that you like. And also, these strategic engagement or initiative, they need to be aligned again with the global agenda or African agenda, in a sense that we need to be working in the area that touches to One Health, because we know why One Health is important. We need to work with areas that touches the diseases that are of economic importance for us, because some of the issues are localized and some of the issues are global or relate to the continent. So what then all of this tell me when I then wear my teaching hat is that when one interacts with these institutions, I mean industry and etc., it can inspire you to have a creative approach into integrating this newly learned, developed skill into the curriculum. And while you continue to teach the fundamentals of each of the disciplines, because when all else is sanded down, the core function of my job is to teach. But we're supposed to save lives as well. I'm almost done. Right. And another important element is that if we continuously engage with these industry partners locally as well, it allows us to allow our postgraduates to have an exposure to industry. And that it has a multi-range of benefits, but one that speaks to this quite right now is that it cultivates industry-specific expertise. So we're producing graduates that are fit for purpose. And these graduates will make it easier tomorrow to foster collaborations between industry and academia, because tomorrow they will be the key leaders in that industry. So my question to you is, find yourself within the vaccine ecosystem and connect your dream team, foster strategic partnership. Maybe you hold the key to unlocking an innovative solution for the next pandemic. Thank you.
Yeah, a beautiful work, Dr. Thank you very much. Are we going back to the second speaker? Is it? I thought I was going to read his bio from there. It's fine.
Oh, yeah, you're going to start with the bio first?
Okay. right, thank you very much. I think we said we'll have a Q&A session at the end, and our second speaker for this session is Dr. Reno Mora, who is currently the head and director of the medical school in our Faculty of Health Sciences, and he's also the deputy chairperson of the Office of Health Standards Compliance in South Africa. He specializes in public health medicine. His qualifications include MBCHB from UKZN, Masters of Medicine from UCT, and and a few other postgraduate, qualifications. And yes, and he sits in various NGO boards, and he's also held various, positions at UCT. So we look forward to your talk, Dr. Reno.
Oh, no, I think these are the bios, yeah. Can you project? Good afternoon, everyone. Is it going to load? Chair, I wonder if I could continue. Yes. Yeah. Although the first slide was important just to set the context. So I want to just announce that we will celebrate the graduation of the first Mandela doctors in 2026 from this university. And we always remind the Mandela doctors that as doctors, they also form part of a broader team of health professionals. So we have Mandela health professionals as well. And a reminder to all health professionals that they also form part of a broader Mandela health worker team. So they need to be located in the right place in order to deliver on the promises for our nation. I'm not sure.
So sorry about this. It's PowerPoint, it's PDF.
I was going to talk a bit later about technology enablement, but I mean, we'll get there soon, yeah. Is there a reason?
Because it's PDF doc.
Okay. Do you want me to just plug my...
Do you have it already in PowerPoint?
Yeah, but not on a stick. You should be able to just project it.
That's what I need to project.
Display settings. Yeah, and full ones around.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
You want me to?
That's also the duplicate, no?
Yeah. Bring my own screen.
Okay. Okay, so.
Yeah,
okay,
there it is,
cool.
yeah.
Okay, then go over. Oh, okay.
Okay, here we go. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, we are there. So just briefly, I just wanted to give a context to the innovation context as well as the SDG context. There's no doubt that any policy and any work in the health sector must be primary healthcare orientated, and this has been the transition since 1995. We all know that our country struggles with a huge quadruple burden of disease. There's a lot of talk in the environment of national health insurance. I only talk about universal health coverage because that requires a strong district health system to deliver what we need to our people. And we well know that we face an economic downturn, most likely for the next 10 to 15 years. In medical education, and I'll speak about health education in a moment, we know that there are not enough doctors in the country. There's a huge gap between the practitioners we need and what we have at the moment. The Lancet report of 2015 speaks about a change for medical education. And fundamentally, and this is what this university has embraced fully, and other universities in the country, is you need to have a distributed training platform well beyond the big hospitals. Now, there's always a challenge. There has been so much in the newspaper around prolonged waiting times, lack of funding in our system, increased litigation, lack of human resources, poor record keeping, inadequate financing, and poor leadership, management, and governance. So if you're a politician and a bureaucrat, you can get away with saying noted, but that's not good enough. We've got to change the world, and it's our responsibility to do so. The Mandela Doctor is branded and will be nurtured and trained in order to be able to assist us to change the world. We have to produce and have doctors and health professionals that are community-orientated, that are innovators, and certainly have a set of values and attributes that would make our nation proud. Our medical program has a few important core things that are linked to it, and I'll speak to some of it. We want to ensure that our graduates, when they get onto and serve the community, support universal access to healthcare. They need to be primary healthcare orientated. They need to be able to work with other health professionals in an approach that brings dignity not only to them, but to the people they serve. Their work needs to be grounded in a right-based accountability, and we have to focus on positively influencing and impacting on our communities. The medical school is situated in the Mission Vale campus, deliberately so that it forms part of a precinct to stimulate city development as a means of ensuring that the communities around them benefit not only from the medical school, but from socioeconomic development. And importantly, any health professional, especially in looking at health and well-being, must always remember where our people are. We still remain one of the most unequal societies in the world, and our training and our work need to be socially embedded and serve our people in the best way we possibly can. We also have technology-enabled learning, and these are just a few examples of how our students learn, and this is very, very common across South Africa. Mandela Uni, and it was well before I came, have some of the top technology-assisted learnings that this country can have. Some of our instruments are the first in the country, and it's proud because in order to graduate as consummate doctors, we need to be able to train in the best way possible. We also have innovative teaching models, and you'll see, if ever you come to Mission Vale, how excited students are to use the technology. It's this kind of technology that is required for the nation. The question fundamentally that I have to speak to is how do academic institutions advance public health outcomes? In order to address that, we've got to frame the advancing of that in the right way. Now, learning and teaching environments for both undergrad and postgrad education need to be of the highest standards possible. Ultimately, for postgrads, we want to produce, as a country and as a university, clinician scientists that not only serve our patients, whom they see when they come into hospitals and health facilities, but are also able to be absolute scientists in order to assist and advance our communities and the health of our communities. That kind of training requires all health professionals to be entrusted with professional activities for which they, in the old language, would be seen as competent. In the new language, what our students, what our graduates need, and that's across the country, is that when you seek them in health facilities, you are entrusting them with your lives. They must be able to perform entrustable professional activities in order to serve you best. Attributes across the country and at this university. Health professionals, health workers need to have personal attributes. They also form part of a professional community. And more significantly, they have to remember that they're part of a community first, they need to have attributes that the people trust that they will serve them best. What are the framing enablers? We must, we in a university, and even when we're not in the university, foster a critical thinking mindset. That's why we need to change the world and not have bureaucrats tell us that we note the challenges of our country. It's simply not good enough. Also, when they serve patients and communities in facilities, they need to have clinical reasoning development so that they are able to use the best knowledge available at their feet, at their hands, and to be able to serve the patient in front of them in the best possible way. There is no doubt, if you want to advance public health outcomes, you have to have technology-assisted care, technology-assisted services. Today, you can wear your your watch, wearable devices that will track your heart rate. You can even track some of the other activities in the world. If you go and have surgery, you will be able to have robotic surgery, etc., etc. Lastly, on the research continuum, I just want to use an example. We need to be able to make sure that if we advance public health outcomes, we can do basic sciences, clinical sciences, and population sciences. An example is for cancer cells. We work at the cellular level. We send through cells that have gold nanoparticles attached to them to kill the cancer cells. The clinical sciences are those that are where patients are in hospitals and they're on trials. And population sciences, we really look at the distribution of cancer within our societies and the way in which there are underlying causes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mora. Very inspiring talk, very encouraging at the same time. So we'll now move to our last speaker for this session, my colleague, Professor Watts, who is currently the research chair in microfluidic. It's not a complete there, but he is also in this space. And as you can see, he has a very rich background in what he is doing, which started at the University of Bristol in 1995, with his BSc, which he passed first class, all the way to a PhD in bioorganic natural product chemistry in 1999. And his PhD or his doctoral research focused on synthesizing isotopically labeled compounds to determine biosynthetic pathways to polyketide-derived natural products. He then worked as a postdoc at the University of Hull, where he pioneered the organic synthesis in microreactors. And then in February 2002, he was appointed as a lecturer at the same institution, becoming a full professor in 2011. And then he led the microreactor and flow technology group, publishing over 140 highly cited papers on this topic. And then he in 2013 continued with what he was doing, but now at Nelson Mandela University. Paul, to you.
Thanks very much, Percy. So we had a fantastic talk to start talking about the challenges of vaccine availability in South Africa. I 100% agree with the messages that were conveyed, and what I'm probably now going to give is a very similar story regarding pharmaceutical products. Now, I'm also not a health expert, I'm a chemist by training. I'm going to give a lecture, I hope, with very little chemistry in it, but I thought I'd start off with a chemistry test, and let's see if there are any people that remember their basic chemistry. What molecule is that? Petrus, come on. The answer, this is embarrassing, good grief, we're at a university. The answer is that is paracetamol. That's just about the simplest of pharmaceutical molecules that you can even think about. In fact, you probably don't even think of it as being a pharmaceutical. We can all probably open our bags now in the desk in the office drawer and find a packet of Panadols in the drawer that if you've got a headache, you just take it out and take a tablet to get rid of your headache or whatever. Now, would you believe, fortunately in this instance, not in South Africa, but as early as March 2020, there were reports coming out of Europe that they had run out of paracetamol. You wouldn't believe it, would you? Something that we all, you can buy it everywhere. If you've got a headache now, you go to Clicks, Discount, Pick and Pay, Spar, everywhere will sell you a box of Panadols. The country was starting to run out. And, of course, that situation just got worse and worse. Now, we can look at some positives of that. At the end of last year, the European Union actually did a survey of what had gone on during the previous 3 years that we all went through, and sort of came up with a list of 200 critical medicines that countries must try to guarantee better access to. But what people keep talking about now, the term that people use more and more in the media, is reshoring manufacturing. For years, the model was that all of the basic pharmaceutical products and vaccines would probably be manufactured in China or India, and you just buy them in, you ship them by boat or plane, and you use them as a medicine. And we all saw that that went disastrously wrong during COVID, when the entire transportation network ground to a halt and people stopped getting access to life-saving medicines. So there's more and more interest these days in actually having at least some infrastructure on the continents to be able to manufacture and guarantee supply chains of critical vaccines or pharmaceuticals. And again, the European Union has published a document on potential measures to facilitate the production of pharmaceuticals. Now, what's the status of play in South Africa? Living here in Port Elizabeth, if you ask your neighbour or someone in the shopping centre, they will tell you that Aspen, just literally 10 kilometres down the road, is a pharmaceutical company. It isn't a pharmaceutical company. What Aspen and all of the companies on that list in South Africa do is to buy the white powders, the actual drugs, from India or China, and simply convert them into tablets. So that's good. We didn't suffer as many problems here as some other countries did because we've got a formulation industry. But if you can't gain access to the drug substances, you can't convert them into medicines. And other African countries suffered even worse than us. And if you look on the internet and do some searches, South Africa currently imports, or in 2021 this number is, just over $3 billion worth of pharmaceutical products. And I yesterday on my phone did a conversion for you. That's 55 billion rand per year of imports of pharmaceutical intermediates. And last year, this article appeared in the media, where the current tender for the antiretroviral drugs is worth 11 billion rand. And the CEO of Aspen was complaining that 49% of the tender had gone to Indian companies. That's absolutely crazy. It's a fact, yes. But we either buy them in from China or India, or we don't get them, full stop. So in the current landscape, you've got no option but to import and lose the value. So my message, which I will try to talk about very quickly, is let's manufacture quality products in Africa for Africa, ideally at lower cost to enable people to have better access to medicines. Now, I am certainly, as part of my talk, going to complain that there's not enough money in the South African research ecosystem. That's a fact. But look at those numbers. There's 55 billion rand on pharmaceutical products. Just take a few % of that and use it to invest in the infrastructure to make your own drugs, and over time slowly decrease the amount of imports and increase what you're doing locally. So the question is, how do we do it? How? You don't want to do what they do in China or India necessarily. I'm pretty negative about chemistry, and I'm a professor of chemistry. That's a photograph of a lab taken in 1931. If you go in any university teaching lab today, it looks exactly the same. And all the pharmaceutical industry does is just make the round bottom flasks bigger. So rather than doing your chemistry in a 1 litre round bottom flask, you use a 1,000 litre metal tank instead. And it works, but there are challenges with it. For instance, if you have a reaction that suddenly has a thermal runaway and generates a lot of heat, it will explode, etc. So there are challenges with it. So do we want to do that? We could do, but I 100% agree with a comment that Thandeka made, which is let's use innovative technology. And this article was in the media last year, published by the Centre for Strategic International Studies. And it is continuous manufacturing, the key to reshoring drug production. So reshoring, doing it in the country, as I introduced to you just now. So what continuous manufacturing is rather than having these huge pots, you almost do chemistry in a conveyor belt, and you just pump your chemicals in, they react very quickly under intensified conditions, and your product comes out. And on the side of that slide there, you see a metal box. That metal box is probably about the size of this podium here. There are companies in China making quantities of about 2,000 tons per annum of pharmaceutical products using a plant this size. What's the advantages? Fundamentally, it comes down to cost. There are now many examples in the literature that shows that if you can intensify your drug production using new innovative technology, you can produce your final drug for about 20 or 30% cheaper than using old-fashioned technology. America jumped on this very quickly. During COVID, Trump gave Virginia Commonwealth University $354 million in one lump sum. And Continuous, which is a spin out of MIT in Boston, $70 million in one lump sum. Now, there's politics to that. Trump did not want to buy drugs from China because we know that he disliked China, so there was an element of politics to it. But my key message to funders is, I don't want quite that much money, but I do believe that if you invest in this technology, it will make a substantial difference. And pharma is doing it as well. There's a photograph of a plant from GlaxoSmithKline in Singapore who now make an asthma drug. There's a specific name to it there. I won't attempt to pronounce it, where they actually built a continuous manufacturing plant for new asthma drugs using continuous flow. So putting an African context well and truly on it, now where should we start? I think various people have touched on AIDS and HIV today. It's an absolutely chronic problem, and 70% of the world's AIDS population is in sub-Saharan Africa, so it makes a good start. And the other thing that goes along with that is TB, where if you look at the map of TB, it very much overlaps with the map of AIDS. And in fact, it's TB that often kills AIDS patients because the immune system is weakened. So we started developing continuous flow processes for AIDS drugs going back 7 or 8 years ago. I can link a story for TIA to this. This was one project that initially started out as a TIA seed-funded project for 600,000 rand. And so we developed a continuous flow process to make lamivudine and entrocitabine, which are two of the most common AIDS drugs. But we identified one problem there. And there was one specific intermediate that you need to use to make entrocitabine called fluorocytosine that's expensive. There's only a couple of companies in China that actually make it. So it restricts how far you can actually push the technology. Very nicely, somebody who I've actually known for 20 years coming from the UK originally is Graham Sanford from the University of Durham. And he, a couple of years ago, actually published a one-step route to synthesize fluorocytosine in flow by directly reacting cytosine and fluorine. And I'm pleased to say that the original TIA project of 600,000 rand in collaboration with Mzizi Pharma is now a 50 million rand project to actually go from fluorocytosine and also make the emtricitabine and lamivudine. And there are plans that the fluorocytosine plant will go up to about 100 tons per year, which is enough to manufacture all of the emtricitabine that's actually needed within the AIDS formulation within South Africa. So the vision is very much, can we manufacture the APIs on the continent? We've already got the formulation companies to convert them into tablets, but do it cheaper, to guarantee supply chains, and to improve the health of society. So very much making medicines for Africa for all. Now, I've only had 12 minutes today, so I've not had much time to discuss everything, and the room has not got many chemists in it anyway. But we have not just done those few things. We've done, I think if you look at the South African landscape, there's currently 14 different drugs that are used within various AIDS medicines. I think we've done 10 of them, if my memory serves me correct. And then we've also looked at various cancer, diabetes, TB, malaria, and other drugs, etc. And so very much my vision is that if you can show the first example of the AIDS drugs go into commercial manufacturing, once you've got that industrial scale infrastructure, you can use it to manufacture any particular drug that you really want to. So thank you to the people that have done it, but in particular all of this work, I'm a SARCHI chair, so the basic research funding which sort of supports students comes from the NRF, but as I say, TIA has also been involved in both the early stage research and the commercial aspects that we have developed more recently. So thanks very much indeed, everyone.
Oh, thank you. Paul, I'm going to ask my panelists to please come and then we open up for Q&A. I'm sure there's a lot of burning questions, and we have about 6 minutes max for that.
I think we've got COVID.
Okay, we have one question there. I think we can squeeze in about 3. There is one over there as well. Anybody with a roaming mic here at the side? Thank you. No. And there's a gentleman right at the back there. Yes, please go ahead.
My question is directed to Professor Watts, the last speaker, regarding reshoring and local manufacturing for pharmaceuticals, and especially pertaining to Aspen. Aspen Manufacturing recently signed an MOU with KUHA, which operates the largest IDZ. And could that be an answer? Because if you remember in 2020, when President Ramaphosa and they came to launch the new facility for Aspen here in Port Elizabeth, the CEO, Saad himself, Stephen Saad, said, we would manufacture locally, but it is expensive. And the solution is provide a solution in the city for us to manufacture. And he actually specifically said, if you house us in a special economic zone, we will do it. I'm just so glad that they have now taken that step. And also internationally, the new contract that Aspen has signed with the Serum Institute of India, which is the largest manufacturer of vaccines in the entire world. And by the way, it's still a family-owned business. So maybe there are steps that are happening towards visualizing this grand vision. So that was my comment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yeah, maybe let's take 2 questions before we ask my colleagues to answer.
I'm a student with the Department of Pharmacy. My question is with regards to public health. Lately, frivolous litigation has been a cause for concern. There are lawyers who are litigating against particularly the Eastern Cape Department of Health. In many cases, for patients that were never even in the system. And I wonder, how did this problem come about? Is it maybe the problem within the administration of the public health, or maybe there are loopholes within the legal system that maybe these lawyers have found? That is my question. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Paul, do you want to tackle the first one?
Yeah, look, it's interesting. Is the microphone on?
Is it?
Can you hear? Can you hear?
No? Maybe the battery is flat.
Right, it's on now.
Oh, okay.
I'm aware of, I remember, I forget when it was, 2021 or whatever, I was actually invited by the media to go and give a lecture outside Aspen the day that sort of Ramaphosa and others were actually opening the vaccine facility in the Aspen facility. Interestingly, I'm sure my colleague can comment on it more than me, but it never seemed to actually end up manufacturing vaccines very much for commercial use in Africa at all. Regarding Aspen as a pharmaceutical company, I really hope they do pick this up. Certainly, as you saw in my presentation, there's one small startup pharmaceutical company that is wanting to do continuous manufacturing. I've tried to engage with Aspen previously, and clearly they have a business model that works very, very well for them. They can buy the intermediates, the active pharmaceuticals from India, formulate them, which is a fairly cheap process, but increase the market value hugely. But it doesn't solve the problem. So I really hope that they also take on the gambit of doing it in continuous flow. It would be fantastic. Or at least locally. If some of it is in batch, fantastic. But do it locally.
All right, thanks. Thanks, Paul. Any other comment?
I just wanted to comment on that question.
Yes.
It's both. There are genuine medical legal issues and there are fraudulent medical legal issues. For both, there are systemic underlying issues and there are professional behavioral issues. And we actually need to address both, and we need to address the systemic issues as well as the professional issues. And we can't run away from either one.
All right, I think we have about 30 seconds. We can squeeze in one more question. Yes.
Oh, okay, so I guess it's mine. I saw in the news recently that there has been a confirmation of plans to develop a green ammonia plant in the KUHA IDZ, and I remembered it when the colleague spoke about the IDZ. So has the university gone through any effort to get a stake into the development of this plant or to work with the facility once it's up and running? Because it is in our city, so from my perspective, we should be involved to some aspect. We have the expertise here.
I'm looking at the front row. I don't know the answer to that, Petros. I assume so, like certainly the university is engaged in the hydrogen project. So the fact that hydrogen and ammonia are sort of, I would argue they're linked to the same project. I know hydrogen is used for energy, whereas ammonia is for fertilizer, etc. But the fact that hydrogen and ammonia from a chemistry perspective are linked, one would imagine that the projects are linked, but I don't definitively know the answer to that question.
Yes, I think if I may add my 2 cents worth, they are directly linked because the main target for that facility is for export, mainly for hydrogen. But hydrogen is highly explosive. You don't want to have a vessel that is highly pressurized, to transport such gas. So it's easier to convert to ammonia, and then you can sort out the mess when you're on the other side.
Because I'm seeing now that the investment being put down for this facility is several billion, over 100 billion. So if we are starting our conversations by saying there's not enough money in research, it would be a good place for the university to source some money, I think, particularly if we were involved in making the process more efficient or something like that.
Yes. I think there were plans from what I read, because it's, I think, driven by Hive. I know one of the people involved there and rely heavily on media as well. But there were plans to involve the university. I think that is their plan, because they will be, I think, getting water also from the Cerebos. The plant is targeted to be close to Cerebos and all of that. But yes, they will involve the university in that. Let me thank my panelists. I think we are all hungry. Thank you very much, colleagues and the audience. I think after this, in Ngobila, we need to come back at 2 o'clock. Do you want maybe to give, at 2 o'clock, it will be the postgraduate pitch competition, and the winner will get about 100K cash in a bag. Oh, no?
it out. Or can I use one of these? I can take it out. Facilitator. I can take it out. It's 2:00. Good afternoon, everyone. My job is to facilitate, so I have to keep time. So if I don't keep time, then I'm fired, and I don't get my money. So I'll allow everyone to settle down, let the mushroom that almost killed me, and the spinach, the broccoli settle, have a sip of water. I will start at 5 past. I'm joking, I'm not going to do that. My name is Mbali Ngube, Mbali Mendi Ngube to some, and I am your facilitator for this afternoon. It's a pitch competition, an innovative pitch competition. I work for the Madiba's Entrepreneurship Lab. I also work as the Community of Practice member for Entrepreneurship Development in Higher Education. So we are national this side. Thank you. Thank you. No one is clapping. I'll wait. Yay. So my job is very simple but hard. I need to make sure that the people that are coming to pitch today keep time and they say the right things. So, rules of engagement. First of all, let's first check. Who's coming to pitch today? Yay, some serious people. 6 people. I hope there's more. So, rules of engagement for my pitchers. You have 3 minutes to pitch. I have my adjudicators, judges, the people that get to choose whether you get this money or you don't. They will ask you questions in 2 minutes. So your 3 minutes starts as soon as I say, Mbalingube, come on stage. Your 3 minutes has started. Don't take too long. I'm joking. I'm joking. But you have 3 minutes to pitch, 2 minutes of questions from the adjudicators. Say everything you need to say in 3 minutes and we'll be done. Right? So this room is dry, man. I am very concerned that you guys are too serious. I mean, I understand it's innovation, it's science, you know, it's how the world functions, how the ecosystem, the what. I didn't do science, but I know this is hard. So it's not this difficult. Don't be this scared. So I'm going to do this again. Wait. Indulge me, ne? Wait. I'm running. From the back. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Innovation Pitch Competition 2024. A round of applause. Yay! Okay, I'm excited. You're not dead inside. Happy for you, right? So I have a list of adjudicators. I have to read their bios. Listen to me very carefully. These people have done things. I questioned myself, how old are you to have done so many things in this life? Are you not tired of education? You know? But we'll get to that. So, before I get to the adjudicators, I just want to give a quick overview of the vision of the Innovation Office. And the vision at Nelson Mandela is to be a leading catalyst for innovation and entrepreneurship within the university and beyond, driving economic growth, social impact, and sustainable development. And I'm assuming and I'm hoping that my pitchers are going to incorporate just this very paragraph in that thing. Say I gave you a script. Don't say I didn't give you anything. Nah? In the panel of judges, they said it's going to display here on the screen. See, we need to innovate a way for the screen and the PC to communicate all at once. Ne? People who are innovative here, we need an innovation where the screen detects what the PC wants to do. Think of something, anything. Ne? Right, so we have Prof. Percy Hlangoti, an associate professor of physical and this is, Prof. That word. Polymer. Right, polymer chemistry, and a director of the Center of Rubber Science and Technology. He is an NRF C2 rated researcher. I'm going to ask him when we're done, what is that? Nah? And a fellow of the Institute of Materials, Minerals, and Mining, and all those letters that are there.
A round of applause for Professor Percy Hlangothi. Second to him is Chembani Kupane, the Senior Program Manager of the Seed Fund Program at the Technology Innovation Agency. She oversees a portfolio of 35 implementing partners, including universities, science councils, and technology-based incubators, managing over 200 projects. The Seed Fund Program helps innovators advance their ideas towards commercialization with risk adjustment funding. With over 12 years of experience, ma'am, 12 years of experience in innovation project management, technology transfer, fund management, and program management, Ms. Kupane has worked with various institutions across the continent. I can imagine what her passport looks like. I can imagine. Ooh. She has also worked for the Agricultural Research Council and VED's Commercial Enterprise in Research Management and Technology Transfer. Additionally, she manages strategic partnerships for business development and fundraising. Ladies and gentlemen, Chembani Kupane. Before I read this bio, I met her in the bathroom, and I was busy dying. I say that with reason. Busy, comma, dying. Read that with intention. So I have a deadly allergic reaction to mushroom. So there was mushroom fuming everywhere. You vegan people. You vegans. The day. So I met her in the bathroom. She was very friendly. I didn't even know. Well, I knew, but she didn't know that we were going to meet each other. What a friendly lady. Anywho. Linda Laurie holds a BCom in Strategic Management, is Incubator Management Certified, is an International Coaching Federation Certified Coach, and Center for Excellence Certified Business Coach. A lot of certification here. Linda has 10 years of owning and running businesses and has employed around 60 people. Am I next? Linda currently serves as the Incubation Journey Facilitator and Business Development at Propeller, and Linda has mentored over 100 SMEs. I'm coming for you. Apart from business proficiency, Linda is a remarkable sportswoman, yes. She played provincial hockey for Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and Mpumalanga, and captained the Mpumalanga team. Ladies and gentlemen, my friend, Linda Laurie. Next up is Akona Mbofu, an Enterprise Development Officer at the NMI Hub. She holds a National Diploma in Public Management from NMU, whoop, whoop. Small Business Consultancy at the Northwest University. She has been working in SMME development within the ICT space for over 10 years now. She has adjudicated on panels, She has adjudicated on panels such as the Ellen Gray Makerspace InterVarsity competition. I have one question, 10 years. If it's been 10 years, 12 years, how old are you? You'll tell me. Just tell me, ne? Ladies and gentlemen, Akona Mbofu. And lastly, Ludwe Matlingwane, an experienced professional with extensive executive management and general management experience. She is currently heading the East London Industrial Zone, IDZ, Science and Technology Park, STP. Heading the East London See, we need to discuss quickly this thing of these alphabets and these letters. Innovate something different. Like, can we have a better way of saying these things without having to say IDZ and STP? It's like saying STI, LGBTQIZ+. You understand? So, heading the East London IDZ STP for the past 6 years has enabled her to gain executive management experience in innovation, leadership, leading of technology incubators and centers of excellence for the fourth industrial revolution. Some of her major strengths lie in conceptualization of strategic projects and ensuring efficient execution. Ladies and gentlemen, Ludwe Matlingwane. So, I have rules that I was given here. So, there will be a timekeeper. Timekeeper is at the front of you, at the back of you. The timekeeper is in the venue. At the back. Timekeeper is in the venue at the back. So, black, if you see black, you have 1 minute remaining. If you see green, you have 30 seconds. And if you see red, it's chai. Right? 3 minutes each, 2 minutes for questions. The competition will begin shortly. Depends. In the meantime, the purpose of this competition, the Postgraduate Innovation Pitching Competition at Nelson Mandela University serves as a catalyst for fostering a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship amongst its students. The competition provides a platform for postgraduate students to showcase their innovative ideas and solutions developed through their research projects and pitch them to a panel of industry experts and academics. Now, I want to pause there and say, don't I look good today, though? I had to innovate this outfit. Recycling, reusing, reducing. Just to, minimalist. They'd call it minimalist. I mean, it's just reducing, reusing, and recycling. See? So if you don't have a friend that has a friend that has a friend, you won't look as good as me. And if you don't have a friend that has a friend that has a friend, you will not know how to pitch for this competition. But I trust these people have friends who have friends who have friends. So, first person coming up, I don't know how to pronounce that. Chlorica. I am so interested in knowing what this is. Come up on stage. Clap hands. Y'all need to clap. 11 slides in 3 minutes, ma'am. That is very correct. All the best. You are Buster Rhymes, aren't you?
Good afternoon, everyone. The African continent. Do I have to use it? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. The African continent currently does not have access to a chemical called thionyl chloride. Now, battery manufacturers use this chemical in the production of batteries. Agrochemical companies use this in the production of pesticides. And we, as chemistry researchers, use this chemical in the production of drugs such as CBD and tefenoquine, which are drugs used in the synthesis, which are drugs used to cure cancer and malaria. Now, a few years back, thionyl chloride was listed in the Chemical Weapons Convention, which is an international treaty that bans the production or transportation of chemical weapons from American suppliers. Now, this is because apart from its useful applications, thionyl chloride can also be used in the production of chemical weapons such as nerve agents. So, because this chemical can be used in the production of chemical weapons, overseas manufacturers are now prohibited from transporting this chemical to customers in Africa. Now, what if there was a local company that could supply chlorinating agents to customers in Africa? Now, we have a solution to that, introducing our company, Chlorica, Chlorinating Africa. Chlorica is a company that manufactures thionyl chloride using continuous flow chemistry, a state-of-the-art innovative way for the production of chemicals. To the best of our knowledge, there are no companies in Africa, or let alone South Africa, that sell thionyl chloride. Now, we have potential customers, some of whom have already indicated their interest in our product. We succumb to the fact that our product at this point is not innovative in any way because it is not a new chemical. However, our product makes up for this by being a product that once you put it on the market, it is guaranteed to sell because of the fact that it's on demand.
Our company is innovative as we produce already known products on the market, but in a more cost-efficient way. Imagine having a coffee shop. You have a coffee maker, you have a kettle and coffee. Who's going to sell more coffee? So our competitive advantage is that we will produce this in a cost-efficient way and also high productivity to allow the customers to get the product on demand. Our method allows for us to produce 2 products, which are both chlorinating agents, and that will allow us to produce chemicals in this process that can go on the shelf and not down the drain. In our first year, we will set up our manufacturing with the equipment and the starting materials to manufacture our product. Within the first 2 years, we will sell 1 liter of each product, generating a profit of 11,000 Rand. And then from the years onwards, from 2017 to 2019, we will generate double the sales, allowing us to generate a profit of 100,000 per year. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and well done.
Thank you.
I mean, for 11 slides, you managed to do that quite well. Okay, my question is around your market size. You spoke to various markets, and I'm interested in the market share. Have you looked at the market share that you would want to own as part of that? Because then that would translate to, I'm seeing your financials as well. What are they based on? Because I mean, they should be based on some share of the market size.
So we initially thought of marketing to pharmaceutical manufacturing. So we are looking at the universities doing research. That's the market that we are targeting at the moment, initially.
I just wanted to ask you, is there a specific permit that you would need to be able to sell this if it's banned?
Yes, ma'am, we would need to register in order to sell this chemical, which we also consulted companies like NMU stores. We consulted them and they gave us a full list of all the, not a full list, but a guide of all the the avenues that we would have to go through in order to have that license in order to sell the chemical.
Okay, so it is doable to get the license?
Yes,
okay,
yes.
Okay.
We have the information, the documentation already.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, yeah, just one question on the technical side of things. How do you plan to now upscale? Because you are using the microreactor.
Yes.
And I know normally you would then stack them together to increase the production.
Exactly
but for the prices that you mentioned, how many stacks do you need, for your production, and what informed that?
Well, we use tubing instead of the microreactors itself. So the tubing is a much more cost-efficient way of producing the same results as the microreactors, and we will be using an HPLC pump to pump it through. So it'll be a continuous system. Instead of stacking many, we will continuously flow through. So this production can work overnight even.
Can I also just add to that? As you mentioned, Prof, upscaling in flow chemistry is quite easy. So the minute we want more product, we basically just need to add more reactors. And whatever target we have for the week, the target will depend, will regulate the number of reactors that we add to our system to produce that amount of product.
Thank you very much, Chlorica. Ladies and gentlemen. So we have a team online that are watching us. Hi, Mos. Everyone just say hi to the online people, just where you are. Hi. Y'all are dead. We're going to try that again. Hi to the people online. Hi. When we leave this venue, we're going to fight. Because why are you so sad? We're here to win 100,000. Do you know how much 100,000 is? Do you have 100,000 in your account now? So hi to the people online. Hi. Hi. Exactly like the poor people we are. Thank you so much to the people that are online, committing to making sure that they are also part of this program. we do not take it lightly that you are using your data and your time to be sitting there and listening and watching to everything that's happening here. So I just want to emphasize something to the people that are pitching. Please use your mics closer to your, so that people can, Moving on to the next team. They didn't give me the job of this one. This is what I'm doing here. Technical team, I don't know what I'm doing. My job is to speak and make people laugh. Where do I go? Do I just press? I'm just gonna press, ne? Oh my God. Jared. It has 2 R's there. Is it Jerry D or Jared? Jared. There's someone pitching online? Yeah. Okay. Online Innovate Express Africa. Jared, show me you're coming up next after these ones. I'm sorry for that. In the Online Innovate Express Africa, your time. Are you here? Press the mic. See, Jared was ready.
Yes, we're here.
Your time has begun.
Yes, we're here.
You can start now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Please share your slides.
Okay, I'm doing so. Can you see the slides?
Not yet.
Hello?
Yes. Yes, we can.
Okay, our company is on Innovate Express Africa, and my name is Ismail Kato, a PhD student, PhD IT, together with my colleagues who are fellow PhD students, that is Charles and Maureen, who are on the call. I see Maureen is on the call, and I think Charles is also joining the call. And we are creating a company that is aiming at igniting youth innovations. And our company aims at developing an innovative incubation and commercialization hub for students developed software products in Uganda. We are based in Kampala, Uganda, and the PhD that we are doing is purely online. So that is our company and idea. That's the name of the company. And the problem we are trying to address is the problem of graduate unemployment. Over 80% of Ugandan graduates remain unemployed after graduation. That's according to one of Uganda's leading dailies. And I'm sure this is the true picture for most sub-Saharan African countries. Many of these graduates create a lot of innovations and software products as part of their academic programs, because we know they do a lot of practical courses that involve programming, web programming, software development, and software design. However, 90% of these students' innovations created in those courses remain on shelf and are never commercialized. That's according to research by Ongenrot and research by myself and Professor Van Penen that we conducted last year. Therefore, this means that most of these people fail to turn their innovative ideas into market-ready products that they can use to generate income, to provide employment for themselves and others. So why do we want to create Innovate Express? We want to fill a void where we have a huge number of graduates finishing information technology related courses at university in Africa, and the innovations they create remain in the libraries. They are never commercialized, and they never become spin-offs or startups. What is our innovation? We are creating a commercialization hub for youth and graduate software development innovations and generally information technology research. This hub will not just stop at ideation and
Time
incubation,
is up.
which is kind of theoretical.
I am so sorry. Your time is up.
Time is out?
Indeed.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions?
Hello, Innovate Express Africa. Just one question.
Yes.
In your problem statement, you stated that you want to sort of solve the problem of unemployment, and you gave us the stats of 80%. Now, how exactly do you plan to
Yes.
achieve this with your incubation?
We are
hub?
going to create. We are going to create jobs by encouraging graduates to create products that they can sell and self-employ themselves. One of the easiest ways of reducing the level of unemployment in the world is encouraging youth entrepreneurship. And instead of us advising them to look for jobs, we are creating an opportunity within their skill set of them creating products that are sellable, and in that case, they are creating either startups or innovative products that they can use to generate income and create jobs for themselves and others. I don't know if I'm clear on that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, I just wanted to find out who else is doing this in your area.
We have a number of innovation hubs and incubation centers in Uganda. Like the school where we work, we have an incubation center that focuses on non-IT products, other fast-moving products and agricultural products. We have Innovation Hive. I think they also concentrate on agriculture and other products. We also have tech hubs that concentrate on IT and other IT value addition services. But one thing about most of these, most of them are located in Kampala area, which is the central business district and the most developed district in Uganda. So we aim at tapping into innovations from areas away from the city center and encouraging youths to create solutions for problems that are faced by Ugandans for Ugandans.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for my online friend.
Hello?
So I'm going to remind my pitchers, you want to bust the rhymes this session. And that whole thing, they'll hear you. They are very sharp. 15 years of working is not a joke. So when you get here, so that your time is not cut short, please rap like your life depends on it. Okay?
I don't have any rhymes. So you want me to do a song?
Yes. Indeed.
Now, which song? I don't know the last time I sang.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ishmael Kato. A round of applause again for Mr. Ishmael. Up next, we finally have my friend Jerry D, or Jared. He's going to say it properly. Geo Green Blocks. Ladies and gentlemen, Jerry D.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jared, and I'm excited to introduce to you GeoGreen blocks. The production of traditional concrete is responsible for a significant portion of global CO2 emissions. In fact, cement production alone contributes to 8% of the global CO2 emissions, which has harmful effects on both the environment and human health. Our solution is to produce a precast geopolymer concrete, which uses industrial byproducts like fly ash and recycled products like glass waste. This approach reduces carbon emissions, lessens the reliance on non-renewable resources, and still delivers a high-performance, cost-effective product. Unlike traditional cement products, we use geopolymer binder technology. What makes this approach so innovative is it cuts back on CO2 emissions and repurposes waste materials that would otherwise end up in landfills. The innovation doesn't stop there. These geopolymer blocks offer superior performance. They are more durable, more chemically resistant, and provide better thermal resistance compared to regular cement blocks. The construction material market is vast, and it is rapidly evolving to meet the demands for more sustainable and eco-friendly products. Our target customers include developers, contractors, and government agencies that prioritize green building practices. We will conduct a detailed market research through surveys and focus groups to gather credible data on our customers' preferences and pricings. Our product is a precast geopolymer cinder block made from a blend of fly ash or glass waste with other recycled materials. These blocks not only offer greater strength and durability, but are also significantly eco-friendlier and more cost-effective. So now let's talk our competitive landscape. Our main competitors are manufacturers of traditional-based cements. However, these companies do not offer the same level of sustainability that we do. Our team includes professionals with deep knowledge in geopolymer technology, as well as skills in project management and marketing sales. Together, we'll drive a development, production, and distribution of these geopolymer blocks. Our financial projection is in a strong position, and we estimate our initial investment to be 2 million rand to set up our production facilities, secure the raw materials, and establish our distribution network. Within the first 3 years, we project a revenue of 5 million rand with a 40% growth margin due to the low cost of our raw materials and demand for sustainable products. I'd like to thank you for your time, and let's build a sustainable future together.
Questions?
Thank you for the presentation. I wanted to find out how far you with, so you've done all the testing of the material and demonstrated the product in an operational environment, or you haven't gotten there? And also asking if you have actually received any regulatory certification necessary.
Yes, so the only tests we've done are from lab. That we've done a few tests that simulate environmental conditions, like efflorescent tests. That's why you'll see on the one cube there's a bit of salt pigment, the top one. And first, the certificates, we have gotten...
Dying. Go
Is
on.
it mine? Okay.
No, go on.
Yeah, and the certificates, I'll have to follow up on that because I'm not too sure how the process works with that.
Hi, Jared, thanks. I think I missed a very important part there. How are you going to make these, and how different is the process compared to your typical cement blocks? The reason I'm asking is if you say they are polymer-based, some of the polymers are nasty, they would require a bit of heat, which would add onto your cost.
Yes.
And whilst you're speaking about cost, how much does your, I would say, system cost per square meter?
So the production is the same. We precast, because our products are cinder blocks, so it's not per square meter. We're making, you know what cinder blocks are? I had photos, but obviously the slides didn't work. Could you just repeat the middle section of your question?
Okay.
How it
Yes,
mixes
yes,
with,
yes.
yeah, so we use sodium silicate and sodium hydroxide to mix with fly ash, and that creates the hard material. We've also got other materials within the mixture, but I'm not allowed to actually say which other materials. Yeah. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, GeoGreen blocks. For a person who's trying to make us what is this Tina in English? Bricks. Yay, I almost got lost there. For someone who's trying to make us bricks, that was like a low-key sabotage. That's something there. It's shaking. But you see, the building didn't die because the blocks are here. Get what I mean? I just want to show, can I see one? I just want to show you guys, while they prepare, you see what we, am I going to die? Okay. These are the blocks. This feels so real. You made this?
No, these are just test blocks.
Test blocks. This is heavier than the bricks at my house. I'll tell you that. So these are the blocks in case, only in case he doesn't win. But we know he's gonna win, Mus. I'm joking, I don't know. But in case, if one of you here has a funding something, please get my friend Jerry D some hookups, okay? Let's get the bricks going. So, it's in transition. Ladies and gentlemen, next up is platinum. Here. Platinum, rhodium, palladium. The only palladium I know is a shoe. The only palladium I know is a shoe, but apparently it's a science thing. You guys ready? Ladies and gentlemen, PRP metals.
Hello. Yeah, it is moving, but there's no pointer, so I have to stand. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Zizipo, and this is Lutando, and we are a recycling company that recycles platinum, rhodium, and palladium from old car exhausts. The current mining processes to obtain these metals are plagued with problems. These include pollution, habitat destruction, landslides, and more heartbreaking are the deaths associated with the mining industry. We all know about the Marikana massacre, where unskilled laborers were shot. And we all know about the Zamazama illegal mining, where unskilled, poor, unemployed individuals risk their lives going to abandoned mines trying to get these minerals. And we want to alleviate this. We want to alleviate this through recycling and job creation. We want to make 100% pure platinum, rhodium, and iridium from recycled materials using our innovative process that is efficient, green, and affordable. We have devised a collection system that will be across the country that will make us to be able to collect these old car exhausts efficiently. And the market for these is there. We have conducted a market analysis here in PE. We've spoken to about 13 jewelry manufacturers who have expressed interest in buying these platinum group metals from us. We have also identified 4 research institutions in the province that use platinum group metals in small amounts and would be interested in buying these platinum group metals from us. We have also identified other industries that use platinum group metals in small amounts, and these are the dentistry industries, and they have also expressed interest.
We have also done a competitive analysis where we've looked at 2 companies which are listed down there below. This company, one of them is Altmet, which is based in Gauteng, Our competitive approach is based on us being having a geographical advantage being Port Elizabeth. The second one is also based here in Port Elizabeth, but we also have a competitive approach based on them because we have a nice collective system which is innovative. And then we also have a cost-effective process. Moving forward, our operations are based on collecting, dismantling, going to miling, leaching process together with the recovery, and then we get to our pure metal. The pure metal, we can sell it or tailor it to the way that our customer wants. Cool. And then that is our financials where we looked at a yearly profit, and then the year profit would be 4.7, and then moving to a projection of 3 years. And we also have a management team, which we have 2 skilled scientists, me and him, and also looking at getting a CEO and a CFO. We're also looking at unskilled people in communities for community outreach in terms of employing them. Our ask for the business is 7 million. Move forward. And then this is PRP Metals. Thank you.
Any questions?
Yes, hi. Oh, yes. Seeing that your production is, labor intensive, how much of these metals can you recover per shift? Shift being 8 hours, for instance.
So our projections are based on if we say we want to collect about 10 catalytic converters, 5 catalytic converters. So our projections are based on that. If we collect 5, we can get about, so that is like in one catalytic converter, you get about 3 grams of platinum, 4.5 and 1.5. So now if you multiply that by the 5 catalytic converters, so that's where it comes from. So that's where...
I think to add on what she's saying is that a day we'll be processing 5 a day. And then from there, that's where we move on the average amount in each catalytic converters. So we did the calculations there based on that in an average catalytic converter, you have PT, PD, RH in that order. And then the amount, when you add those for 5 a day, moving to a month and moving to a year. And then that amount will give us the amount there at sales when we sell them as a pure metal.
So what happens when you run out of the exhausts?
We will never run out of exhausts because the current cars use exhaust and production is still happening in high amounts. There's also electric vehicles that use these metals. So we will recycle them if we run out of traditional car exhausts.
My next question is anybody else doing this?
I think we've listed 2 competitors on the slide down there where we have both those companies that do the same thing. Okay. Then I think I also stated that our process as well as the recovery process is cost effective because we're using a greener approach.
And we are geographically advantaged because the other one is in Gauteng. There's only one that is here.
You mentioned that you're using an innovative process. Do you care to tell us a bit in terms of what is your process?
Okay, we can't divulge much, but looking at literature and what normal mining industries use, we've devised a greener one. So in that way, it is innovative, but we can't really say what it is.
Yeah, and also to add on that, the material we use for recovery, we also recycle it, so you can use it over time, like others don't do that approach.
Thank you. Their time is up. Dearly beloved, I am very concerned that I know nothing about anything that these people do. I heard PLTHZM. You see that letter thing we were talking about? I have no idea what they're talking about. However, they do have also a demonstration. Am I allowed to touch it? It looks like a speaker. From the speaker to the drugs. From speaker to drugs. I'm joking, it's not drugs. What is this? What is this? Ah, thank you. And then you get this potassium hexagon. Oh, okay. See, I'm trying to learn. I'm not doing so well. I wasn't good at the science thing. That's why I left it. My job is words and entertaining people, which is what I'm doing, right? Right? Right. If I'm not entertaining you, I don't get paid. Next up, we have wave. See, simple people, simple wording. I don't see PTZXYJ here. Wave Lab Innovations come through. Ladies and gentlemen, Wave Lab Innovations.
Good afternoon, everybody. Today I have the privilege to introduce you to Wave Lab Innovations. We are taking a multi-million rand testing facility and scaling it down to a cost-effective and practical testing facility. We are scaling down from a 100-meter plus towing tank with a 5-ton plus carriage, and we're scaling it down to a 12-meter tank with a 5 kg carriage. Why are we doing this? To allow small companies and tertiary institutions the ability to perform towing tank tests and to educate young engineers on the working principle of a towing tank. So why us, you might wonder? Wave Lab Innovation is the only company in South Africa producing 12-meter long towing tanks. The small-scale towing tanks have not been utilized largely due to the lack of published resources regarding their design. Our tanks are uniquely designed for the South African market with their robust design, simple operation, and reliable immediate results. Our innovation is through state-of-the-art equipment and the cost and size effective solution to current towing tanks. For the market analysis, we look at the 26 government universities across South Africa, an estimate of over 100 boat manufacturing companies in the country, and over 10 of which are right here in the Eastern Cape. The Eastern Cape also is home to 2 of the largest surf ski manufacturers in the country. Our product is manufactured by high-quality steel, high-quality plexiglass for perfect viewing, and state-of-the-art sensors and measuring equipment. For our competition, there is no competition. There only is one active towing tank in South Africa. There are no active towing tank manufacturers in South Africa. The overseas competition is such as England, and they sell the same size towing tank for 1.7 million rand, excluding transport costs to South Africa. So we will have first entry advantage into the local market. Our operations, we will build the 2 6-meter long steel sections. These can easily be transported to anywhere in the country. The acrylic panels purchased by the local dealer in that area, and they will be bonded on site. The carriage and all the equipment will be manufactured by us for a simple plug and play for our clients. For the finances, the projected cost to build a single unit is 150,000 rand. The need for such tanks and the companies that we'll be selling them to, we can price them anywhere from 400,000 rand. The costs of equipment, staff, facilities, and transport have been considered. With the initial cost of 3 months' rent, equipment, salaries, and the material, we are requesting 285,000 rand to get up on our feet. The first year net profit is 3.5 million rand after tax and after we've paid back our initial loan with a 15% interest. For our management team, we are looking at accountant, qualified welders, a marketing team, and a managing director. Thank you for your time.
Any questions? Yeah, they're taking notes, my friend, dude. He finished in like 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Ne? With 5 seconds left to the time. Questions?
No, thank you for the presentation. I see that you said you're asking for 200 or 300 and something, over
285, yes.
285K to start, but you said actually manufacture one unit cost you 150.
Yeah, so I do have the financials with me. So basically, for the initial startup, we looked at the first month's rent, salaries, and material to produce 1 tank. So with these current estimations, they are based off selling 2 tanks a month. So 2 tanks a month, so for the first initial cost, we are producing 1 tank. From that initial investment, we'll regather that money back into producing a 2nd tank for the first month. And that includes the equipment, salaries, and the material for the first month.
Oh, no, I wanted to find out, that's why I was worried, that I'm like, but if the cost is 150 to produce 1 and you're asking 285, wouldn't you want to produce maybe at least 5 in the beginning? But if you're saying that you'll sell 2 per month, maybe that makes a bit of sense. Thanks.
Thank you for your question.
I wanted to ask you, how easy would you be able to convert? I think you said there's 136 potential customers. Why would they change? Didn't like my question. I can just shout it. Why would they change from what they're using already and then spend money to buy something else?
The companies that we looked into, they currently aren't doing any tests.
Oh.
So they are manufacturing full-scale models of ships, and then they're currently testing in that way. And there only is 1 current towing tank, and that's in Stellenbosch University. So the companies currently aren't testing. So with this, they'll be saving money over the long term by producing smaller models and seeing if they work efficiently.
Would you say the production of the smaller towing tanks is your innovation?
Yes, our innovation, we're going from a 100-meter long towing tank, which is not practical in any sense, and we're taking it down into a small 12-meter towing tank. So smaller companies can utilize it, and they don't have to produce this massive tank that costs multi-millions of rands.
All right. So maybe as a follow-up, so that you've checked that there is nothing else like it. I know you've mentioned that there's bigger ones, there's bigger towing tanks. So you've checked that no one has actually done this where they've minimized the tanks?
Answer quickly, 10 seconds. Answer is 10 seconds.
Okay. So yes, there has been some done. In Stellenbosch is the only current one in South Africa, and there are no other smaller ones in the country. And then an example of it overseas is the OMI Labs, and they are producing one, and they're selling it overseas to their companies. However, none of them are coming into our country.
Please use the mic for the online.
Sorry, I don't think, oh, it's on now.
Answered. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, my friends, so I don't know if anyone is noticing, and I'm very offended. I just want to put that as a disclaimer, that I am offended that when my white friends come on the stage, these speakers choose to do funny things. Very racist speakers, these. Hey? Otherwise, those are all my pitchers, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for our pitching people. So before I close the session, I will take the time. I'm going to take my time to advertise something, because obviously I need to have the mic. So ladies and gentlemen, let me reintroduce myself. I am Bali Mendingube, and I am an arranger, a composer, and a chorister for the Nelson Mandela University Choir. And I am here to announce that we have an end-of-year concert coming up on the 25th of October. Tickets will be sold. Regardless of my mushroom reaction, I saw all of y'all. Do you get what I mean? All these faces I saw, these are the same faces I want to see cheering for me when I'm, doing I want to see all these faces there. Please do support us. As a word of appreciation, quite a number of the choir members came here to see me do what I'm doing today. Thank you so much. Round of applause. The dyslexia that locates me when I have to speak fast should be questioned. Otherwise, I have gifts for my judges except one. And it's not because we don't have a gift for her, ne? But you can't get double gifts. We are not that moneyed, ne? So I have gifts for my judges. Are they gonna take a picture? They're gonna take a picture, ne? Do we not have like a standby? You, I'm sorry, we don't. But, is it just 3? Oh, you're 4, okay. Please do come up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge one for the judges who are asking serious questions. Come through, come through. She knows herself, so she's not even bothered. Trust me, she's so polile right now. So, I'm wondering if, do I also get a gift? Damn. Must choose money or the gift. Damn, I'm joking. Thank you so, so much, ladies and gentlemen, for allowing us to use you through this time, in this recess, in this research week, in this hot room. I'll tell you that now. But thank you so much for your time and your participation. Aren't they pretty? Clap hands so they smile. Right, while they're doing that, yeah, take pictures. They're celebrities, I know. Take the pictures. Ne? So, I'm about to close the session, and I would like to thank you all for allowing me to be the one that facilitates the innovative research competition. Results will be given tomorrow. I know the anxiety. I would have serious explosive diarrhea right now. But nonetheless, competition results will come out tomorrow. From myself, Umbali Wagwangube, thank you so much for coming through today. And I am signing out. Thank you. You can leave the venue now.
We can't forget our MC, Mbali, Ngube, whatever. This is from the Innovation Office.
just trying to swim. It's just so unusual. We do this every day to stand in front of a class, but this kind of setup is something totally different.
And it's not a class that you come back to. Remember, in your class, you might forget to say something, but then tomorrow there's another class. Then you can say, remember, yesterday I meant to say this, but I didn't. Now, so this is a single class.
And the worst is it's online forever.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to put a statute of limitation.
Yeah, but you're always good with this.
No, Prof, I hate this.
Yeah. Thank you for the banner, but Amanda was asking about the banner. I said, oh, Karen is taking care of that. Yesterday, she got rid of it. It's awesome. So
Kate currently is already on the link. That was as soon as you start the video already is on currently.
Good evening, everyone. If I could get your attention. Yeah. So, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the launch of Research Methods for Economics, a highly anticipated publication that promises to be an invaluable resource to students and seasoned researchers. My name is Sharon Tessendorf, a lecturer in the Department of Economics at Nelson Mandela University, and it is my privilege to chair the session this evening. Before we begin, I would like to extend a special welcome to all our attendees, those in the hall this evening and those who are joining us via the YouTube link. Your presence, whether in the hall or online, is a testament to the significance of this book and the impact it is likely to have in the field of economics. We are fortunate to host this launch during the university's Research Week, which celebrates the spirit of inquiry and the advancement of knowledge. This celebration of inquiry resonates with the mission of Research Methods for Economics, which seeks to equip students and researchers with the tools to conduct rigorous economic analysis. Furthermore, the importance of this textbook is foreshadowed by research published already in 1991 by Siegfried and his colleagues. They were already calling for active learning in that paper. Siegfried and his colleagues argued that the intellectual growth occurs when students take ownership of their own learning. Now, what does that mean? Formulating their own questions, gathering and analyzing information, and effectively communicating the results. By providing a comprehensive guide to research methods, our esteemed colleagues' textbook empowers readers with the critical tools needed to deeply engage with economic analysis, fostering the very intellectual maturation that Siegfried and his colleagues were calling for in 1991. This evening, we have the privilege of delving into Research Methods for Economics with its distinguished editors, Professor Sitten Mishi, and online with Professor Andrew Maredza. They will share key insights into the book's creation and share an excerpt or two that are sure to pique our interest. Following their presentation, we will receive two diverse reviews. First, Professor Charles Waite, an emeritus professor in the Department of Economics, will provide a detailed scholarly review, examining the book's contributions to the wider academic discourse. Then we will hear from Dr. Thandekuhle Kwani, who will offer insights from the perspective of an emerging researcher. Finally, please note that we will have 3 rounds of questions once the presentations have concluded. So I kindly request that you hold your questions until the Q&A session commences. And with that, I now call upon Professor Ronnie Nwadi to formally welcome us to this session. Professor Nwadi is the Director of the School of Economics, Development and Tourism, and he has been the cornerstone of our academic community. Professor Nwadi's visionary leadership has been instrumental in fostering a vibrant, supportive research environment within our school and encouraging innovation and academic excellence. Professor, I call on you.
All right, I was just confirming whether I must stand here or sit there. I follow my leader. Standing here is right, no? All right, thank you very much. I wanted to step some connections here. All right, good evening, or good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's so good to be here and to see such a number of people attending this great historical day in our school, of course, in our faculty. I want to welcome all the guests, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues in the school, in the faculty, in the university at large, our students, our friends. A special welcome and recognition to our acting DVC RII, Professor Lloyd, in his busy schedule. I'm happy that he's here with us tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute honor and privilege to welcome you all to this exciting, monumental occasion, the launch of the book titled Research Methods for Economics. Today we celebrate not only this, the release of this important academic work, but also the dedication and collaboration that made this book possible. The work has been expertly authored and edited by 2 eminent scholars in the field of economics, Professor Sidan Mishi from the School of Economics, Development and Tourism, and Professor Andrew Maretsa from University of Mpumalanga, whom I think is joining us online. Their commitment to advancing knowledge in the field of economics is evident in this well-crafted book, which will undoubtedly serve as a vital resource for both current and future generations of students and researchers in economics. As you all know, research methodology is the backbone of any scholarly inquiry. And in economics, the importance of applying sound methodological principles cannot be overstated. This book is a timely contribution that fills a critical gap in our academic literature, providing a comprehensive guide tailored specifically for economic students. Whether you are a beginner or an advanced researcher, this book offers essential tools to navigate the complex terrain of research in economics. I would like to express my deepest appreciation, Professors Mishi and Maretsa, for their hard work, insights, and perseverance in bringing this book to life. This book not only enriches the academic experience of economics students, but also reinforces the broader mission of nurturing critical thinking and informed research within our institutions. As we embark on this celebration today, we are reminded of the power of collaboration, the sharing of knowledge, and the importance of producing resources that contribute to the intellectual growth of our society. I have no doubt that this book will become a cornerstone in the academic journeys of many, helping to shape the future of economic research in South Africa and beyond. Before we proceed, I'd like to take a moment to formally introduce our distinguished authors and editors by reading their impressive CVs, which reflect their significant contributions to academia and the field of economics. Their academic journeys and professional achievements are nothing short of remarkable. I want to take this moment now to just read a really brief about Professor Sideni Mishi. Professor Sideni Mishi is a Mandela Rhodes Scholar and NRFC-rated researcher. He holds a DCOM in economics. He publishes regularly and is a principal investigator on several projects, commissioned and grant-based. He served as senior research specialist for close to 5 years, developing and executing research development workshops to postgraduate students and academic staff. Sideni has received multiple awards nationally and institutionally in recognition of research excellency. His passion is on breaking the perceived barriers to engaging in robust and impactful yet ethical research. He often engages in mentorship, formal and informal, to build research capacity. Professor Andrew Maretsa is a C2 NRF-rated researcher and associate professor at the University of Mpumalanga. Andrew completed a collaborative master's program in economics at the African Economic Research Consortium in Kenya and holds a DCOM in economics. He is a research fellow at International University of Malaysia and is currently a guest editor of the African Journal of Economic and Management Studies. He serves on the editorial board and he serves on the editorial board of the African Journal of Economic and Management Studies. He and Africa's Public Service Delivery and Performance Review. His research on financial institutions, monetary theory, and policy has appeared, among others, in Economics Research Southern Africa. Research in International Business and Finance, Banks and Bank Systems, Journal of Economic Studies, Review of Economics and Political Science, and African Journal of Business and Economic Research. He has taught mathematical economics, econometrics, and models in economics across undergraduate and postgraduate levels. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, I regret that I cannot stay throughout this session. I have a lecture this evening, and unfortunately, I would have to leave soon. I wish you a pleasant evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Nwari, for taking time out of your extremely busy schedule, for giving us that very warm welcome, and also for highlighting the impact that this textbook is likely to have. Your words truly capture the significance of the textbook, together with the spirit of collaboration and inquiry that makes it so unique. Thank you, Prof, and we hope your lecture goes very well this evening. And now, to the moment we have all been waiting for. It is my distinct pleasure to call upon the editors of Research Methods for Economics, Professor Sideni Mishi and Professor Andrew Maretsa, to offer us insights into their collaborative journey, the main intentions behind the book, and the unique perspectives that they wove into this essential resource. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming our esteemed colleagues.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much, Sharon and all colleagues, for those kind words. My colleague here is on the screen, Professor Andrew Maretsa, and it is just a singular honor to have the opportunity to be in front of you and to share some kind of insights into this particular project, and possibly to then get more questions from you and some kind of insights as we look forward to having more of such output out there. As has been said, my name is Sideni Mishi, and I'm going to share a few aspects here. I grew up on a farm, so it is often for me to introduce the discussion with an example from the farm. There were many trees on the farm, and they can have really good fruits, but sometimes other fruit trees needed to be shaken so that the fruit can fall down and then we can pick and enjoy. Without that, they would just rot within the tree. Why am I saying this? It was March 2020. We were all sent home to be working from home, and that was because COVID-19 was upon us. On the 3rd of June 2020, I found myself writing a letter to an editor and said, we have this particular idea. I don't know if this idea can actually sell, but this is why we want this kind of a product. And the response came, this is an excellent idea. We need to take it forward. And this was at the peak of COVID-19. So COVID-19 was a great shock to the economy and to everyone's life. Possibly we just needed that for us to have the fruits down so that other people, everyone else could enjoy. And that is what we got. This particular book, Research Methods for Economics, yes, that was the very much final title that we got, came because when you look into the field, majority of the textbook of research that you see there, they were not touching on the economic aspects. And we realized that there was a gap. Growingly also, across different institutions, research methods is being introduced in the discipline of economics, but there is no tool to guide students, to have a step-by-step guide in doing research. And as a supervisors, we tell students, go and polish up your research proposal, your problem statement, go and articulate this section and this section, but without proper guidance. So we realize that we are having a serious gap that needs to be closed. And we can look no further than within ourselves and say, let us do something. Because change will only come if we are prepared to act. You will see that there are two editors listed here, myself and Professor Andrew Mareza, but definitely the work was not between the two of us. You are going to see that we have different contributors. Dr. Godfrey Anakpo is here in the room and postdoctoral fellow within the university. I think Professor Dr. Mensah, you will be happy to hear that as well. So he is a postdoctoral fellow, is one of the contributors, and Dr. Joyce Chuma from University of South Africa, UNISA, and Professor Forget Kapingura, who is from University of Fort Hare, the associate professor in economics. He's also on his way. He's going to be arriving shortly, so hopefully we'll also get to see him. Dr. Roslyn Tapua Karambakua was also a postdoctoral fellow within our department, and he's now based in the UK. Then Ifeanyi Mbukama, who was at Mpumalanga, University of Mpumalanga, and now at Walter Sisulu University. So why this diverse kind of a team? There is no monopoly in knowledge, and that is the first thing that we need to realize. There's no monopoly in knowledge. You need to appreciate diversity, and diversity brings strength. So we had to look and see who is in the field who can make contribution, and they were willing to raise up their hands and come on board, and we have this particular project. And you can see the diversity even in terms of the institutions. That to us is always a strength, and we believe in that diversity. And I'm going to just share some few thoughts as well before I hand over to my colleague that is online. So why this book and the way that we have structured it? One key feature that you see that is that it has got example at the end of each chapter, a step-by-step guide. Majority of the books that you see, they tell you the theoretical reasoning around certain methods and how you should do it and why you should do it, but there's limited illustration. So one, we wanted to provide that illustration. And you see that we have also used diverse software in order to ensure that students can get different set of skills. Then secondly, you see one unique feature is that each chapter in this particular book has a quote. And that we also cater for those who don't want to read that much. So if you can just open each chapter and read the quote in that chapter, it tells you everything about that particular chapter. Part 1 says that good research is no accident. So it tells you, but if you want to know why it's no accident and why it shouldn't be, then you have then to read. But at least would have told you the truth about that particular chapter. So we go on, and we have different chapters coming up. Chapter 2 talks about not having a plan is also a plan, only that it is a plan to fail. So starting and embarking on a research without a clear plan definitely is just a plan to fail on that particular research project. So that is the message that we were trying to articulate them. And this is one of the few books that I know of that have got a full chapter on ethics. Full chapter on ethics. So you will get to enjoy. Why did we put it there? Okay. If I ask in the room, majority will say that I need an ethical clearance. But we're trying to argue and to teach a scholar to say ethics is from the time you start to think about research. That is why we quoted. Ethics is knowing the difference between what you have a right to do and what is right to do. In law, a man is guilty when he violates the rights of others. In ethics, he is guilty if he only thinks of doing so. So from the time you think about your topic, that is where ethics starts. So don't think about when am I going to do ethical clearance and be forced to talk about ethical consideration section, this and that. But from the time you think about your research, ethics is part and parcel. And it's not confined only to methodology, to data collection, to data analysis, to data dissemination. All your write-up, there's an embedded aspect of ethics. Professor Marco, hopefully that captures you very well there. Another aspect that I want to highlight is that in chapter 4, it is dedicated to each one of you. We know that writing does not just come so lightly. It is an art. And we say it's art of writing in economic research. Because you can be a good researcher, but if you cannot write, then nobody's going to really appreciate that particular work. Sometimes not so good researchers and very good in writing might actually win the cake, isn't it? So that is why we have that particular chapter to teach how to do research. And here we quote, you can't be a real economist without at least reading books in other fields. So that is really the essence of that particular chapter, to say you must read. You must be able to read beyond your discipline so that you can be able to actually write clearly within your discipline. Without that, you will be completely lost in terms of the writing process. And these are the elements that I'm highlighting here. Now we go to part 2. But before going to part 2, part 1 essentially would cater for those that are really starting research. Very novice, your senior undergraduate, doing your honors, you are starting research methods for the very first time. You will find the first unit being very much handy. Then when it goes to part 2, it starts now to build more content and being more specific in terms of the methods now, outlining them more. With your chapter 5, looking at understanding quantitative research, there is a quote, and I know Professor Waite here often says this particular quote. Not everything that can be counted counts, and not everything that counts can be counted. We have seen that there's domination of quantitative techniques in economics, and sometimes qualitative is seen for those other disciplines. And then we also have general anticipation that we should just download data and start to analyze. But we're saying that as an economist, as a true economist, as a true researcher, you should be able also to say, how can I generate data? And that is what we were trying to put across here, to say, how can you generate your own data? You don't want to be an economist, a researcher that just depend on downloading that data. That data has been set up by someone. How? That is what you need to know as a researcher, because you are going to be in that particular space playing a critical role of formulating those databases that can then be used. But if you don't have that skill, then it just falls apart. Then you fail to be an economist. So we were acknowledging that, yes, we might want to count, but not everything that gets counted counts. And not everything that can also, not everything that counts can be counted. The qualitative responses. People, you can ask a question. If I ask you one question, I can get different responses. I can get almost the same responses on one aspect. But the emotions that are coming with that response, they are so diverse. They need to be captured. And how do we bring that in economics? And that is also one essential element with this particular book. Then we go on and articulate that it is not only about certain type of data, but all kinds of data need to be part and parcel of the thinking of research. Because we get limited because it's only that I want data that is there, but you can't create. Or there's only this type of data. I don't have the structure of data that we want. So we touched in part 2, in different types of data, from your cross-sectional data, your time series data, your panel data, your qualitative data, and we were also saying, how do you bring all that together in a mixed method approach? In qualitative research methods, chapter 8, we quote, the power of statistics and the clean lines of quantitative research appealed to me, but I fell in love with the richness and depth of qualitative research. Ben Brown actually summarized that very well. And that is the essence that we were carrying out to say what is the power of that qualitative research that you don't get more often in the discipline of economics. So we wanted to provide the tools to would-be researcher in this field to say this is the tool in terms of how you can conduct research. And indeed, research is formalized curiosity. And that we capture in one of the chapters. We go to the last unit where we actually say, we understand that research process starts sometimes with a formal proposal that you have to put together. And that often is a nightmare for many. And we said, let's outline that and provide what are the different versions and kinds of research proposals. Those for your academic project, for your master's, PhDs, and the like. There are also those for grants. How do they differ? How do you articulate the project's objectives in those different outlets? So we also outline that in the 10th chapter of the book. Then lastly, we say that we do much of the project. Maybe our first research projects are our dissertation, treatises, and thesis. But how do you then also harvest papers from them and get to publish? Remember, it's not an afterthought And that is what we are emphasizing here. It's not an afterthought. You think, okay, after my dissertation, okay, I'm thinking I now need to publish. But it's something that you start from the beginning. In terms of even how you structure your work, you need to be having that in mind. And we quote, accessible knowledge is the best kind, because we want knowledge to be accessible. And that is why, in this particular book, you see the emphasis that we have put in science communication. Science communication does matter. And we outline how you start the process from stakeholder mapping. Who cares about your research? We provided a tool for stakeholder mapping and say, who cares about my research? What is it that they really care about in the research? Where are they? How can you communicate with them? What kind of language and level of complexity would they appreciate? If you are talking to practitioners, if you are talking to someone very much in the street, how would you communicate with them? So science communication is very, very essential. And we have dedicated also a complete section on that in Unit 1. Why? Because we want science to matter. If we do our science and it gets to be stuck in the libraries and in the academic journal, then it's not going to help society. Who is going to appreciate those recommendations that we make? Then we can point fingers to everyone else that they are doing everything wrong. We have studied this, we have looked at this, but they are doing everything wrong. Because they've not got to receive the message from our science. They have not received it because we have never thought about them. And we have never cared to go back to them. So stakeholder mapping is very much outlined, and there is a tool for you also to use. So these are some kind of highlights from this particular book that I do as an overview. And there's special aspects also in terms of the focus of the book, in terms of the kind of geographic focus or any other aspect that my colleague is also going to come in. Professor Mareza, if you can come through.
Oh, yes. Can you all see me? It's a little bit dark in this room where I am. Can you all see me? All right, so good evening, everybody. Thank you so much, Prof. Mishi, for that elaborate overview. And I think it leaves very little for me to say after such a great highlights that you've given there about the book. Yeah, so my name is Andrew Mareza. All right, I'm seeing double screens here.
Yes, as we can see you clearly.
Is that so?
Yeah.
All right. Oh, is that so? All right, 100%. All right, so thank you, Sharon, and I think Ronnie for that great introduction and a warm welcome. I really appreciate it. So it's actually an absolute joy and privilege to be part of this book launch. I wanted to be there in person, but there are prior engagements that I couldn't shake off. And so I found myself signing up for the virtual option. So yeah, so first of all, I'm very grateful for every single one of you for being there tonight. And I'm aware that there are opportunity costs that are involved. You could have been with your families. There's many other things that you could have been doing at this point, but you decided to be part of this book launch celebration. And I appreciate it truly. Yeah. So before I jump in to share my views and thoughts about the book, I just thought it was fit that I acknowledge and thank the leadership of Nelson Mandela University for allowing this engagement to proceed. I also appreciate the Office of the DVC Research, Innovation and Internationalization, the Department of Economics, and the school and the faculty where the Department of Economics is actually located. And I think most importantly to Prof. Mishi, the head of the Department of Economics, for coordinating everything in our absence on our behalf as contributing authors and as co-editor. That is appreciated. I also want to extend my appreciation, I guess, on behalf of, I think, the lead editor and the authors as well to, those that contributed in their various capacities. I think we received many suggestions and comments from anonymous reviewers, Van Skyke publishers. I think particularly Claire Thornton, she really played an important role, I think from day one. And I think special mention goes to Nangamso Pakati, the senior editorial coordinator. She really helped out. And I think also Jackie Duffield, the sales manager. My colleague and a professor here at UMP who is teaching research methods for the honors students, and I think he informed me that he received some copies from Jackie Duffield, and I think that is greatly appreciated. I just want to say it was really a great honor to collaborate with amazing authors that contributed to this book. So as pointed out by Sydney, so this was not work that was just done by the two of us, and it seems to me that we are the ones that are on the spotlight, but I think authors really made significant contribution to this book, and I think I appreciate every one of them. Yeah, so when we started out on this journey, and I think 3-4 years ago, and I think the kind of economist that we imagined was an economist that was rounded up in terms of the exposure to both quantitative as well as qualitative research methods. And so just a little bit of background. So my academic career spans over a period of 19 years. And I think since 2005, I started out as a graduate teaching assistant at University of Zimbabwe. I was assisting teaching of econometrics, and I think the module code was Econ 313. And so ever since then, I've taught mathematical economics, econometrics, I think at University of Fort Hare, Northwest University, and at my university currently, I'm teaching mathematical economics for the honors students. So I'm just giving this overview just to demonstrate that I'm highly quantitative in my orientation. And so when the proposal came through to say, how about we, put together a book that really correct that perception that many of the economists have that qualitative research is a lesser important research methodology, or it is non-rigorous or less rigorous. I actually welcome that particular proposal with excitement. And so I think it's not to say that economists are against qualitative research methods or mixed research methods, but it seems to me that there's a perception that qualitative research is less rigorous or non-rigorous. And I would argue that methodological rigor should not be determined only by the use of a particular research method as such, but rather by the appropriateness of the fit between the problem being examined and the research methods chosen to examine it. And so for a long time, a lot of economics graduates and economics researchers today, they are highly quantitative in their orientation. And the economists that we're imagining, that we want to see, and I think that's one of the questions that we asked was, what kind of an economics do we want? What kind of an economics researcher do we want? Do we want one that is just good in quantitative research methods, or we want in sort of like an all-rounded economics researcher that is able to tap in their tools box and get quantitative research methods and also get qualitative research methods as and when the situation calls for it. And so because of that kind of thinking, it gave birth to this particular book that we're here gathered for today. And so in a nutshell, the central message of the book is, we think that a solid economist is one who is able to, leverage the the understanding of both quantitative and qualitative research methods to address the research problems that we face in our society. And I think, today, if you look at our current challenges, I think they're calling for impactful research that really meets the needs of society. And sometimes if you are quantitative oriented in your thinking, there's some problems that you're going to shy away from because you lack the qualitative tools that allows you to maybe examine a certain problem within a small group, which may not be warranted by quantitative analysis. And so there's been, I think there's a publication, I'm forgetting the authors, they were arguing that a lot of economists have not really contributed to the informal economy, because of the nature of questions that should be asked for the informal economy. And so that leaves out a lot of qualitative researchers, jumping in to conduct research and to inform knowledge and solutions to our problems, our society. And so economists, in my view, have not been able to really assess, the impacts, phenomenon in a wider sense, because, we seem, in my view, to be more oriented towards econometrics, where we merely are concerned with, application of secondary data, and so forth. And so in a nutshell, as I close, the message of the book is that we are hoping to correct that perception that kind of dominated the discipline of economics, where there's a view that qualitative research methods or mixed research methods are less rigorous. I think that's just about it. So thank you, everybody. And I think Prof. Mishi, sort of summarizes so beautifully that there's less for me to speak on. But I guess I'll wait for the Q&A session. And I think maybe I can quickly, but I guess let me just wait for the next session. But thanks, everybody. Over to you, Program Director.
Some of you may have seen me making some vigorous notes while Prof. Mishi and Prof. MeDDIC were making their comments. And that is the beauty of hearing from the horse's mouth. I commented to Prof. Mishi while we were waiting for the start of the session how impressed I was that female authors form part of this book. I was at an engagement earlier today and they said, can you name 10 black female authors in your field? And we were stumbling. So for all of you in the room tonight, those of you who are engaging in our YouTube space, look at the authors. Now at least you'll know 2. So there was another thing that I picked up here. Graduate employability. It is so important that our students can meet the challenges of today and the future. Simply equipping you with one skill is not enough for the changing and rapidly changing world that we find ourselves in. So thank you, Prof. Mishi. Thank you, Prof. MeDDIC, for that insightful presentation. I am incredibly intrigued by this book and how it approaches these research methodologies from such a practical and relevant perspective. I have no idea whether Prof. Mishi was listening to me, but I had been bugging him and saying, I don't know what is good and what is bad. Can you please give examples? I've got those examples now, so I don't have an excuse. I'm also interested in how these authors have integrated quantitative and qualitative approaches. From my perspective, it's clear that this book is going to be a valuable tool for researchers at all levels. But I'm now going to turn over to our reviewers. And we're going to start by hearing from Professor Charles Waite. His academic career spans a period of more than 50 years. During that time, he has lectured at universities in the Eastern Cape, the Western Cape, Germany, and Poland. He has also supervised several master's and doctoral students. Drawing on this extensive experience, Professor Waite is now going to provide us with a detailed exploration of the main ideas and thesis of research methods for economics, while situating its significance within the broader scholarly landscape. And with that, I turn the floor over to you, Prof. Waite.
Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen, hearing about quantitative and qualitative research, I may just put your mind at rest. People who have written qualitative research theses and dissertations have also made a success of the world. And if I may point out Professor Lloyd here as an example of somebody who produced a voluminous PhD of a qualitative nature. When I read, or started to read this book with a view to this afternoon, very soon I came under the impression that what I was reading reminded me of something I read in a book that was published in 2011. And I want to quote from that book where this particular author says, economists hope to make interventions that improve the functioning of the economy and public policy and that enhance the quality of life. And in this afternoon's book, I read, and this is what brought me in line with the two books. In this afternoon's book, I read, more than ever, the increasing complexities of today's world economies and societies call for economists and economics researchers who are resourceful problem solvers capable of conducting a holistic scientific inquiry that influences and transforms economies and societies. Now, the purpose of this book, in a nutshell, the editors answer that question as follows, and I quote again, very briefly, they say, the pressing need to develop reflective researches guided by contemporary case studies. And I think in this short statement of theirs, there's one very important word, and that is the word reflective researchers. That means researchers who do not only find research results, but who also try and find what is the reason for these results. They do not only answer the question, what is, they also answer the question, why is, and they venture onto the more difficult question of what ought to be. As Professor Mishi has pointed out, and also the editor, they try to fill a gap in modern-day textbooks on economics research, because what they found is the following, and they have already said this. For a long time, economics is concentrated on econometrics with a bias towards the quantitative analysis of secondary data. With this textbook, we hope to correct the view held by some scholars that primary data analysis and qualitative data analysis are the preserve of those other academic disciplines, not saying whom they are. I remember in my time as a lecturer at Stellenbosch University, the Department of Sociology came up with many such findings, and we always used to say to Professor S.P. Cilliers, all right, you find the data, we will analyze and interpret it. Anyhow, the younger disciplines or sub-disciplines of economics, such as behavioral economics, experimental economics, and happiness economics, necessitate the need for collecting, assessing, and analyzing primary data. The primary data collection and qualification can ensure that economists realize, and again I quote from some other author, in many cases economic activity is a function of creativity, imagination, and sentiment, a view that can easily fall by the wayside. Now, Professor Mishi has already referred to ethics. In economics, we have always made a silent assumption, namely that the people we talk about, the actions which we talk about, are actions that are coming from honest people with integrity. In the early days of television, they used to say, sorry for the short interruption. The assumption we have always made is that of honest economic actors. Unfortunately, the real world has taught us that's not necessarily true. So what the editors are doing in this case, the authors are doing is they are leading economists to sweep at their own front door by including their chapter on ethics in research. Peter Singer said about ethics, ethics requires us to go beyond I and you to the universal law, the standpoint of the impartial spectator or ideal observer, or whatever we choose to call it. Now, something about the layout of the book, also to some extent already touched on by Professor Mishi. The book is structured in 3 parts. Part 1 is dedicated to understanding research in economics and related disciplines. This understanding is aimed at in 4 chapters within that part 1. There's a chapter devoted to understanding research in a business and economic sciences environment. I think that word understanding is important. There's another chapter on research types and methodology. As already mentioned, there's one on ethics. And finally, there's a chapter on the art of writing in economics research. I will come back to that aspect of writing just a little bit later on. Part 2 of the book covers research methods in 5 chapters. 5 chapters are here used to cover respectively quantitative research techniques, cross-sectional data analysis, time series methods, qualitative research methods, and finally, mixed methods research. The third part of the book is devoted to academic writing. And for that purpose, 2 chapters are used. The one is on writing a research proposal, and the other one is on harvesting papers from treatises, dissertations, and theses. Now, this part 3 could also have contained the chapter which is in part 2, namely on writing in economics. Economists need a special virtue in writing because they are writing for 3 different readers or addressing 3 different audiences. They address fellow economists at economics conferences or in economics publications. Secondly, they must write or they must speak to non-economists. And within these non-economists, there's a very special subgroup, the politicians. It is in many cases this third group that must turn the results of economic research into practical policies. And that's rather difficult to understand sometimes. In whichever way research results are shared with politicians, it ought to be done in a way that points towards a policy. But policy measures are aimed at changing the behavior of people. Why do we increase interest rates or decrease them? Because we want to change the purchasing behavior of people, just as one example. Policy measures are aimed at changing the behavior of people. And therefore, the chapter, the reference at least to behavioral economics, is actually on target in educating economists and educating them in research. As far as writing in economics is concerned, I was wondering if there isn't room for a collaboration between the Department of Economics and the language departments. What about short courses in what I call English of economics, or for that matter, any other languages? This English of economics reminds me of the time I was in Poland. Now, Warsaw, the capital of Poland, has become the service center of those Eastern European countries after they were freed from communism in 1989. The result is that many of the accounting firms and other international service firms which we know have got their main offices for Eastern Europe in Warsaw. Consequently, a number of entrepreneurs, language entrepreneurs, have started courses in English, and they advertise them as learn English, not Polglish. Now, following upon the layout of the book, let us consider the contents. The authors used 291 pages to cover 255 individually numbered paragraphs. We can say 251 individual research method related topics. We can thus not expect to find a thorough review of the literature on each of these 255 topics. Instead, what we do find is a thorough introduction to the essential elements of each topic. And therefore, when you take up that book, you must note that each chapter is presented, is supported by a chapter-specific bibliography. That makes it so easy for the reader of this book, for the student, for the supervisor, whoever may lay their hands on this book. It makes it so easy to follow up on what appears in a chapter, because the chapter has its own bibliography. You can get the greater discussions there. Now, 6 of those 11 chapters have more than one author, co-authored, and 5 are single-authored. The intended readership of this book, as it is, can be prescribed for a module on research in economics. It can become a textbook for such a module. Because each chapter has got its study objectives, it has got its self-assessment questions, it's got a summary, and as I already said, it's got a chapter-specific bibliography. Postgraduate students doesn't matter whether they are honors, masters, or doctoral students, they will benefit when they look at the concise descriptions of different research methods, and then again look at the specific bibliographies. And in the third instance, the supervisors of postgraduate students will obviously also find this a very useful guide. I don't need to say much about the editors and the co-authors. They have been thoroughly introduced to us, and we know Professor Mishi. We have now met Professor Maretsa, and as Professor Mishi mentioned, the other authors are from other universities, from the University of Fort Hare, the Midlands State University in Zimbabwe, Walter Sisulu, and also the University of South Africa. Now, what is my conclusion? This book, as its title indicates, is about the methodology of doing research in economics, and we have seen that the emphasis is towards qualitative research. So I think the editors and the co-authors will agree with the sentiments of the Nobel laureate in economics, Robert Solow, when he says, I quote, that one of the things we ought to teach our students at every level is a grown-up attitude about the relation between theory and practice. And if we use the research which is propagated in this book, we can certainly bring those two, theory and practice, closer together. Finally, I think this book makes a very sound contribution to enable the economists of the future to take an oath, as it is suggested by George DeMartino, and I quote directly from his book. I solemnly swear that I will practice the art of economics in uprightness and honor. I will therefore endeavor to use my expertise to enhance the capabilities of communities to undertake those economic innovations that are deemed desirable and necessary. I will endeavor to introduce for the community's consideration a range of economic perspectives and strategies, even while I advocate for that approach that I deem to be the most appropriate. I will treat respectfully the ideas of those who advocate theoretical perspectives that differ from those I embrace, and I will undertake through my words and deeds to sustain this pluralism in the profession. Whenever I find myself in a position to act on behalf of others, I will act prudently, taking care to minimize harm, especially to those who are most vulnerable. I will be on guard against the self-serving argument of the privileged, and I will take pains to give voice to the needs and aspirations of the dispossessed. Thank you. If I may end with a bit of an anticlimax. There's a printing error on the cover of this book. Economics is spelled with a capital E. And there's another error a page or two inside, where reference is made to learners. Now, hopefully we don't have such things at the university. I know the Faculty of Education will throw all their rotten tomatoes at me, but we have students. And by being students, they learn intellectual skills. And that is what the outside world expects of them, to arrive there with intellectual skills. And those skills are learned by being students. As I often said, when I was still lecturing full-time to the students, when you leave this lecture room, your next stop is not the coffee shop. Your next stop is that upside-down building on the South Campus called the library.
Thank you, Prof. Wade, for that very thought-provoking and amusing anecdote. I have to admit, Prof. Wade lectured me many moons ago, and he emphasized that we are reading towards a particular degree or qualification, not simply regurgitating information. And I think that again highlights points that we've heard in terms of solo, in terms of the quote that I was referring to in my opening remarks, how important it is for us as students of economics to learn how to be reflective, ethical practitioners. And how do we do that? We've heard from the editors, we've heard from the review, we cannot be selective with the kind of research methodology that we are going to adopt. It is so easy for me to tailor my result to what I want it to be, simply by choosing to use the approach that will get me there. Now, we've heard the oath. To all the students, to my colleagues, we are just as accountable. We have to take that oath that we will be the ethical, reflective researchers of the future. Now, we shift our focus to the perspective of an emerging researcher. Dr. Kwani, whose work in green finance and rural development demonstrates her commitment to methodological rigor, is going to be sharing her insights after reading this very insightful book. Doctor?
Thank you so much. I always laugh and say, you know, when you're standing in an academic audience, you don't know whether you say good day, good afternoon, or protocol observed, or as students, they haven't taught us what to say. I think maybe with all the professors we have in the house, I think that part is very important. But anyway, greetings to all students. I am a student. You know, I was very excited when I saw a book. I was telling my colleagues in the morning that I love books. They know I collect books and pens. I remember I went to Joshna and I asked, can I have a diary? They said, diary for what? I said, I want to write. So my other colleague calls me the old-fashioned lady, but the smell of a book. So when you get this copy, a copy, not the online. I had the online one, but it didn't entice me like the copy because this is mine. I can write what I want. I can do what I want. If I have a copy on my phone will switch off. But if I have this, I usually love doing research in a bus, 12 hours. When I get there or in a flight, sometimes, you know, we do slides on our way to conferences. So if we've got if we've got this book, at least you can be referencing and all. So I've already started analyzing the book. The first thing is it's a hard copy. Don't worry, green economists, we are not talking about the resources that produced the paper, climate change and all. For now, it's just about this book. So the smell of the fresh book, it's giving us motivation to read. So you can always get a copy for yourself. I know we all have book allowances as students. At least now we are smiling because, you know, it was a bit tense with all the vocabulary the professors were giving us. Okay, and I'm also excited about this book. I remember there's an honors student who was writing research. I asked her, why is it that you don't have anything much on the methodology? Then she said, ma'am, they are old. Then I remembered the rule that we always get to say, make sure that you're referencing are 5 years old. So I'm saying this reference is like a day old. So you can start using this one. If they refuse, the authors are here, you can just take the author to the supervisor. It's not like when someone has written a book in America and then you can just call the author to say, please, you need a flight, anyway, just pull the author to the supervisor and ask him that, didn't you say this? And also, I was laughing when our prof was saying that economics with an E, capital letter E. I was actually thinking that if this book could just be renamed, I would rename it something like a manual to a repentant economist. As I stand also, I'm one of the repented economists. Because we know economics, if you stand without correlations, pronunciation I'm not good, but economics has got correlations, paradigms, qualosites, I don't know how we call them, but you know. But this book now, it gives us the leverage, remembering that economics is broad. I always say to people, come and say economics is hard. But I say economics, we apply it in our everyday lives. We have got home economics, we apply it in our homes. We have got development economics, we have got political economics, we have got relationship economics. Even your relationship, you can economicify it and make sure that it runs smoothly. So maybe sometimes it's a disaster because you do not apply economics. And then we have got agricultural economics. There is economics in everything. So why then did we economics only concentrate on econometrics? Why do we think that sometimes when someone brings a research that is more of a discussion, we feel like that person has not done enough? But with this book, our Repenti for the economists, it brings us something that is broad. It brings us home to make us understand that at the end of the day, everything is in economics. I remember I wished this book was, I had the copy, but I could not use it. But there were colleagues. I attended a conference where I had around 298 economists in one room. Everyone is saying, One student presented their paper, which had an analysis or a regression in OLS. The room asked, oh, so you analyzed using OLS. You know, it became like a crime to the economist's Bible that someone used OLS. Because we always believe that there is greater, there are numbers, there are things that we need. But at the end of the day, what is important is as long as you believe in what you have done, and as long as you can prove. Some will ask, which test did you then use? Which this did you use? Which this did you use? But at the end, I remember telling one colleague that, remember, sometimes it's only 15 minutes that you need to explain everything. What I think is important might not be important to you. But if you get maybe the book or you get a paper and you sit down and read, you realize that maybe that student just panicked and forgot to mention other things. So you find that economists, we are hard to deal with. But here we are. We have got the repentant ones who decided to write this book, where they are also talking on the issues of ethics. I know some people, because secondary data, they always think we get away with it. Why should I need ethics because I'm doing secondary data? I'm going to just sit down and do World Bank and done this and this. But then if we are saying we are understanding the research methods for economics, we find that there is also an aspect of us looking at ethics, the issues of ethics. It also talks about the issues of questionnaire design. And also, there are also other aspects. I'm going to go deeper into them, at least maybe 1 or 2 or 3, so that at least we can understand and also be able to read this book. as I acknowledge the presence of Andrew Mareza, one of the editors. I remember at one time I was supposed to write my master's. I'm also an economist, by the way, so I wanted the numbers. I wanted methodology. I love methodology, that's exciting. I remember with Prof. Margo the first time, he said, do bibliometric and systematic. I kept on asking him, Prof, where do we get to the part? But he said, this is how it is like. So I kept on saying, but Prof, it does not. So if I do this, then does it mean that I publish and then someone says that I said this and then it's okay? It didn't make sense, but then, as I said, I'm also a repentant economist. Yes, it's possible. You can actually use any method and say out whatever that you want to say. So then someone then referred me to Andrew Mareza to say he is the one who is an expert in DEA. I went there. I think I met him for less than an hour. But that knowledge that he gave me for that hour, I did DEA, data envelopment analysis, using that software. I think it was looking at efficiency, water use efficiency in the Eastern Cape, in the irrigation schemes. I did the same. I did it in my master's. I did my PhD using the knowledge that I got in an hour. I had an opportunity also to use that same knowledge to analyze data that was needed in some economic department in Nigeria. So I'm talking about someone who took just an hour to equip. So what about if that knowledge is in this book? This is a lifetime investment that we need to have. So I acknowledge also the presence of Prof. Mishi. Yeah. And also with our postdoctoral fellow there. You know, postdocs, sometimes I laugh and say, people don't know where to place us. I also don't know how to define myself, but whatever it is, if you ask, am I working? Yes. Am I a student? Yes. Am I what? Yes. Because all that we want to do is, at the end of the day, to achieve what we want to achieve. So as I was saying, that this is a book that offers comprehensive foundation for understanding research methodologies within the business and economic sciences. It has got valuable as it is, it demystifies research concept, practices, making it dear for academics of all levels. So whether you are doing your honors, your masters, your PhD, postdoc, research fellow, or professors, they still do research, and they are still reviewed whenever they do their research. So this is a very good book to use. And the authors have decoded complex methods into understandable framework, emphasizing the importance of research during evidence-based decisions in economics. And also one of my favorite parts is the issue of a questionnaire design. I say that with economics, mostly we do the time series analysis. We already have data that is already there. You know, World Bank, we extract, we do everything. But in this book, we are also taught how to do a questionnaire. We do a questionnaire design. And one thing that is very underrated is designing questions. But I tell you, if you make a mistake and forget one column or one question, you are sent back to the field. And this time you are told that if you go back to the field, you use your own money. So you make sure that you read this book and you make sure that you know the right way to do a questionnaire. Sometimes maybe the reason why we had ethics is because we do not know how to design the questionnaire for it to be submitted for ethics. So in this book, page 54 to 59, there is a part where we have got the 15 principles for questionnaire design. And this will help us to eliminate all the errors. It might look like a very small book, but it is very packed. And also we have got chapter 4 on page 87. I liked the art of writing in economics research, where they explained the issue of the word, the sentence, and the paragraph. So we might be economists, like Prof said, about the language or economics in English. We might be knowing the calculation. We might know how to regress. We might know how to use the matrimonial regression model. We might know how to use all the models. But if we do not know how to construct a word, into a sentence and a sentence into a paragraph. I was one person, my old supervisor would tell me, let's write paragraph by paragraph, not book by book, because he knew by the time I finish, at least the grammar is. But this book also helps. Before you then go to grammar and all that, you should at least try to use this book. It will show you how to do it. And then we have got chapter 3. I'm glad that everyone is talking about chapter 3, the issue of ethics. And I'm glad that the writers are writing this. One is coming from Nelson Mandela, who understands deeply about ethics. So sometimes, before you make the errors and make the mistakes, sometimes it's not the ethics people who are taking longer, because we call them ethics people. We don't know who they are. We just call them the ethics people, not the ethics committee, but they are people. So before the ethics people reject your proposal, at least be in a position to get the book and see what is needed. So I believe Prof and his colleagues, when they were writing the book, they were also having us in mind. There is something that I also took up, the foundation of ethics research. It says that ethics, it's not only a concept of ethics, but it is a pattern to everyday conduct. So how you conduct yourself in relation to everyday's environment, that's ethics. That's where we start. Your conduct, how you conduct yourself. We know that we cannot lie. So why do you lie when you're writing your research? So the phrase that I loved so much was the issue of the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So I was like, okay, so why is it then we prefer to adjust or to say I went to the field when I didn't? So remember, whenever you need to submit, it's the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Then the ethics people will not have a problem with you. But it's only when you get a copy, otherwise you will still be suffering because of the ethics people. And then there is also the part where there is the formulation of the hypothesis. For me, hypothesis is does and does not. It's a no and a what? A yes. No, not no. Yeah, it's does and does not. It's H0 and H1. Why H0, H1, we don't know, because we found it there. So we just write it there and we write does and does not, doesn't and does it, whatever, but as long as it's opposite, and that's all that we knew. But with this book, it breaks down hypothesis. It makes you settle. It gives you examples. It tells you exactly how you're supposed to do it. And it gives you further even the steps to consider when now formulating your hypothesis. I said the beauty of it is because the author is here. So I don't think it's a problem when you get your book, you go to his office, you ask him to sign, and you ask him to elaborate further, because as we were told that this is more like a textbook. So this is just an outline. More is with our author, but only if you get the book. Then you just show you just go like, I have the book. And then if you say, I have the book, definitely he knows, because this is our court. So at least you get his attention, and then he signs the book, and then he explains more. And then, okay, the other part now, economists, they still, don't be disappointed, the other part of you is there. There is also the study designs. There are different ones that are there, the experimental designs. There is a lot of designs that have been put in place. And then also we have got the regression models. There are different ones that are also in here. And then there is always this elephant, if it's not an animal, theoretical and conceptual framework. You are retained, you are asked, where is the theory, where is the concept? It's explained also in the book. So if you are an emerging writer, if you are a student like me, just get the copy and try to, and also a reference. Referencing is also in this book. At least they gave us examples how to reference, meaning that we are also given a way how to reference this book. So we cannot just write what is in its book and say that it was written by your grandfather. But it has to be written by, yeah, it happens sometimes because your grandfather is also an economist. So you just decide, oh. But then we are also taught how to reference some different types. I think I saw the Harvard referencing style. it's there, so at least we have got a starting point. Better use the Harvard that is here, then we'll be told, no, we use APA or you use at least, but you know, sometimes the difference is just the commas and the full stops. I remember when I was told to redo, because I was placing the commas and the full stops etals, and you know, but then this book also gives us the referencing. So I believe that I've tried to simplify the book in simpler terms, not the other. So I thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Dr. Kwani, I think that's what is so fantastic to hear from the students' perspective, because that's what so many of us want to hear. It's all very good and well to hear from the seasoned professionals, but is it practical? Will it make sense to someone who hasn't published 10 papers? And from what you've said tonight, it seems like this is the starting point. So, with so much having been said, we now have time for your questions. And I'm inviting you to direct those questions to either Prof. Maredza or to Prof. Waite, Prof. Mishi, and even to Dr. Kwani. So what I'd like is for those of you who are interested to pose these questions, to raise your hand, state your name, and then also to please consider making your question as concise. Oops. Yeah, we've got too many. There we go. To just make your question concise and to also indicate who you'd like to answer that particular question. We're going to start with the first 3 hands. I see some very dramatic putting up of hands. So we have hand 1, hand 2, and hand 3. They were very, very dramatic on that side of the venue.
Good evening, colleagues, students, professors, all protocol observed. My name is Albert Kagande, postdoc fellow in the Department of Development Studies. So thank you so much, Prof. Mishi and Prof. Maredza, for this insightful book. I'm yet to get my hands on it, so hopefully I will. My question has to do with the book itself. Yeah, the title seems to suggest that it's economics-centered and for economics students. So I just wanted to understand the diversity in terms of its application. Can students at all levels make use of this book? And can someone like myself in development studies also make use of this book? Thank you.
Hand 2.
Okay. My name is Asipe Shushu from the Faculty of Engineering. One of my questions was already answered by the first question. But then the second one is, I've heard like so many questions about economics and business textbooks changing every year. So I just wanted to know, like, what about this one? Will it accommodate that factor that like every textbook changes from year to year, or like it will be like consistent, like every year will it be like able to be applied like every year? But the first question was already like answered, that it accommodates everyone in every field, as is questions 8, as chapter 8 states that like it is for everyone, as it was introduced by the author of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a masterpiece. Prof. Maredza and Prof. Mishi. I wish I had joined you as one of your supervisors in 2016 when we first met. I'll be having a supervisor who is authoring this good masterpiece. But I would want to get your reaction to the fact that this book, it's an economics textbook at teaching level, but also if we look around at the themes which are trending in this academia era, and even Dr. Mensah would agree that we need impactful research. So I would want to hear from the authors how this masterpiece scaffold to an impactful research in modern day decision making. Thank you.
Okay, I'm told we need to take these ones first, then second round is going to come. I think maybe let me start on a lighter note with the question whether this textbook will change the following year and whatnot. Professor Waite has told us that we need to have a second edition with a capital letter E on economics. So that gives us already an idea for the second edition. That's on a lighter note. One is that the very first chapter is talking about decoding research in business and economic sciences, which then captures to say that, yes, you need to have, there's a broader kind of audience that can be captured there within the business and economic sciences field. Yes, it narrows down to economics example in specific, and that is to cater very much for the audience and with the guidance also of the publisher to say we need to capture a specific kind of audience. We can't be able to cater for everyone because they say if you want to sort of to cater for everyone, you end up missing everyone in the process. So Jack of all trades is a master of none. So we tried to narrow down to economics, but the first unit gives you that context that it can be applied to any business and economic sciences research. I think there was a question, before I leave for Prof. Mareza, I think there was a comment in terms of whether the trending themes are being captured in one way or the other. Yes, I think I wanted, I was hoping that you're going to highlight some of those trending themes or trending methods and say specifically is this and that catered for. So in terms of impactful research, we have done hopefully justice in terms of how to prepare and plan and execute research in a way that it is impactful. That is where we talk about science communication from the understanding the stakeholders and what they want, because research cannot be impactful if it's not going to make sense to the person affected by the findings. So that is one area we have done. And there are new methods that are coming on board. For example, to say whatever we're saying on social media gives us some insights. Whatever we find on different sites, it's actually information that needs to be packaged and produce economic indicators, for the mood of the community. That is like your website extraction and your Twitter that is now X to stated and analyze and get that. That is one of the kind of chapters that was hoping to be here, but it came a little bit later and hopefully shall be in the second edition. So then the second edition will be also valuable. So there are those kind of topics that are coming. Machine learning is applied to economics and all those aspects. Those are good to have. It might have been mentioned here lightly to say there are these all different tools that can be, so we might see them in the near future if they are not yet fully explored in this edition. Professor Mareza, if you maybe you can come through on the other questions.
Oh, yeah. All right, so thanks, Prof. Mishi, for that response, and thanks for the questions that came through. I just want to say thank you to Prof. Charles Waite for that review, really appreciate it, and also to Dr. Tando Lushe Kwani I'm humbled by your kind words. Really appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, so when we started out on this journey, I think Dr. Prof. Mishi would remember this. We wanted to cater for a broader audience. We wanted economists. We also wanted to cater for similar commerce fields. But I think, as he pointed out, there was guidance that let us focus on economists, in terms of our target audience for the book. But it still applies to, other fields, yeah, so it's still applicable. But when you started out, we had an economist in mind, yeah. The other question, I think the other question was about whether the book, caters for the trends, the current trends. Yeah, so, if you, just go back, a couple of years, so as we pointed out, the dominance of the research methods that have sort of, dominated this economic space has been quantitative. I think that's the simple message from the onset. And so we think that if there are any strength, in qualitative research, embracing that too, or integrating qualitative aspects into economic analysis would then really help researchers to gain a deep understanding. So already we've won because, a lot of emphasis has been on the role of quantitative research, at the expense of, say, qualitative research methods. And so we think that embracing both of them, should really produce an economist that we are envisaging, who is able to actually contribute impactful research that meets the needs of our society. And I hope that answers your question. I don't remember what the other question was. Yes, but I think that's just about it for now. Thanks. Over to you, Sharon.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lindile. I'm Dr. Malangeni. Unfortunately, I don't have any questions because my colleagues already asked some of the questions that I wanted to ask. I just wanted to say congratulations on the book that you have launched, Prof. Mish and also Prof. Marenza. I also applied one of the methodologies that are in this book, which is participatory action research, but mine was critical participatory action research for my PhD. And understanding that is a very complicated methodology to apply, and it's also policies around it. So I just so wish that maybe one of those complications around it are also applied in this book, because we also need other people that want to apply, they want to use that methodology to understand, in fact, what type of issues or complications that they need to expect when they want to use that type of methodology, especially when it comes to ethics applications. Especially at Nelson Mandela University, I don't think we have that ethics thing that only refers to the action research or participatory action research. I feel like most of the ethics guidelines, they're only based on the traditional research that we know, which is qualitative research, quantitative, and also a mixed methodology. So I think in the past 2 weeks, we were in the workshop where we were trying to discuss in terms of how we can, at Nelson Mandela University, also consider in terms of how we can, consider ethics around action research to match with the traditional research. So I feel like in terms of with this book, I just feel like there are guidelines in terms of what expectations when you want to choose the type of methodologies that you want to apply in your study. Anyways, thank you, and also congratulations on launching this book. Thank you
very
so
much.
Hi everyone, my name is Zanele. I'm from the botany department and I have an agricultural background. The lady, Dr. Kwani, mentioned something about water use efficiency, which, which got me very interested. So I was wondering if maybe in your department you offer some assistance or training, because when we do our research, we are always referencing people who have determined the economic value of things, but then we are just referencing. So do you assist? Because I think it would really add value in the research that we do if maybe we can be able to, if we can be trained in determining those value ourselves in the research that we are doing. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Congrats to the profs on an exciting book. I look forward to getting a hold of it and yeah, indulging on the knowledge. The beautiful Dr. Kwani mentioned something about how we dread ethics. And I would like you both, profs, who are the editors, to elaborate on how, if you would, I believe you've done, how you have tried to make researchers to see that ethics is not the enemy. Ethics committees are not the enemy, but, and it's not just a milestone that you have to reach for the sake of reaching it, but it's actually for the protection of everyone involved, be it the participants, be it the researcher themselves and the institutions that they're researching under. But also it is a way of ensuring the integrity of the researcher, because I think there needs to come a time where we move away from thinking ethics and thinking enemies. And how have you made sure that the researchers understand that we're on the same side, we're fighting for the same things, and ensuring rigor and integrity in our research? Thank you.
All right, yes. All right. Maybe over to you, Sidney. I'll go after you then.
I think maybe I'll start with the last question in terms of ethics. So we have managed to cover that well in terms of outlining why we care about research ethics, professional responsibility, to avoid reputational damage, and research can also be harmful, and to avoid really the litigation and all the things that come with what bad conduct in research. And one thing that we tried to outline from introducing the chapter was that the greatest enemy to ethical research is yourself, your mindset. And that is why we say from the time you think about the title of the research, the moment you start to think about it, that is where ethical consideration need to kick in. Not an afterthought, not someone else blocking you. And that ethical clearance means nothing if you are not going to conduct yourself ethically. So you don't need policing, but yourself from the first thinking of the research, how you conduct, without anyone actually monitoring you. You just need to be ethically upright. And that is possibly what Prof. Wade was reading out the oath, and that exactly entails what needs to be in everyone's heart when you're thinking about research. And that way, it simplifies matters. And then to come to Dr. Maleng, and also on ethics, is the matter of possibly, having everyone aware of the different methods and, in how they are applied in different disciplines. And then we will be on the same page. Definitely there's need for elaboration on some elements because one, it's about how you are applying it, but also on what subjects, on what kind of a sample. Because if you're doing your survey with adults there that are not vulnerable, it's different from when you're dealing with with minors, for example. So also those contexts needs to be understood. Possibly you fall short of making a recommendation to the DVC RII that every person in the ethics committee need to have a copy of this particular book. Possibly that is what needs to happen. So that will be a good, that will be a good move. Yeah. So let me pause there, Professor Mareza, if you can take the other question. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Prof. Mishi, for that response. So I just want to quickly read this quote rather from the book, I think from chapter 3 by Sidney Mishi. I think that was a well-written chapter right there. So he points out that research ethics refers to the codification of scientific morality in practice. And he says research ethics is beyond merely being cleared. And I think that's a greater point to say it's not just a tick box exercise. I think that addresses the concern that was raised that ethics is not the enemy. So the way we view, the importance of ethics in research is that it's actually a way of life. It shouldn't be just for the purpose of being cleared. It should be you coding, issues of morality into research that you do. Yeah. Thanks. Over to you.
Okay. I think there was another comment on training, right?
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, I've noted your question about issues of training. With me, I have got my mentor here. So every time when someone asks a question, I look at him for him to respond. But I think maybe we can collab. What you call this? Maybe we can talk after this, then we can see how far specifically for you, but no training. For now, we don't offer because usually it's done through research and development office and all that. But yeah, maybe we can talk and I can see how far I can assist. Thank you.
Yeah, that's the problem when things are interesting, eh? Time always is our enemy. So, Prof. Marga, you've had your hand up. So you are definitely going to get the first hand of the last round. Anybody who has questions? I see you, a second hand there. And the last hand, who's going to be the last hand? Okay, so we're going to end with these last two hands, and then I will be handing over to Prof. Lloyd to do our closing.
Oh, thank you, Professor Mishi and Professor Mareza and the authors who came up with this book. I'm very impressed by two things. The first one being the center of the debate now. I think ethics has taken the center stage, which is, it has become the gem of the book. So that chapter is very important, and I'm happy because it's my area of interest. So because the landscape is changing abruptly as things are changing and new things are coming in, and it also augurs well with that question about the new editions. I think the new edition should also come because the National Health Research Ethics Committee has recently published a 2024 guidelines and the new things that are changing the landscape, the ethics landscape. So a new edition should come. So thank you for that, and thank you for bringing in the aspect of ethics. It lacks in most research methods textbooks. Then the second thing is the mixed methods that was acknowledged, and I can call this the end of the methodological World War, because the world is, there is conflict, there is methodology, there is methodological war. So positivists and interpretivists are always fighting, and they look down upon each other. But this book now is bringing the two groups together, which is a milestone, and thank you for that. So I thought I should say that. I don't have a question. Thank you.
Thank you for that question.
Hello. Sorry. My question is going to be to Prof. Nish, just because he's my professor. Yeah, well, and like I would like to say congratulations, like to your book, Prof. I would like to say congratulations to your book. Like you've been like from first year inspirational to us. No. Oh no, like seriously, like because Prof, like what I would say, like congratulations, but nilibe lena zabuza yonke.
Thank you, Chair of the ceremonies this evening, Sharon, for eloquently guiding us through the process. To all the colleagues, fellow academics, students, both here physically and online, and of course specifically to Professor Mishi and Professor Maretza. It was an excellent evening of sharing in your journey, and I think the book that you've put to the pens that you put to paper illustrates to us some very important methods and lessons. And Professor Mishi, you indicated that you can't start a study without a plan. And I think if there's one lesson that we must leave here with tonight is you can't start a study without a plan. Because that is where most things go wrong. And that's where we get stuck in the first year, and it goes into a second year, and then the frustration levels build and build. So the book indicates to you what is the plan, what are the tools that you must use to implement and execute on the plan. And then I'm very glad that the discussion took a bit of an ethics turn. It seems like Professor Mishi is volunteering to be the next ethics lead in the... So Professor Margot, we must just make a mental note of that one. Professor Maretza, in your university, I don't know whether you're sharing that, but we can always do the kind of the foreground for you to also take over the ethics in your university. But colleagues, having said that, it is, of course, I've got the easy part of the evening, and that is to thank everybody that have joined us and that has made a contribution to this evening and the success thereof. So, Professor Wade, thank you very much, as always, for your eloquent summation and insightful views of the book. Yes, and our journey with my PhD is a number of decades in the history, but it was a journey that was a tough one, because the fact of the matter was that when you do an economics study, it is always supposed to be or believed to be quantitative in nature and not necessarily qualitative. And I think what this book brings to me is that the two methodologies are not necessarily substitutes in economic terminology. It makes me also proud this evening to stand here, not as only the DVC of Research Innovation Internationalization, but specifically as the Dean of the Faculty for Business and Economic Sciences, and very specifically economics being my home discipline. So Professor Mishi and Professor Maretza, you have done us proud in the product that you've produced. And yes, there's always scope for a second and a third and a fourth edition, but I think the fact of the matter is you've made the start. and that is where we are moving towards. So congratulations on that part also. And then, of course, we can write many books, but if we don't have partners in writing the book, then it is also not a viable proposition, even though you want to tell the DVC to prescribe it as a book of choice. So in that score, I want to, of course, also thank Van Schaik Publishers. They've always been a good partner to us as the university and also as our academic partner in producing and selling our books. So thank you very much for being here tonight as well, and for walking the walk with us as we journey in producing new knowledge and publishing books. So thank you very much to Van Schaik. And of course, to our student representative, Doctor. Thank you for your insightful views and for bringing the perspective from the student side, but also from the emerging researcher side. This morning we had a discussion on the early career researchers and scholars, and I'm glad to hear that the voice of the early career academic scholars, researchers are coming through more vigorously and more vibrantly, because we always talk about sustainability in the university, and you and all the young students and researchers, you are the sustainability of our academy going forward. So we want to also create that environment that enables you to become the leaders, the new supervisors, the thought leaders, the program innovators of the future. So it's always good to have your voice in the room. And then, of course, to each and every one of you that joined us this evening, the evening would, of course, also not be a success if you did not join us, because that brought the vibrancy and the kind of engagement of the discussions. So thank you very much for joining us here, physically present and online. We appreciate it. And Professor Mishi and Professor Maretsa, congratulations once again, and best wishes with the sales, and may the sales be with you as we move along. Thank you, colleagues.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Prof. Lloyd. The main thing that we tend to forget is that without strong leadership, none of this would be possible. So, Prof. Lloyd, you have ably led us through a very challenging time where you've held many hats. And we'd like to thank you for fostering and driving the research which has been conducted, not just within our faculty, but within the university as a whole. Thank you very much, Professor. And just to draw the evening to a close, I'd again like to thank everybody, as Prof. Lloyd has done. You are the future. The university's motto is change the world. Each one of us has the ability to do that in a small manner. And research is one of the ways in which we can do that. So if I have to push, I'll push. At the back of the venue right now, we have Van Schaik. The textbook is extremely reasonable for those of you who would do a market analysis. It's going for 495 Rand. And if you have that, think of it as an investment, not only in today, but in your future and in the future of the world. And just maybe for the second edition, Prof, and Prof. Maretsa, consider maybe collaboration with students to see their perspectives of what they would like in the textbook. And with that, Hambakachle, good night, goeienaand.
Recording stopped.